those who are missing.
Representatives Amabile, Armagast, Bacon, Bottoms, Bradfield, Catlin, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Evans, Frizzell, Garcia, Hartsook, Holtorf, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Marshall, Marvin, Morrow, Puglisi, Rutinell, Snyder, Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez, Wilson, and Rep. Winter.
Good. Okay. That's huge.
Representatives Amabile, Armagast, Bottoms, Bradfield, Catlin, Degree Kennedy, Evans, Frizzell, Hartsook, Holtorf, Luck, Lynch, Marshall, Marvin, Puglisi, Rutinell, Story, Taggart, and Representative Winter.
It's a good question.
Representative Basenecker.
Madam Speaker, I move that the call be raised.
I don't think there's anything I do. Oh, seeing no objection and a birthday girl, the call is raised at 1:05 p.m. The House will stand in a brief recess. Folks, just asking everybody to take their seat, trying to get a head count. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar on Tuesday, April 16th, 2024, at 1:11 p.m. House Bill 1304, House Bill 1346, House Bill 1356, Senate Bill 14, House Bill 1345, House Bill 1380, House Bill 1262, House Bill 1286, House Bill 1433, and Senate Bill 19.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar on Tuesday, April 16th, 2024 at 1:11 p.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1335, which is already on the special orders calendar, to follow House Bill 1346 on special orders.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1335 will follow 1346 on the special orders calendar. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move to limit debate on House Bill 24-1304 to 1 hour and to limit debate on House Bill 24-1346 to 1 hour during special orders on Tuesday, April 16th, 2024.
Members, the motion before us is to limit debate on House Bill 1304 to 1 hour and to limit debate on 1346 to 1 hour. Pursuant to House Rule 14, all of that pursuant to House Rule 14. Pursuant to House Rule 15E, this is a non-debatable motion and requires a simple majority vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Amabile, Holtorf, Lynch, Weinberg. Please excuse Lynch and Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 19 no, and 6 excused, the motion to limit debate on 1304 and 1346 passes. Representative Kipp. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Kipp will take the chair.
Hold on. Okay, and where's the clock? Okay. Committee will come to order. Oh, there it goes. Sorry, the committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is very definitely relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 24-1304?
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Vigil and Woodrow, also Senators Priola and Henriksen, concerning parking requirements within metropolitan planning organizations.
Thank you. And as a reminder, 1304 is limited in debate to 1 hour. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1304, as well as the Appropriations Report and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L012 to the Appropriations Report and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, members. It is displayed, and you should have received this goldenrod on your desk. Representative Vigil, please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, there is a little bit of legislative layering in this amendment, so I'll just talk through it a little bit. Stakeholder engagement we've done since we were last in committee ends up requiring us to move our amendment to the Appropriations Committee. You will notice that parts of this amendment refer to lines in the Appropriations Committee report that itself amends the THLG report. But this is the correct order, so I'll just briefly walk through what's in it. We added some language to the ledge deck so that we're clear that some of the things that we are directing the Department of Transportation to take on are within existing goals that have already been delegated to them. We improved some of our definitions so that we're clear that a loading space doesn't count as a parking space, that we're not limiting the ability of jurisdictions to demand loading spaces. We added a definition of affordable housing so that when we refer to that in the bill in conjunction with current incentives for parking mandate relief, that we're clear what we're talking about. We've made some timeline adjustments so that there's a little bit longer of a runway for jurisdictions to comply with this bill. We also improved some of the definitions around like bicycle storage / parking, and also features such as electric charging stations that might be at parking spaces. We have some more timeline adjustments, and then the bulk of it towards the end of this amendment is the kind of a revamp of the use and needs study, giving it to 3 different agencies, 2 departments plus the Colorado Energy Office, and really kind of combining everything that we're attempting to do and ensuring that there is maximum engagement with community. And so I ask for your yes vote on Amendment L012.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L012? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question in regards to the amendment. It does change what CDOT is required to do. Do we have a new fiscal note that reflects those changes?
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. Yes, it should be in your file or in your iPad or wherever you access those things. And it will be dated, let me double check the date for you, which one it is. It'll be the most recent one that's in there.
Representative Wilson.
I find the most recent as April 12th and the amendment as April 15th.
Representative Vigil, I think the question is, does it reflect this amendment? Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think I see what you're saying, Representative. So if you get into the canary, which I can share with you if you need it, so the changes that are coming in this amendment aren't altering anything that would have gone differently in appropriations. So the appropriations report will show you everything that changed the fiscal impact, and this doesn't have any additional bearing on that. Does that make sense? We are running an amendment to the appropriations report. The appropriations report is what contributes to the information you see on the fiscal dated April 12th.
Thank you. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've come up with a bunch of amendments we'd like the bill sponsors to look at. With that, I'd ask the bill be read at length.
Seeing no objection, the bill will be read at length.
Second regular session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado introduced. LLS No. 24 to 469.03 Pierce Lively X 2059 House Bill 24 to 1304. House Committees Senate Committees Transportation, Housing and Local Government. A bill for an act. 101 concerning parking requirements within metropolitan 102 planning organizations. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill prohibits a county or municipality, on or after January 1, 2025, from enforcing minimum parking requirements for real property that is within a metropolitan planning organization. This prohibition does not prohibit a county or municipality from lowering the protections provided for persons with disabilities. House sponsorship Vigil and Woodrow. Senate sponsorship Priola and Hinrichsen. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Preventing a county or municipality from enacting or enforcing a maximum parking requirement, or preventing a county or municipality from enacting or enforcing a minimum parking requirement for bicycles. The bill also allows a municipality or county, on or after January 1, 2025, to impose the following requirements on a motor vehicle parking space that is voluntarily provided in connection with a development project. That the owners of such a motor vehicle parking space charge for the use of the space, and that such a motor vehicle parking space allow for vehicle charging stations in accordance with existing law. The bill requires a county or municipality that is subject to the bill, on or after June 30, 2025, to submit a report to the Department of Local Affairs detailing the county or municipality's compliance with the requirements of the bill. The bill provides a process for the review of such a report. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Article 35 to Title 329 as follows, for Article 355 Strategic Growth 629-35-101. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 7 finds, determines, and declares that 8a. There is an extraterritorial impact when Local 9 governments enact land use decisions that require a minimum 10 amount of parking spaces. 11b. Residential developments frequently have more 12 parking than is utilized, which adds 2 housing costs, and 13 encourages additional vehicle ownership and vehicle miles 14 traveled. According to the Regional Transportation District 15 study titled Residential Parking in Station Areas, a study of 16 Metro Denver, unsubsidized housing developments near -2, HB 24-1304. 1. Regional Transportation District stations provide 40% more parking than residents utilize at peak times, and 3 income-restricted housing developments provide 50% more parking than is used. 5. C. The 2021 study, Parking and Affordable Housing, of 6 parking utilization at affordable housing developments along 7 the Front Range found that half of parking spaces built on 8 average GO unused, and that requirements can be up to 5 times 9 the need, especially for buildings serving lower area median 10 incomes. 11. D. Local government land use decisions that require a 12 minimum amount of parking spaces beyond what is necessary to 13 meet market demand increase vehicle miles traveled, and 14 associated greenhouse gas emissions. According to a University 15 of California Institute of Transportation Studies article titled 16, What Do Residential Lotteries Show US About Transportation? 17 choices, higher amounts of free parking provided in residential. 18 developments cause higher rates of vehicle ownership, higher 19 rates of vehicle miles traveled, and less frequent transit use. 20. E. According to the study, Effects of Parking Provision 21 on Automobile Use in U.S. Cities, Inferring Causality, in the 22 Journal Transportation Research Record, an increase in parking 23 provisions from 1/10 to 1/2 parking space per person 24 is associated with an increase in automobile mode share of 25 roughly 30%, 26. F. According to the article, households with 27 constrained OFF street parking drive fewer miles, in the -3, HB 24-1304. 1. Journal Transportation, vehicle ownership rates are 14.2% higher for households with more than one available 3 parking space per unit compared to those with 1 or fewer, and 4 for every additional vehicle per household. The household 5 travels on average 17 more miles of total vehicle miles 6 traveled per day. 7. G. Coloradans drive more miles per person than they used 8.2, which puts stress on transportation infrastructure, and 9 increasing household costs. Since 1981, per capita vehicle miles 10 traveled in Colorado have risen by over 20%. 11 according to data from the Federal Highway Administration. 12. H. Increased vehicle ownership and the resulting vehicle 13 miles traveled impact neighboring jurisdictions by increasing 14 congestion, roadway infrastructure maintenance costs, air 15 pollution, noise, and greenhouse gas emissions. 16. I. Given the close proximity and interconnected nature. 17 of jurisdictions within Colorado's metropolitan regions, many 18 residents travel frequently between jurisdictions for work, 19 shopping, recreation, and other trips. 20. J. I. In Colorado's major cities, a significant share of 21 employees commute to jobs in the city but live elsewhere. 22 including 70% of employees in Denver, 45-23% in Colorado Springs, 60% in Fort Collins, 50-24% in Pueblo, and 65% in Grand Junction. 25 according to 2021 data from the federal census. 26. K. Excessive parking requirements limit compact. 27 walkable development by mandating additional space between -4, HB 24-1304. 1 uses, which then necessitates driving to reach most destinations. 2, L. A study by the Parking Reform Network found that 17% of the space in downtown Denver is devoted to parking. 5, M. Lower density development has lowered revenue, and 6, increased capital and maintenance costs compared to more 7, compact development. National studies, such as the Article 8, Relationships between Density and Per Capita Municipal and Spending in the United States, published in Urban Science, have 10 found that lower density communities have higher government 11 capital and maintenance costs for water, sewer, and 12 transportation infrastructure, and lower property and sales 13 tax revenue. These increased costs are often borne by both 14 state and local governments. 15, N. Vehicle traffic, which increases when land use 16 patterns are more dispersed, contributes 20% of 17 nitrogen oxide emissions, a key ozone precursor, according to 18. The executive summary of the moderate area ozone state. 19. Implementation plan for the 2015 Ozone National Ambient Air 20 Quality Standards by the Regional Air Quality Council. 21. O. The United States Environmental Protection Agency. 22. Has classified the Denver metro area and the North Front Range 23 area as being in severe non-attainment for ozone and ground 24 level ozone, which has serious impacts on human health. 25. Particularly for vulnerable populations. 26. P. According to the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction 27 Roadmap, published by the Colorado Energy Office and dated -5, HB 24-1304. 1 January 14, 2021, the transportation sector is the single largest source of greenhouse gas pollution in Colorado. 3. Q. Nearly 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector come from light-duty vehicles. 5. The majority of cars and trucks that Coloradans drive every 6 days. 7. R. Local government land use decisions that require a 8 minimum amount of parking spaces increase the cost of new 9 residential projects, which increases housing costs. According to the Regional Transportation District Study titled 11, Residential Parking in Station Areas, a study of Metro 12 Denver, structured parking spaces in the Denver Metropolitan 13 area cost $25,000 each to build in 2014 and use space that would otherwise be used for revenue 15 generating residential units, decreasing the profitability of 16 residential development. As a result, parking requirements that 17 necessitate the construction of structured parking spaces may 18 discourage developers from building new residential projects. 19 or, if they do move forward with projects, force them to recoup 20 the costs of building excessive parking by increasing housing. 21 prices. 22 S. OFF street surface parking costs up to $10,023 per space, and each space requires up to 2 and 24.5 times ITS square footage to accommodate. As a result, 25 OFF street surface parking requirements also may discourage 26 developers from building new residential projects, or, if they do 27 move forward with projects, force them to build fewer units. -6, HB 24-1304. 1 than they otherwise could and recoup the excessive cost by 2 increasing home prices and rents. An analysis conducted by the 3 Parking Reform Network found that an OFF street parking space 4 can add between $200 and $500 per 5 month in rent. Whether these costs are necessary varies from 1 building project to the next, and those variables are not 7 accounted for in mandated parking minimums. 8 T. Minimum parking requirements put small businesses at 9 a disadvantage relative to large corporations. Large 10 corporations have more capital at their disposal to fulfill 11 costly parking requirements and are less reliant on foot 12 traffic, human scale visibility, and a sense of place to attract 13 customers. 14. U. Impervious surfaces such as those built for vehicle 15 parking create an urban heat island effect, contributing to 16 rising temperatures, increasing energy costs for air. 17. Conditioning, and worsening ground level air quality. Excessive 18. Land coverage of this kind makes stormwater management. 19. Difficult and expensive, and contributes to flash flooding. And 20. Erosion, causing interjurisdictional conflicts and legal. 21. Disputes. 22. 2. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that the 23 required minimum amount of parking spaces for a real property 24 is a matter of mixed statewide and local concern. 2529-35-102. Definitions. As used in this Article 35, unless the 26 context otherwise requires. 27. 1. County means a county, including a home rule. -7, HB 24-1304. 1 county but excluding a city and county. 2. Land use approval means any final action of a local 3 government that has the effect of authorizing the use or for development of a particular parcel of real property. 3. Local government means a municipality that is 6 within a metropolitan planning organization or a county that 7 has unincorporated areas within a metropolitan planning 8 organization. 4. Local law means any code, law, ordinance, policy, 10 regulation, or rule enacted by a local government that 11 governs the development and use of land, including land use 12 codes, zoning codes, and subdivision codes. 5. Maximum parking requirement means a requirement 14 established in local law that limits the number of OFF Street 15 parking spaces for motor vehicles that may be made available in 16 connection with a real property. 6. Metropolitan Planning Organization means a 18 Metropolitan Planning Organization under the Federal Transit 19 Act of 1998 Inch, 49 U.S.C. SEC 5301E Seek, as amended. 27. Minimum parking requirement means a requirement 21 established in local law that a number of OFF street parking 22 spaces for motor vehicles be made available in connection with 23A real property. 24. 8. Municipality means a home rule or statutory city or 25 town, territorial charter city or town, or city and county. 2629-35-103. Limitations on minimum parking requirements. 27. 1. On or after January 1, 2025, a municipality shall neither. -8. HB 24-1304. 1. Enact nor enforce local laws that establish a minimum parking 2 requirement that applies to real property that is both within the 3 municipality and a metropolitan planning organization. 4. 2. On or after January 1, 2025, a county shall neither 5. Enact nor enforce local laws that establish a minimum parking 6 requirement that applies to real property that is within both the 7 unincorporated area of the county and a metropolitan planning 8 organization. 9. 3. Nothing in this section, 10A, lowers the protections provided for persons with 11 disabilities, including the number of parking spaces for persons 12 who are mobility impaired, under the federal, Americans with 13 Disabilities ACT of 1990, 42 U.S.C. SEC 12101 ETSEQ. And Part 6, 14 and 8 of Article 34 of Title 24, 15b, prevents a local government from enacting or 16 enforcing local laws that establish a maximum parking 17 requirement, 18c, prevents a local government from enacting or 19 enforcing local laws that establish a minimum parking 20 requirement for bicycles, or 21d, prevents a local government from imposing the 22 following requirements on a motor vehicle parking space that 23 is voluntarily provided in connection with a land use approval, 24i, that the owners of such a motor vehicle parking space 25 charge for the use of the space, and 26.2, that such a motor vehicle parking space allows for 27 vehicle charging stations in accordance with existing law. -9, HB 24-1304. 129-35-104. Minimum parking requirements reporting. 2.1a, on or before June 30, 2025, and every 3 years 3 thereafter, a local government shall submit to the Department of Local Affairs, in a form and manner determined by the 5 Department, a report demonstrating evidence of the local 6 government's compliance with the requirements of this Article 735. 8b, notwithstanding subsection 1a of this section, the 9 Department of Local Affairs may allow a local government TO 10 submit the report described in subsection 1 of this section number 11 more than 6 months after June 30, 2025, if the local 12 government demonstrates, in a form and manner determined by 13 the Department, that the local government has. 14i, a plan and timeline TO update ITS local laws AS 15 necessary TO comply with the requirements of this Article 35, 16, 2. Initiated the plan described in subsection 1b(i) of 17 this section, and 18.3, provided an explanation for not being able to meet. 19. The deadlines described in subsection 1a of this section. 22a, within 90 days of receiving a local 21 government's report submitted pursuant TO subsection 1 of this 22 section, the Department of Local Affairs shall review the report. 23. Either approve or reject the report, and provide feedback to the 24 local government on the report. 25b. If the Department of Local Affairs rejects a local 26 government's report, the Department may grant the local 27 government an additional 90 days TO correct any. -10, HB 24-1304. 1. Deficiencies identified in the report and resubmit an amended 2 report. Within 90 days of receiving an amended report, the 3 Department shall review the amended report, either approve or 4 reject the amended report, and provide feedback to the local 5 government on the amended report. 6.3. If a local government neither complies with the 7 requirements of this section nor submits a report to the 8 Department of Local Affairs that the Department approves 9 pursuant to subsection 2 of this section, the local government 10 is deemed to be in non-compliance with this Article 35. 11.4. The Department of Local Affairs, in consultation with 12 the Department of Transportation and the Colorado Energy 13 Office, may develop policies and procedures as necessary to 14 implement this section. 1529-35-105. Parking use and need studies. 1. On or before June 16, 30,
Thank you. The 2025, request has been the Department of Transportation shall either. Sorry, Representative Winter.
17. Conduct, contract with a research and consulting entity to.
Thank you,
18.
Madam Chair.
Conduct or
I withdraw my request to have the bill read at length.
Thank you, Representative Winter. Who would like to speak to the amendment? We're still on L012. Representative Woodrow. Seeing no, okay. Representative Woodrow.
We ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Yeah. L012, okay. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interesting bill. A confluence between Marxist ideology and scientific illiteracy. So we don't have any goals here. So what I'd like to know is we have this greenhouse gas reduction targets, and if you're going to have a target, it's going to be measured. And so if we're going to measure something, we should probably have an idea what it's for and to what end. Right now we're just I don't know, we're just shooting into the dark at a ghost. So I would like to know from the sponsor, because if we look at this, the greenhouse gas reduction goals, what are the greenhouse gases that we're talking about? Because carbon dioxide is 0.04% of the atmosphere, which is 4 parts in 10,000. And the water vapor, which is the primary greenhouse, what we'd call the greenhouse gas, is the primary greenhouse gas is water vapor, which is about 100 times that. So about 400 parts in 10,000 at least. So I've asked the Colorado Energy Office, Dr. Tour specifically. Dr. Tour had absolutely no idea what our greenhouse gas reduction goals were, other than eliminating them, and had no idea why we were eliminating them. And for the people that had signed on to the bills that were referenced by Dr. Tour, none of them know what the greenhouse gas reduction goals would achieve.
Representative DeGraff, if you wouldn't mind ensuring that you are not implying that what other people know or do not know, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know what they do not do or do not know. I know what they did not supply me, and what they did not supply me, do it through the CORA request that I don't have right here right now. But when I asked what were the climate goals and how would carbon dioxide reductions achieve them, none, zero, a net of zero, had any idea how they would do that. There were some documents that I was referred to. None of them had carbon dioxide goals, reduction goals. So if we're going to reduce greenhouse gases in the state of Colorado, I would like for one of the sponsors to come up and explain what exactly, in a measurable effect, what exactly this will achieve in terms of temperature, in terms of climate. Because, and I'm just going to give you a little help on the math here, according to the Colorado Energy Office, we can reduce, if Colorado went net zero, like you go with the mass starving, people freeze to death, all those wonderful things that go along with net zero that seem to be the intent, although I'm not saying it is. 0.125 billion tons divided by the 3,200 billion tons in the atmosphere, and that would be 40 parts in 1 million. 40 parts in 1 million of less than 10%, and I know I've given the sponsors both this math before, so I don't know why they wouldn't have a chance to address this. So 40 parts in less than 40 parts in a million of 10% of the greenhouse gas effect. What is at a cost estimated to be $10,000 per person per year? So for an average Colorado family of 3.5 members, that would be about $35,000 per year would be the cost of this net zero if we could achieve this goal. So I want to know, in terms of temperature, because that's what we're talking about with climate, and the sponsors have had plenty of time to phone a friend, talk to all the climate justice warriors they want. I want to know from the sponsors what exactly, because the IPCC themselves estimates that if we go net zero, if the entire United States went net zero by 2100, it could potentially reduce the temperature in the world by less than 1/3 of 1 degree Fahrenheit. So I want to know from the sponsors, who should have done the science on this, because they're saying that we need to do this greenhouse gas reduction, we need to have an idea of what this reduction will do. Because the math says nothing. The math says it will do nothing. The math what? Okay, I thought I was getting some help from the back row there, but so less than 1 part in a trillion is your overall global. So I think the sponsors should come up here and tell Colorado how many degrees this reduction will do. because what we're doing is when the governor at the beginning of the year promised that he would solve the traffic problem and solve the water runoff down to zero, what probably people didn't think that what he had in mind was getting rid of all your private property and putting buildings everywhere for the, true Calcutta-style zoning. And then also getting rid of your cars. I noticed that when he said the governor said he was going to solve the traffic problem and traffic congestion, everyone kind of applauded. But the reason, the way he was going to do that, through this bill that was delivered by Glitter-Powered Unicorn over the rainbow of good intentions, the way that that's going to be done is getting rid of your cars. So they didn't tell you that. That's your bait and switch. So for getting rid of your cars, getting rid of your parking spaces, getting rid of your open spaces, turning all of your parking lots into high-rise apartment buildings, maybe because we want to make busing viable, I would like to know specifically how many degrees this will change our climate and how that will save the world. How the sponsors are gonna save the planet through this, because Colorado's overall impact on less than 10% of the greenhouse gas effect is 40 parts in 1 million total, all of it, all of Colorado. So I'm really interested to know from the sponsor how that's going to work.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Representative DeGraff.
I had asked a very specific question of the sponsor, so I was hoping that there was going to be a very specific answer, or are we just ceding that the sponsor has no idea as to what this bill will achieve or why it's being imposed on the people of Colorado?
Thank you, Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the record, everyone, I'm trying very much to come up here and get a word in edgewise to answer my colleague's question. The answer to the question is, we are not here to relitigate whether or not anthropogenic climate change is real or whether or not the state has carbon reduction goals. We do. The reason it's referred to in this amendment, and indeed in the bill, is because the part of the thrust of this bill is to meet that goal. And one of the reasons why existing funding within CDOT will be used for this purpose is because it's tied to that goal, and that is the answer to that question.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the answer from the sponsor in that this bill, that the Colorado Energy Office, that the governor, that any legislator has absolutely no idea what it will achieve, and admitting that it will achieve actually nothing. So that
Representative DeGraff, I don't believe that's what the sponsor of the bill said. I think the sponsor of the bill said that they weren't here to relitigate the issue, not that there wasn't a specific answer for you. So if you could please refrain from rephrasing what you believe people know, that would be appreciated.
Okay. I will go with then what the IPCC says, since that's kind of where the sponsor has previously alluded, and the IPCC says that the absolute max effect of the United States going to net zero, if all of the other countries did not raise theirs, which China and India have raised their carbon dioxide output by tenfold for our one, they've increased their output by 10 gigatons for our 1 gigaton decrease. So that completely negates anything that this will accomplish. This won't accomplish anything. It actually has the negative effect of going in the opposite direction. Fortunately, carbon dioxide is not a pollutant, which is something that the DNR office has not been able to answer. The chief biology people in the state cannot answer what carbon dioxide has to do with photosynthesis, which is everything. And the bill sponsors cannot point to a single metric as to what this will achieve. But they're passing a bill that says we want to increase the cost, we want to cram as many people into as small a living space as possible, and we admit that we have no idea what it will achieve. This is not litigating. This would be referencing This is not relitigating the foolishness of the anthropogenic climate change. This is taking that data that should exist and breaking it down into something codifiable as to what this will achieve. What this will achieve is nothing. So nothing at any expense is an infinite cost. So the only reason for doing this bill, to impose all of these things on Colorado, is nothing to do with science. It has nothing to do with math. It has all to do with an ideological imposition. And if the sponsors cannot answer it, they should not be legislating in this field. The legislators are only legislating their scientifically baseless ideology and imposing that on the people of Colorado at great expense. And if they cannot stand up here and tell Colorado what this will achieve in terms of greenhouse gas and why we would want to do that, because carbon dioxide is the molecule of life, if they cannot do that, they should not be legislating in this space. If you don't know the answer, you should not be legislating. So tell me, from the data that you must have, break it down, what it will achieve if we achieve all of carbon dioxide. Are you saying, let's see, this would be, if it would achieve net zero across the world, would be 35 billion gigatons. 35 billion gigatons, and that would, and the U.S. would be approximately 15% of that 2%. So we're looking at 40 millionths. We're looking at 40 million. So 40 millionths, let's just say 40 millionths of a maximum of 1/3 of 1 degree Fahrenheit. So I'll be very generous to the sponsors and say that the math maybe would support 40 millionths of 1/3 of 1 degree Fahrenheit. And that's it. I mean, I would certainly welcome the climate justice warriors to come down and counter the math and add to the math. I see one rising. Oh, he sat down.
Sorry, excuse me, Representative DeGraff. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on second readings. We would like to be able to hear what's being said in the well. Can you please keep it down? Thank you.
Okay. So I think I've made my point that evasion of this is, let's just call evasion of this an admission that you got nothing. It's been, I posed these questions over 6 months ago. I posed these same questions last year. Nobody in this room has any idea what these reductions will achieve, other than the virtue preening of feeling like you're saving the planet. Let me just tell you, you are not a climate god. And whatever you do with your carbon footprint, it is not going to change the climate. And you need to stop scaring the children. And you need to stop railroading humanity into your little totalitarian prison. So I would like, if you're going to cite science, I would like to know what that science does. And I contend, and I've proven, and I've shown you, it's nothing. So other than that you want to build a totalitarian prison in Colorado, I want to know what this is going to achieve. And I'm not seeing any of the climate justice warriors coming up to defend the position. None. Zero. Net zero. Again, this is Marxist ideology allied with scientific illiteracy.
Representative DeGraff, we don't like to refer to people as being Marxist or socialist or anything else. If we could please keep it to the topic at hand, which right now is L012.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L0192 again talks about greenhouse reduction targets, and if we're going to reduce our greenhouse gas if we're going to reduce our greenhouse gases, four molecules in 10,000. That's how many molecules there are. Guess how many molecules in 10,000 before cell death of all the plants? Guess how many? 2. 2. Guess how much life is made for? Before you get any negative consequences of carbon dioxide, human life, does just fine up to 10,000 parts per million. That's 2,500% more carbon dioxide than we have in the atmosphere right now. 2,500%. Human life, whether you look at it as evolved or created, deals with 2,500% more carbon dioxide just fine. 25,000 times. So 250 times, sorry. 2,500%. So the idea that we are, and if you go from 3 parts in 10,000 to 4 parts in 10,000 to 8 parts in 10,000, you change the atmospheric energy by 1%. 1% of 10%. If you reduce it from 400 to 2, it doesn't matter because everything dies. We are in a carbon dioxide desert. We're not in a glut. We're not in a glut. You can talk to the physics chair of Princeton University, of MIT. If you go from 4 parts in 10,000 to 2 parts in 10,000, your energy change is 1% of 10%, less than 10%. If you go from 400 to 800, it changes 1%. It doesn't matter what we do with carbon dioxide. The magic of carbon dioxide is that if you go from 3 to 4, you can breathlessly say it's increased by 33%. That is the magic of carbon dioxide. And then you can induce panic with all the children. And then they can become legislators. The only value that carbon dioxide has in this is that if you go from 3 to 4, it's a 33% increase. That's it. You decrease energy, you increase energy by 1% of 10%. If you go down to photosynthesis, the end of photosynthesis, you'll change it by 1% of less than 10%. So you have these greenhouse gas reduction goals that will be absolutely nothing because there are 3,500 billion tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So I think I've given the sponsor enough to work with to tell me what 40 parts in 1 million, if Colorado goes through all of the expense and death that will accompany it, what will it achieve in terms of atmospheric temperature? I just want a simple answer.
Thank you. The question before us is L012. All in favor in L012, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. L012 is adopted. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we did some work in preparation for our Appropriations Committee hearing. This is kind of where we have pared down quite a bit of what the bill is going to cost because we have CO and Department of Transportation and DOLA working together on this use and needs study, made it more flexible, has brought the cost down tremendously so that they can do it within existing resources, and we would ask for your yes vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, all in favor of the, sorry, which one?
Appropriations.
No, we already did appropriations. No, we just amended the appropriations. Okay, the appropriations committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The committee report, do you need to speak on the appropriations committee report, Representative Wilson?
Okay.
Okay, my apologies. We will go ahead and let Representative Wilson speak to the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this bill and the amendment are going to be quite large changes for municipalities, counties to handle. So I move Amendment L018 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, and L018, to be clear, is to the committee report, yes? The Appropriations Committee report? Representative Wilson.
Madam Chair, I withdraw L018.
Okay, thank you. L018 has been withdrawn. So all in favor of the Appropriations Committee report, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Transportation Committee report, Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for being patient with us. Some of what we accomplished in THLG was to be a little bit more clear about who we wanted to have included in this stakeholding process for the use and needs study, even before we combined it and put it under that one due date that's the end of this year. Community-based organization, for instance, some of the strategies and goals that we think were really important for that. This was after extensive stakeholding with our local government partners, our affordable housing advocates, our community-based organizations, transportation advocates, everybody who's really involved in this space to make sure that it's getting them what they need. We improved some of those definitions, which you no doubt recall we amended with even further clarity just a moment ago, and I would ask for your yes vote on the THLG report.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the THLG report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report from the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and colleagues, thank you very much for going over this bill with us, giving us your attention today. I think parking is one of those topics that is surprisingly emotional, and I want to acknowledge why. Because among all the other conveniences that come with having a motor vehicle, at the end of the day, when you get to your destination, you still need somewhere to store it in order to do the thing you left your house for in the first place. And that means that every space that we create in order for someone to store their motor vehicle when they go somewhere, that's a hot commodity. It's actually a very expensive thing. And I think this is really important for us to remember because there is no such thing as free parking. The fact that we have required over the years for private development to oversupply it for free, quote unquote, at the point of use, does not mean that there aren't incredibly expensive externalities. And those are the things that we're wanting to get around with this bill. These parking requirements artificially drive up the cost of construction. They spread people farther and farther away from each other. They add to the transportation costs that we're experiencing and the limited options because they reinforce car dependency. And to boot, we have a whole lot of water runoff issues, heat island effect, and all other kinds of environmental hazards that are in fact interjurisdictional. And that's where this bill comes in, that we are doing this at a more regional and statewide approach. We do recognize, though, that local governments have a lot to handle when it comes to accommodating parking demand, which is why it's been more expedient and more convenient to simply require oversupply by private development. In order to accommodate the kind of disrupting this vicious cycle, we're going to put the state to work providing tools and resources and working with folks on the ground to make sure that that adjustment goes in such a way that it doesn't harm people or leave us with inadequate supply. We see over and over again that when you take away mandatory parking minimums, parking is still installed, it's still available, the sky does not fall, and in fact we find that more businesses and homes are able to set up shop, to thrive, and we just have a more vibrant and better connected community.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you to my co-prime and good afternoon, colleagues. Today we are discussing the removal of varying government mandates on parking construction. Across the United States, it's estimated that we have 8 parking spaces per automobile. Colorado's abundance of off-street parking is expensive. On average, it costs $28,000 to build one parking space and twice as much if it's underground. That financial burden is passed on to consumers whether or not they drive or can afford a car. Builders and owners bundle the cost of parking into the price of goods, services, and housing, even for those who don't own a car. For affordable housing projects where monthly rents are capped as a share of income, excessive parking mandates mean projects sacrifice new affordable housing for parking. Estimates say that developers could build one affordable home for the cost of 8 new parking spaces. Rental and low-income households are forced to pay for parking that they don't need or want. For example, 53% of low-income households in no transit do not own a vehicle, yet many municipalities mandate 1.5 to 2.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Parking mandates affect businesses too, causing excess parking and limiting development on commercial main streets that should support casual and convenient shopping on foot. They particularly harm local businesses on small parcels, where having to provide even a few parking spaces can make opening their businesses impossible. For shopping centers, parking mandates increase project costs by 93%, negatively affecting investors, developers, and business owners. Removing these mandates not only saves money, it also gives businesses the flexibility to reduce parking demand through shared parking arrangements and investments in more efficient transportation. Discussions of an area's affordability often focus on housing costs. While housing is the largest share of spending for most households, a more robust picture of affordability also should include transportation costs, since they are generally the second largest share and represent a significant portion of household spending. This bill tackles both affordability issues by right-sizing market demand for parking and limiting forced development cost floors. The Department of Housing Stability in Denver, HOST, estimates that after LIHTC financing, there's a funding gap equal to $37,000 per unit in the city of Denver, a gap that the city and state funds have to cover to ensure these apartments get built. We are taking taxpayer dollars and spending it on unnecessary parking when we could be creating more units in livable neighborhoods. The study shows that we spent $9.3 million over the last 6 years on parking that is not used in affordable housing. With those funds, we could have built an entire new PSH project with 40 units. We built parking when we could have housed people. With limited public funding available and sprawl maintenance eating away at your House district's municipal budgets, better utilization of limited land will make municipal budgeting more sustainable through sales and use tax revenue increases from businesses and mixed-use commercial districts, increasing your base property tax revenues and land value capture opportunities, and reduction of maintenance costs from induced demand for driving. This policy can and should be implemented. Other jurisdictions have done so. In Minneapolis, St. Paul, rents increased, where they got rid of parking minimums, rents increased 1% over a 5-year period, while nationally they increased 27%. Multiple states are looking at statewide parking minimum mandate bans. Our bill takes a more narrow approach on affecting municipalities within our MPOs with a floor of alternative transportation options. We even heard from stakeholders that financing institutions will still require parking due to the known market of American consumers with entrenched vehicle dependency and ensuring residential occupancy. This policy will allow each project the right to supply the amount of parking the market demands with ADA protections maintained. This bill will lower the cost of housing and commercial leases and limit the negative costs incurred by municipalities, public health, and environmental degradation due to vehicle usage and storage mandates. Please support the bill for a more sustainable and affordable Colorado.
Thank you. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would like to talk a little bit about the study that is proposed in this bill, beginning on page 10 or 11. Sorry, 11. I would like to accordingly move Amendment L016 to House Bill 1304 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you.
Thank
L016 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Representative Frizzell.
This is an amazing amendment, folks. This amendment really speaks to, it is very appropriate for local governments and regional organizations to have some level of involvement in the study. And because they know their communities and can provide critical input on incentives, local needs, and that sort of thing. This is an important amendment for local governments' voices to be heard in this process, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Douglas County and from El Paso County, actually, I believe, for suggesting this amendment. This works really well with everything we're trying to accomplish. We could have been a little bit more explicit, I think, about including our local jurisdictions to make sure that they don't get left out of this conversation. It's a friendly amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Woodrow.
Ditto. Thank you, Rep. Frizzell. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L016. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L016 is adopted. Is there further discussion on HB 241304? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, indeed, there is. Members, I would like to ask that I move L017 to House Bill 1304 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. L017 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. I think if you liked the last amendment, you're going to love this one. This particular amendment adds language to the legislative declaration about the value of local government partners in handling things like transportation infrastructure and housing. How important it is for local government's voice to be at the table as we have these critical conversations. I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate where my colleague from Douglas County is coming from with this. I do feel like we covered this pretty well, especially with the adoption of our last amendment. There's some language in here I think might kind of confuse things, and I don't feel that it particularly adds to the bill. I will ask for a no vote, please.
Thank you. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under this bill, with this amendment makes local governments and state government get together and work on this. Without this, where do the decisions about parking minimums, where they take, what is the process there? What is going to happen in our communities, and how are residents engaged in this process as we, have new developments and we increase our density? Where does that all work together? I'd like to see if the sponsors could expand on that.
Thank you. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not sure how else to answer this, but I'll just reiterate. So to my colleague from El Paso County, the amendment you offered us that we just adopted does exactly what you're suggesting with what's going into what would go into the ledge deck here. So when our departments plus CEO conduct this study and coordinate with all of our partners on the ground, like these folks that you're naming in this amendment here, they will be there. We've already prescribed it in the bill. So I would consider that covered, and I'll ask again for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be really quick. And this is for the sponsors, but just in general, that local governments are partners, and we're partners mostly not even with the state, but with the constituents in which we represent that we see in the grocery stores and on Main Street. And so I support this amendment and would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to just say that I agree with the Minority Leader that local governments are partners. And for those who have been working on these issues at the state level for the last 2 sessions or more, I cannot emphasize enough how grateful we are to our local government partners for coming to the table, for being willing to share their feedback, for being willing to listen as well. And so, our no vote or asking for a no vote on this amendment in no way, shape, or form should diminish that. In fact, the prior amendment that we just accepted in a substantive way makes sure that local governments and MPOs are at the table. So respectfully, we ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Holtorf, is this to the amendment? Okay, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the amendment. To my good representative, who's the bill sponsor, I would like him to reconsider his position. I ask him in the kindest and most professional way. You see, the biggest problem with the bill has to do with the issue of local control, where counties and municipalities have a prohibition. Now, many of us can hearken back to history, and I'm not saying I like to drink Jack and Coke, but I might. But back in the Prohibition days, when you couldn't even buy alcohol in this country, the people rejected the prohibition. I'm going to tie this back to the amendment. They rejected the prohibition. But now we have another prohibition in this bill that this amendment, Madam Chair, is trying to mitigate. Because prohibitions, historically, are not good when they affect local control or a subordinate control. You know, everybody in this chamber, including members of my caucus, most, I can't speak for all, understand what this bill is trying to do. This amendment takes the most distasteful part out of it. The thing that members of my caucus reject. Quit telling municipalities and counties what they can and cannot do. It's local control. You're prohibiting the destiny for those counties and municipalities to have self-rule. Now, Madam Chair, I'm going to need your leadership right now. So please pay attention, because I may get off topic a little bit. Imagine if some higher authority wanted to take away the control and sovereignty of our nation and said, you can't do that. I don't know, the UN, WHO, some other entity.
Okay, let's bring that back.
I thought you'd say that. We would say no, because of sovereignty issues. As sovereigns, municipalities, local governments, counties want the same type of sovereignty. This amendment, which I 110% support, and I'm wrapping up right now, takes care of this issue. So I could, for once in my life, be a yes on one of Woodrow's bills. I want that. Help me. Please, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L017? Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for his very well-articulated thoughts on prohibition and this bill. I would note that we have invited local governments to the table, and they came to the table, and we've included them in the bill. And it is critical, it is crucial that they have a voice. I just don't think that this amendment, just to the ledge deck, gets us there. That's why we accepted the prior amendment, which actually substantively brings them there. Again, we ask for a no.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L017? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L017. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All in favor or all opposed, please say no. No. I'm afraid the noes have it. L017 fails. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe speak into the mic. I cannot hear you well.
Hello.
That's much better. Thank you.
Sorry. Members, I'd like to move Amendment L015 to House Bill 1304 and have it properly displayed.
Thank you. L015 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, ma'am. This allows local governments to implement minimum parking requirements for a specific development if there is a safety or welfare nexus. So let me explain. If people are going to park on the curb because there's not enough parking spots and they need to plow, they need to do those kind of things on that street, the community should be able to say, we need 5 more spaces or we need whatever the specific number is in this development. This isn't a blanket thing. This is about specific developments to help the city maintain their safety and welfare nexus. I think this puts a little common sense to it. This might be something that we can consider. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate what my colleague is looking out for here. Here's what I'll say about this and why I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. We did go over this really extensively with our local government partners. I've talked to the fire chiefs. The biggest way that I think we get around this without necessarily putting parking mandates right back into law is that we have clearly defined what constitutes a parking space so that we are not confusing it with something like a loading zone or an easement or something else that allows for the passage of emergency vehicles or for them to idle when they need to. So we feel like we have covered this adequately in our definition of a parking space, as well as all of the, if you get into your pre-amend, you'll see the whole, notwithstanding this this prohibition or however we have it worded in there. I don't have it in front of me. All of the requirements that local governments can continue to demand of development, aside from a minimum set number of spaces. So I would ask for no vote on this amendment. I feel like we've got it covered.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on L015? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would ask you for a yes vote on this amendment. I understand where the sponsor's coming from, that I'm sure they have done their stakeholding with fire, but on the east side of both of our districts, there is it's the Waldo Canyon burn scar. Those organizations and individuals in that area and the municipality in that area is very concerned with how we handle traffic. And I think this would just reassure areas that might be concerned with this that there is room to do some work for making sure something's safe, even if everybody else it's not needed everywhere else.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L015? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I just have a question of the sponsors. I keep hearing that there have been conversations with local governments, and that in this amendment, the local governments have not agreed to this. I have looked through all local governments, including CML and CCI. There isn't a single local government that agrees with this bill. So how can we keep stating that local government came up with these things? Because it doesn't exist, including Denver.
Thank you. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I misspoke at any point, I'm happy to correct the record. I don't think at any point I said or would say that local governments brought this idea to us, and I understand there's not a ton of agreement about this. However, everything that we have amended into the bill was based on their feedback about concerns about how the bill would be implemented if and when passed, regardless of whether or not they remain in an opposed position to the bill. And just for the record, oppose, amend, didn't really matter. We have continued to talk to everyone, regardless of their position on the bill. And everyone who did engage with us and work with us, we were able to incorporate a lot of their suggestions into the bill, and the loading zone and accommodations for safety were among them. In clearly defining a parking space, what we have determined and what was agreed to by a number, like the Planning Association, which supports our bill, is that it does not prevent, the definition of a parking space ensures that we have not prevented any local government from requiring a reasonable amount of space or however much space they need for things like emergency services. We're strictly talking about oversupplying storage for cars, and this is already covered in that language.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L015? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I again, don't want to take things too literal, but we take feedback for the purpose of making modifications, for improving, for listening. There is nothing in this that indicates whatsoever that the feedback that was given by local government, that was given by CML and others, feedback is intended to help a bill. This feedback, in my humble estimation, looks like it went on deaf ear.
Thank you. And with that, the question before us is the passage of L015. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The noes have it. L015 fails. And I want to announce that there are 10 minutes remaining in the debate. So thank you, folks. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My good colleague from Grand Junction, I think, brought up some incredibly important points about the validity of partnership, the importance of partnership. It does not feel that local governments have really been listened to in this particular work that is this bill. And as such, I would like to move Amendment L013 to House Bill 1304 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. There we go. L013 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Representative Frizzell.
Absolutely. This is a very simple amendment. Members, this amendment makes this bill permissive. In other words, it makes it an opt-in for a local government entity. You know, I understand the bill sponsors' desire to respond to the challenge of housing and working around some quote-unquote overparked areas in the state, but it really swings way too far in the opposite direction. This bill creates an unprecedented breadth of overreach by the state of Colorado. And things like this type of parking requirements, parking restrictions, those have been implemented in individual cities in Colorado, outside of Colorado, but I don't believe really at this scale, statewide. Moreover, I want to reiterate a point that was made earlier by me and by others of my caucus. We have got to acknowledge that local governments are partners of the state of Colorado, and it's really inappropriate to mandate sweeping policies that limit the ability of a local government to respond to the needs of their community. With that, I ask for an aye vote, and I'm hopeful that you will agree with me.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. Shall is not a consent to the governed. Everybody took an oath in this room. We pledge allegiance to the flag this morning. We pledge allegiance to the founding documents. Shall is a violation. Shall is a violation of the oath that we took to be in this office. We all agreed to play by a certain set of rules, whether you think it's just a piece of parchment or not. But this is a shall. This bill is a shall. This is ignorance compounded by arrogance. And this is bad for the state of Colorado. It's bad for precedent. This entire bill, this amendment helps ease that. What we've already heard from the sponsors is that they have no scientific basis whatsoever for this bill. The bill will not lower prices. It is a sop to YIMBY legislators and developers. It is not based on truth. It is not based on truth. The sponsors alluded to the support that they have, and the only support that they have from county governments is that they buckled under the pressure of what's going to happen anyways, and then became maybe a little less resistant to something that's going to be crammed down their throat by the state legislators that don't know anything about science on which this is based.
Representative DeGraff, if we could still please go back to not referring to what other people know, I would greatly appreciate it.
They don't know there is science behind this bill. It does not support this bill. It actually counters this bill. The sponsors, the Colorado Energy Office, the governor's office, the governor, have all admitted that they have no basis. They have no climate goals, they have no basis for the climate goals, and they have no idea whatsoever how carbon dioxide would achieve those climate goals if they existed. So this bill is not something to achieve climate goals. This bill is to impose an ideology. This amendment at least steps the ideological imposition of state control, of state overwhelming state control, the jackboot of good intentions. It gets it off the neck of the individual of the government.
Again, Representative DeGraff, if we could please avoid those types of allusions. Many people in our chamber find them to be offensive. Thank you.
I also find it to be offensive. I find the government imposing outside the Declaration of Independence, for which we swore an oath, the violation of that oath that's going on in this office, in this room, by imposing via a shall with absolutely no basis whatsoever. As admitted by the bill sponsors, who consider the actual question to be a matter of, to be something esoteric. It's esoteric to ask what this might solve. It's esoteric. It doesn't have any base. It doesn't have any. So what this bill is saying it's going to achieve is esoteric. That's from the bill sponsors. The only reason for this, imposing this bill, taking people's personal vehicles, the governor promised that he would deal with congestion. How do you do that? Oh, it's get rid of everybody's vehicles. We're going to make low-income housing. No, it's not low-income housing. It's affordable housing, less than 30%, but you messed that up last year with making it 50%. And you build it everywhere. And you create more water downrange for the farmers by putting roof over absolutely every space in the city so it all runs off. The only thing you're doing is making this bill, and it's not making it more affordable. You're going to cram 4 or 5 incomes into a single house. You're going to displace single-family residences. Why? Because ideologically you want to cram as many people to as small a tax. You want to cram as many tax-paying widgets into as small a space as possible.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. I just want to announce that there are 2 minutes left in the debate.
You want some more? So I am offended. I am offended that the oath that we took to the rules of this country, not just a piece of parchment, that they're being violated on a regular basis, that we can't allow our local governments to decide for themselves what's best for the people, because the ideologues in this room need to decide, and they need to cram it down the throats of the citizens of Colorado. That's what's going on here today. This is not some minor bill about carbon dioxide. This is an imposition. This is regulating. This is stealing the very air we breathe. It's not making it better. It's building a totalitarian jail for the people of Colorado. And yes, that offends me. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment to blunt the violation of your oath, maybe remove some of the ideological imposition from the people of Colorado. The state is not meant to be sovereign. The people of the United States are sovereign. You don't what has made this country great, why we have so many people coming to this country, is because the people are sovereign. Fleeing the very countries, the very ideology that you're imposing on a daily basis. It's disgusting.
Is there further discussion on L013? There are 12 seconds left. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I really want you to think before you vote on this amendment. Please vote yes. This is very important that government.
Thank
local
you. I'm
governments have
sorry.
control.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now that we are at time, we need to go immediately to the vote on the amendment. The L013, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. L013 fails. To the bill, HB 24-1304. All in favor, please say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, I will restate that. The motion before us is the passage of HB 24-1304. Let's try that again. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1304 is adopted as amended. Okay, Mr. Schiebel, can you please read the title of HB 24-1346?
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Titone and McCormick, also Senators Hansen and Priola, concerning energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado and in connection therewith, broadening the Energy and Carbon Management Commission's regulatory authority to include regulation of direct air capture facilities and geologic storage operations.
Thank you. And I would like to announce that the debate on 1346 has been limited to 1 hour. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1346 and the committee report.
Thank you. To the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the committee, we added 3 amendments. The 3 amendments had several different provisions in them. One of the most important ones, we removed all the direct air capture parts of the bill. We revised portions regarding financial assurance and a cumulative impact analysis required for geologic storage operations to make clear that these items must be covered all aspects of the operations and not just the surface locations. We added a requirement for ECMC to consult with local governments whose boundaries include lands overlying the reservoir where carbon is proposed to be sequestered. We revised the legislative declaration to focus on the benefit of regulating geologic storage in a protected manner. We changed the definition of carbon dioxide to injection carbon dioxide to provide an increased clarity and remove naturally occurring geologically sourced from the definition. Now we also redefined ECMC operations to include all operations regulated by the Commission to improve consistency in ECMC regulation and ensure that the general provisions of the ECMC Act, such as the enforcement and funding requirements, apply to all operations regulated by the Commission. And we also created a definition of cumulative impacts, which applies to all operations regulated by the Commission pursuant to Article 60, including oil and gas, geologic storage, and underground natural gas storage. We made some conforming changes, striking previous statutory language directing ECMC to establish a cumulative impacts definition. The rulemaking, which is unnecessary now, and there will be a statutory definition. And we have a new deadline for the rules to implement this to September 30th, 2024. So that was a whole bunch of stuff in there. And this came through a lot of stakeholder work with ECMC, a lot of the environmental organizations, and all the partners that ECMC work with to make sure that we are putting in some good regulatory framework around this bill. So in context of the bill, we're talking about sequestering carbon dioxide. And that's what we're trying to do here is the portion of the regulation ECMC has on regulating carbon dioxide injection into the ground is where this part comes in, whereas there was some things missing from the previous bill last year that did not include this, including the pore space aspect, but that's going to be part of our discussion on the bill. This is the committee report. I ask you to adopt the committee report and ask for a yes vote.
Are there any further conversation to the further discussions to the committee report? Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, colleagues, to the committee report. As you heard, there were some pretty big amendments that were brought in the committee, which was a shame because I actually kind of liked the bill as it was originally drafted. We'll get to that when we talk about the bill. But one of the big things that, as you heard, came in committee, one of the amendments, was this definition of cumulative impacts. And I had a lot of concern about how that came about because if you recall last year, House Bill 23-1294, that piece of legislation actually directed the ECMC to study cumulative impacts and do a rulemaking to come up with a definition for what cumulative impact should mean. That rulemaking was actually scheduled to begin on April 10th of this year. Last year's legislation said it had to be completed no later than April 28th, 2024. And so for almost a year, the ECMC, industry, stakeholders, regulated community, really everybody that's involved here was operating under the impression that in April of 2024, the ECMC will do a rulemaking, and as a result of that rulemaking, the definition for cumulative impacts will be established. And then, about 2 weeks before April 10th rolled around, then we had this bill. Again, I liked the original bill, but as part of the discussions around this bill, then this definition of cumulative impacts was injected into this bill, and that causes me a lot of concern because what we're doing is once again moving the goalposts for ECMC, for industry, for the regulated community, for all of the other stakeholders who have been planning for a year to come up with this definition of cumulative impacts as required by a piece of legislation from last year. And then 2 weeks before all of that is about to go into effect, the rug gets jerked out from under their feet via one of these amendments that's contained in the committee report. And now, instead of having everybody be able to go through the rulemaking to establish the definition of cumulative impact, it is instead established through legislative fiat without any of the robust conversations that everybody has been planning for a year to have about cumulative impact. And so, with that in mind, I move Amendment L012 to the committee report and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment L12 has been moved and properly displayed. Rep. Evans to the amendment.
Thank you. So what this does is there were actually some amendments that I liked in committee. So what this amendment does is this just goes through and surgically removes the definition of cumulative impact wherever it appears in the committee report. So it leaves intact the other good work that was done in committee. Again, there were some amendments that I did like. This just removes that cumulative impact definition because I have concern when the goalposts are moved 2 weeks before the rulemaking that everybody's been planning on for a year is supposed to go into effect. I ask for an aye vote on L012.
Any further discussion on L12? Rep. McCormick.
Thank you, Madam. Is that on? Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleague for bringing his concern before us today. The reason why this actually came forward, actually numerous stakeholders recommended that the legislature actually go ahead and adopt a definition of cumulative impacts in order to ensure consistency across all commission processes. And the definition was crafted with the input from a wide range of stakeholders, including industry, and strikes the balance of a comprehensive and highly protective definition that will be workable in actual practice out there in the real world, that will be implementable and that the agency can stand up. And so we've heard from those that are interested in this industry coming to our state, they're already here, that they will be able to handle this definition. And so this was after not just weeks, but months of listening, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Are there any further conversation to L012? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L12. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The amendment failed. Rep. Evans.
Thank you,
to
Madam Chair.
The committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that's unfortunate, but you guys know me, I never run one amendment, so I have another plan. And as we discussed, moving the goalposts. I appreciate the work, and again, I've had conversations with the sponsors offline, appreciate the work that was done. However, I can speak for my district, for a lot of the stakeholders who still do have a lot of concerns, not only about the definition, but also about the process. Because you see, last year when we were debating House Bill 23-1294, it was suggested that at that point the legislature adopt a definition for cumulative impact. And the negotiation, the stakeholder collaboration that occurred said, hey, let's do this through rulemaking. So that was literally the deal that was struck last year. And now that we've moved one more trip around the sun and the political environment has changed a little bit, rather than honoring the deal from last year, we have this new definition. And so with that in mind, I move Amendment L011 and ask for it to be displayed.
L011 has been moved and properly displayed. Rep. Evans to the amendment.
Thank you. So this amends the Energy and Environment Committee report by recognizing that last year, this body passed a piece of legislation that said how the cumulative impacts definition was to be established. Fast forward a year, and now the legislature is changing how that definition is supposed to be established, which to me raises the question of how stakeholder negotiations are supposed to progress if we're going to change that up. We're going to change up legislation every year, or the next time we think that we can change up something that was stakeholdered and brokered from last year. So if that is going to occur, then that's why I bring L011, which recognizes that there was a lot of time and effort and energy that was invested in preparing for this rulemaking process. And now that that rulemaking process is being changed up, now there's a lot of lost time and effort and money that went into a rulemaking that is now being significantly altered. And so at least the very best that we can do is to reimburse those folks who were preparing for that stakeholder, for that rulemaking. The very least that we can do is reimburse folks who were planning on going through a rulemaking as established last year in a carefully negotiated agreement. We can at least reimburse them for their time and their effort in preparing for them, since this legislation now moves the goalposts again. So I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L011. It's what we ought to do in order to be able to continue good faith negotiations with stakeholders.
Thank you, Rep. Evans. Rep. Wilford, just give me a second. Colleagues, we can hear you. Actually, it's pretty loud. If you can keep it down, that would be great, because Rep. Wilford would like to explain more to the amendment or give you her position. Go ahead, Rep. Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to the representative from Adams County for caring so much about stakeholdering. As one of the original original sponsors of House Bill 1294, I absolutely appreciate this, because it was a really tricky negotiation to get everybody in a good place where we can move forward with the rulemaking. And, you know, I am sure that my colleague is no stranger to the complexities of rulemaking, and it sounds like he's no stranger to stakeholding either. But what I would say is that in consultation with many of the original stakeholders, they are absolutely okay with this provision that is already within the bill to extend the rulemaking into September. Cumulative impacts is in fact a complicated issue, and so I do think that it warrants some additional time. So this amendment is not necessary. The stakeholders are aware of what has happened and are in a good place, and again would ask you to vote no on this amendment. But I do really appreciate my colleagues' interest in stakeholding and the perspectives of all of the groups that were included in the bill last year.
Rep. McCormick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, I wanted to say that doing something that, like what this amendment proposes, could set a troubling precedent. Rulemakings are, by nature, somewhat of a fluid process, and requiring the agency to compensate parties to the rulemaking at any time that could happen could actually discourage agencies in the future to pursue needed regulatory action. And so I hesitate to give this particular amendment a nod because of what it could do for all the other good work that we want to happen through rulemaking in the future. So I do urge a no vote on this amendment.
Rep. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Adams County for highlighting some of the nuances that exist in the Energy and Environment Committee report, because yes, there were several amendments that were brought in committee, one of which, as you heard, was an extension of the rulemaking deadline from April 28th to September of this year. And I will agree with my colleague from Adams County. Stakeholders are in support of that particular component of the amendments that were brought in committee. However, there is still a lot of anxiety around the imposition by legislative fiat of a definition of cumulative impact that is being brought with a very short notice rather than going through the rulemaking. And so I just want to make sure that we're not equivocating, because there are two separate issues. The extension of the rulemaking deadline to September 30th of this year is supported by pretty much every stakeholder that I've talked about. However, the imposition of the cumulative impact definition via legislative fiat, when everybody was anticipating that occurring through rulemaking, there's a lot of anxiety amongst the stakeholders that I'm talking to in that area, and so I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Rep. Evans. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is to the amendment. Thank you. Is there any further discussion to L11? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L11. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The amendment failed. To the committee report, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Rep. Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, colleagues, House Bill 1346. Now that we've talked about the committee report, let's talk about the bill. And I mentioned earlier, the bill is about carbon sequestration for the most part, but this is essentially a cleanup bill for the ECMC. So carbon sequestration is something that's going to happen in our state, whether we want it to or not. And that's because these wells are already starting to be permitted. There's a well being permitted right now, and it's being permitted by the EPA. And the EPA will have all the control over the regulation of that well if it does get the permit and it comes into place. So without this bill, that will be the regulation, and it'll stop there. But this bill will give us additional safeguards, and regulation at the state level. We want to make sure that we have some local control. As we said in the committee report, local control and communication with the local folks where these projects are is going to be important. There's a provision in the bill that extends the statute of limitations from 1 year to 3 years on violations, and that includes anything under ECMC. So if there's a violation that's found, the ECMC can act on it. They can finally get a hold of some of these people who are violating the regulations and actually do something and not be limited to only 1 year. It's a really important provision. So if we don't do this, we won't have any way for landowners who are mineral rights owners. I mean, so think about a mineral right. Mineral right is usually the stuff in the ground. And ECMC involves oil. So let's talk about that. The oil in the pore space. The oil is the stuff that we regulate as a mineral right. But what happens when you have CO2 and you want to put it in the ground? Then the resource becomes the empty space. There's no resource definition for empty space in the statute. So that's what we're trying to fix here with this bill. We're regulating what that empty space, that pore space is, so that way landowners who have the appropriate geologic conditions to store and sequester CO2 in the ground can actually get their essentially mineral rights for that pore space to be able to put the CO2 into the ground. That's important for getting these projects going. So we can get all those mineral rights owners with the pore space get put together to have these wells permitted, and we make sure that all of the safeguards are in place for monitoring and all the other regulations of Class 6 wells, and ECMC will have an additional layer of regulation over top of what that is. And that's what this bill is really important about. You may not agree with what carbon sequestration does or is or how or why we need to do it, but this is a tool that we have to employ if we want to get to the goals of reducing CO2 in our environment. This is one way to do it, is to put it into the ground, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen in our state. It's going to be done. It's going to be regulated by the EPA, but we are not going to let the EPA just be the only regulatory body on this type of stuff. So this bill will give us that regulatory authority over these kinds of installations, and that is a good thing. We also really, with the adoption of the committee report, we really thought a lot about the people who might be impacted by these types of installations. Cumulative impacts. We talked about that in the last bit on the committee report. This is environmental justice stuff. This is the things that we really have to think about when we're putting these kinds of industrial settings into communities or near communities. How are we going to make sure that we're thinking very thoughtfully about what that might have an impact on those communities? We worked really, really thoughtfully with a lot of the stakeholders to make sure that we got all of this right. And this is, the cumulative impacts part of this bill applies to all of ECMC's operations. And that's an important aspect of what this bill really does. It's not just on the carbon sequestration part in particular, but all of it. So this is something I think you'll really be proud of to vote yes on, because we're doing something that we're thinking about the future of how we're going to put some of our CO2 in the ground, helping businesses get tax credits from the federal government to help do the right thing, to take CO2 and put it in a place where it's not going to cause the temperature of our atmosphere to go up. I'm sure there will be some additional commentary after we sit down about CO2 and water vapor and all those things, but that's not what this bill is essentially about. This bill is about regulation of the ECMC and how we do it and how we go beyond to put safeguards in place for the safety of the Coloradans that we represent. So I will turn it over to my co-prime sponsor, which I'm very happy to have on this bill with me.
Rep. McCormick?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime sponsor. I really appreciate her expertise as a person that has great knowledge in this field. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the importance of how currently Colorado does not have a way to define who owns these pore spaces. It's unclear. And just for, I didn't really know anything about Class 6 wells until a couple of years ago when we were running Senate Bill 285, I believe it was, that would give ECMC primacy over, or to be able to apply to the EPA for primacy over these wells. But for those of you that may not know, these wells are not old oil and gas wells that are now empty. They're wells that truly will be used because there are empty spaces deep, deep, deep in the ground, crevices and voids that can be used to permanently store carbon, permanently sequester carbon. And since Colorado law has been unclear on who owns that space, and it's not actually a resource that can be used or sold as a commodity, specifying that that pore space is now owned by the overlying surface owner is an approach that other states have taken, that we are taking in this bill. And the other clarifying piece is how are we going to separate or combine those separate pieces of empty space to be able to utilize these voids and crevices. And we are setting in the bill that amount to 75% of the surface owners need to consent in order for that pore space to be utilized. And that's one of the highest in the country, which shows that we do really care about our property owners and what, they need to have a say in this space. I also wanted to say that the part about extending the violation piece, the statute of limitations, up to, it's currently at 1 year, to go up to 3 years. The other part of what the bill does is it calls out that every single day of a violation, if a violation is continuing, every single day becomes a new violation. So in essence, it has much more teeth in the ability to stop violations and to know that there's still a 3-year statute of limitation on the very last day that the violation is continuing to occur. This is a really big deal to put increased accountability in the system, and really important part of this bill. So I am really excited to be on this bill, especially knowing that these wells are coming to our state already. They're going to happen. And that Colorado needs to have our say in how they happen, where they happen, and the controls and regulations on protecting our public and our landowners are part of this bill, and I urge an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any further discussions? Rep. Bottom, and then Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Chair. I really do like these kind of bills because I take them to friends and family, and we sit around and we just laugh and laugh. Here's the problem with this, is there is a bunch of CO2 in the ground that is constantly leaking out. That's the way it is. So we're going to pump more CO2 in the ground to save the environment from CO2, assuming that somehow we pump it underground and it stays there. Except that it's leaking out all the time. So this is literally an exercise in circular reasoning. It makes no sense. CO2 coming out of the ground, we pump it in the ground. Comes out of the ground, we pump it in the ground. But somehow we've convinced ourselves this will save the planet. Now, I do believe in the free market mentality of this, because you're going to have to pay somebody that owns this land to pump this CO2 underground, which is already under there. So they're not worried about it because it's already there and it's going to be leaking out. But they get a lot of money from the state to accomplish absolutely nothing except a nice big circle of CO2 coming out, CO2 coming in. But the good thing is this is how we fix that, is we change the name of the CO2 going in to injectable CO2. That way it's way different than the CO2 coming out, which is CO2. And so these are the, like I said, these are the kind of bills that I enjoy. I thoroughly enjoy these. It's, sometimes it does get a little boring around the Bottoms household, and we pull out some bills and begin to read them. This is what makes life go around. So I urge a no vote on this kind of silliness.
Rep. Armagost?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know a lot of people in here, myself included, aren't as savvy in this area as people like my carbon-informed colleague over here from El Paso County. So with that, I think for everyone to get the same amount of knowledge on this subject, I request the bill be read at length.
Second regular session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado introduced. LLS No. 24 to 904.01 Sarah Lozano X 3858 House Bill 24 to 1346. House Committees Senate Committees Energy and Environment. A bill for an Act 101 concerning energy and carbon management regulation in 102 Colorado, and, in connection therewith, broadening 103 the Energy and Carbon Management Commission's 104 regulatory authority to include regulation of direct 105 air capture facilities and geologic storage operations. Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill expands the authority of the Energy and Carbon Management Commission to include the regulation of House sponsorship Titten and McCormick. Senate sponsorship Hansen and Priola. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Facilities that use equipment to capture a significant quantity of carbon dioxide directly from the ambient air, direct air capture facility, and activities performed for the purpose of engaging in the injection and underground sequestration of carbon dioxide in pore space, geologic storage operations. The Commission may reimpose any regulatory responsibility or financial assurance obligation imposed on a person that exercises the right to control the conduct of geologic storage operations, geologic storage operator, if the geologic storage operator makes a material misrepresentation or omission that causes the Commission to approve a site closure, and assess and collect regulatory and permitting fees from geologic storage operators. The bill also allows the Commission to hire and designate employees of the Commission as administrative law judges who have the authority to administer proceedings on behalf of the Commission. Current law provides a statute of limitations of 1 year after the date of an alleged violation of energy and carbon management laws, violation. The bill changes this statute of limitations to 3 years after the discovery of the alleged violation and provides that the 3-year statute of limitations period does not apply if information regarding the alleged violation is knowingly or willfully concealed by the alleged violator. The bill also expands the following energy and carbon management law areas to include geologic storage operations and direct air capture facilities. Enforcement and civil penalty procedures. Use of the Energy and Carbon Management Cash Fund by the Commission. Mitigation of adverse environmental impacts by the Commission or an operator, and state agency and local government authority over oil and gas development. The Commission is required to adopt rules related to the permitting and regulation of direct air capture facilities. When reviewing an application for a direct air capture facility, the Commission must consider whether a setback of the direct air capture facility from certain areas is necessary and reasonable to protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. The Commission may assess and collect permitting and regulatory fees from the operators of direct air capture facilities. The bill also establishes that ownership of a portion of a pore space necessary for geologic storage, sequestration estate, is vested in the -2, HB 24-1346. Owner of the overlying surface estate if the sequestration estate has not been separately severed, conveyed, or reserved. Any conveyance of the ownership of an overlying surface estate also conveys the grantor's ownership of any sequestration estate except in certain circumstances, and A conveyance of the ownership of a mineral estate does not convey the grantor's ownership in the sequestration estate unless the conveyance instrument provides for the conveyance. Upon application of any interested person, the Commission must hold a hearing and enter an order, providing for the formation of a unit of one or more geologic storage resources, geologic storage unit, if the Commission finds that the geologic storage unit is reasonably necessary to effectuate a geologic storage project. The order must include terms and conditions that are just and reasonable and establish a plan for operations of the geologic storage unit plan. An order is effective only if the plan has been approved by those persons that collectively own at least 75% of the geologic storage resources included in the geologic storage unit area, required approval, and the Commission makes a finding in the order of the required approval. The bill also allows a local government to request that the Director of the Commission appoint a technical review board to assist a local government in analyzing and answering any technical questions regarding the local government's land use regulations. The bill also requires the Department of Public Health and Environment, to develop carbon dioxide accounting procedures for geologic storage operations and direct air capture facilities. The Commission must compile relevant data to support the carbon dioxide accounting procedures and work collaboratively with the Department in implementing the carbon dioxide accounting procedures. The Commission and the Department must also work collaboratively to address air emissions from direct air capture facilities and geologic storage operations. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 34-60-102, add 3. 3 as follows. For 34-60-102. Legislative Declaration. 3. IT is further declared. 5. To be in the best interest of the state for the Commission to. 3. HB 24-1346. 1. Implement and administer a program for the permitting and 2. Regulation of direct air capture facilities and geologic storage. 3. Operations because the capture and storage of carbon dioxide. 4. Is an important tool in achieving the state's 5 greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, as set forth in Section 625-7-102, 2, G, 7, B. Provides benefits to the state and global environment. 8. By reducing carbon dioxide emissions. 9. C. Provides just transition opportunities. 10. Retain 10. Workers. And 11. D. Enables the use of Colorado's abundant natural 12 resources for the permanent storage of carbon dioxide. 13. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 34-60-103 as 14 follows. 15. 34-60-103. Definitions, rules. As used in this Article 60, unless 16 the context otherwise requires. 17, 1, and, includes the word or and the use of the word or. 18 includes the word and. The use of the plural includes the singular and 19 the use of the singular includes the plural. 20, 2, carbon dioxide means naturally occurring. 21 geologically sourced or anthropogenically sourced carbon 22 dioxide, including its derivatives and all mixtures, combinations. 23 in phases, whether liquid, gaseous, supercritical, or solid. And 24 whether stripped, segregated, or divided from any other fluid. 25 stream. 26, 3a, carbon dioxide flow line means a segment of pipe 27 transferring carbon dioxide between the wellhead of a Class 6. 4, HB 24-1346. 1. Injection well and a pipeline regulated by the Pipeline and 2. Hazardous Materials Safety Administration of the United States. 3. Department of Transportation or the Public Utilities Commission. 4. B. Carbon dioxide flow line does not include pipelines. 5. Regulated by the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety. 6. Administration of the United States Department of 7. Transportation or the Public Utilities Commission. 8. 4. Class 6 injection well means a well drilled 9 pursuant to a permit for a Class 6 injection well issued under 10 the Federal Safe Drinking Water ACT 42U.S.C. SEC 300 FETSEQ 11 as amended. 12, 2, 5, Commission means the Energy and Carbon Management 13 Commission created in Section 34-60-104.3, 1. 14, 3, 6, Common Source of Supply is synonymous with pool as 15 defined in this section. 16, 4, 7, A, correlative rights means that each owner and 17 producer in a common pool or source of supply of oil and gas shall must 18 have an equal opportunity to obtain and produce the owner's or 19 producers just an equitable share of the oil and gas underlying such 20 the pool or source of supply. 21, B, as used in Section 34-60-142, correlative rights means 22 that each owner of a sequestration estate must have an equal 23 opportunity to utilize the owner's just and equitable share of 20 for the underlying geologic storage resource. 25, 8a, direct air capture facility means a facility that 26 uses equipment to capture a significant quantity of carbon 27 dioxide directly from the ambient air or as otherwise defined by 5, HB 24-1346. 1. The Commission by rule. 2b, direct air capture facility does not include a 3 facility that engages in incidental capture of carbon dioxide. 4. 9, disproportionately impacted community has the 5 meanings set forth in Section 24-4-109, 2b, 2. 6, 4.3, 10, Division of Parks and Wildlife means the division of 7 parks and wildlife identified in Article 9 of Title 33. CRS. 8, 11, Energy and Carbon Management Operations means 9 oil and gas operations, geologic storage operations, and 10 operations of direct air capture facilities. 11, 12, energy and carbon management operator means an 12 operator, a geologic storage operator, and an operator of a 13 direct air capture facility. 14, 4.5, 13, exploration and production waste means those wastes 15 that are generated during the drilling of and production from oil and gas 16 wells, during the drilling of and production from wells for deep. 17 geothermal operations, as defined in section 37-90.5-103, regulated. 18 by the Commission pursuant to Article 90.5 of Title 37, or during primary 19 field operations and that are exempt from regulation as hazardous wastes 20 under Subtitle C of the Federal Resource Conservation and Recovery Act 21 of 1976, 42 U.S.C. Secs. 6901 to 6934, as amended. 22, 5, 14, gas means all natural gases and all hydrocarbons not 23 defined in this section as oil. 24, 15, geologic storage means the injection and 25 underground sequestration of carbon dioxide in a geologic 26 storage resource pursuant to a valid Class 6 permit issued 27 pursuant to the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, 42 U.S.C. -6, HB 24-1346. 1 second 300 FETSEQ, as amended. 2, 16, geologic storage facility means the specific part of 3A geologic storage resource that is utilized for geologic 4 storage, together with the well or wells and all surface 5 equipment and disturbances associated with the geologic 6 storage operations at the geologic storage location. 7, 17, geologic storage location means a definable area 8 where a geologic storage operator uses or intends to use the 9 surface of the land in order to operate a geologic storage 10 facility. 11, 18, geologic storage operations means activities 12 performed for the purpose of engaging in geologic storage in the 13th state, including 14a, the following activities related to the operation of a 15 geologic storage facility, 16, drilling test bores and monitoring wells, 17, 2, siting, 18, 3, installing and operating carbon dioxide flow lines, 19, 4, drilling, 20, v, deepening, 21, 6, RCOMPLETNG, 22, 7, reworking, and 23, 8, abandoning. 24, b, injecting carbon dioxide for the purpose of geologic 25 storage, 26, c, any constructing, site preparing, or reclaiming 27 activities associated with the activities described in subsection. -7, HB 24-1346. 1, 18a, or 18b, of this section, and 2d, any other activities determined by the Commission 2-3b necessary to protect and minimize adverse impacts associated with geologic storage 2 public health, safety, welfare, the 5 environment, and natural resources. 6, 19, geologic storage operator means any person that 7 exercises the right to control the conduct of geologic storage 8 operations. 9, 20, a, geologic storage resource means pore space 10 necessary for geologic storage. 11, b, geologic storage resource does not include an 12 underground source of drinking water, as defined IN 40 CFR 13144.3. 14, 21, geologic storage unit means a unit of 1 or more 15 geologic storage resources or parts of a geologic storage 16 resource established by the Commission pursuant to section 1734-60-142. 18, 22, geologic storage unit area means any geologic 19 storage resource or part of a geologic storage resource, 20 included in a geologic storage unit. 21, 5.3, 23, local government means except with regard to 22 section 34-60-104, 2, a, 23, municipality or city and county within whose boundaries and 24 oil and gas location, geologic storage location, or direct air 25 capture facility is sited or proposed to be sited, or 26, b, county, if an oil and gas location, geologic storage 27 location, or direct air capture facility is sited or proposed to be. -8, HB 24-1346. 1 sited within the boundaries of the county but is not located within a 2 municipality or city and county. 3, 5.5, 24, minimize adverse impacts means, to the extent for necessary and reasonable to protect public health, safety, and welfare, the 5 environment, and wildlife resources, 2, 6a, avoid adverse impacts from oil and gas energy and carbon 7 management operations, and 8b, minimize and mitigate the extent and severity of those impacts 9 that cannot be avoided. 10, 6, 25, oil means crude petroleum oil and any other 11 hydrocarbons, regardless of gravities, which that are produced at the 12 well in liquid form by ordinary production methods and which that are 13 not the result of condensation of gas before or after it leaves the reservoir. 14, 6.2, 26, oil and gas facility means equipment or 15 improvements used or installed at an oil and gas location for the 16 exploration, production, withdrawal, treatment, or processing of crude oil. 17 condensate, exploration and production waste, or gas. 18, 6.4, 27, oil and gas location means a definable area where a 19 oil and gas operator has disturbed or intends to disturb the land surface in 20 order to locate an oil and gas facility. 21, 6.5, 28, oil and gas operations means exploration for oil and 22 gas, including 23, a, the conduct of seismic operations and the drilling of test 24 bores, 25, b, the siting, drilling, deepening, recompletion, reworking, or 26 abandonment of an oil and gas well, underground injection well, or gas 27 storage well. Dash 9, HB 24-1346. 1. C. Production operations related to any such well described in 2 subsection 28b of this section, including the installation of flow 3 lines and gathering systems. 4. D. The generation, transportation, storage, treatment, or disposal 5 of exploration and production wastes. And 6. E. Any construction, site preparation, or reclamation activities 7 associated with such the operations described in this subsection 28. 8. 6.8. 29. Operator means any person who that exercises the 9 right to control the conduct of oil and gas operations. 10. 7. 30. Owner means the person who that has the right to drill 11 into and produce from a pool and to appropriate the oil or gas he the 12 person produces therefrom from the pool either for himself the 13 person or others or for himself the person and others, including the 14 owner of a well capable of producing oil or gas, or both. 15. 7.1. 31. Parks and Wildlife Commission means the Parks and 16 Wildlife Commission created in Section 33-9-101. CRS. 17. 7.5. 32. Permit means any permit, sundry notice, notice of 18 intention, or other approval, including any conditions of approval, which 19 that is granted, issued, or approved by the Commission. 28. 33. Person means any natural person, corporation, 21 association, partnership, receiver, trustee, executor, administrator, 22 guardian, fiduciary, or other representative of any kind and includes any 23 department, agency, or instrumentality of the state or any governmental 24 subdivision thereof of the department, agency, or instrumentality 25 of the state. 26. 9. 34. Pool means an underground reservoir containing a 27 common accumulation of oil or gas, or both. Each zone of a general. Dash 10, HB 24-1346. One structure, which zone is completely separated from any other zone in the 2 structure, is covered by the word pool as used in this article Article 60. 3. 35. Pore space means a cavity or void, whether natural for or artificially created, in a subsurface stratum. 5. 10. 36. Producer means the owner of a well capable of 6 producing oil or gas, or both. 7. 37. Sequestration estate means a portion of a geologic 8 storage resource. 9. 10.5. 38. Surface owner means any person owning all or part 10 of the surface of land upon which oil and gas energy and carbon 11 management operations are conducted, as shown by the tax records of 12 the county in which the tract of land is situated, or any person with such 13 rights under a recorded contract to purchase. 14. 10.7. 39. Underground natural gas storage cavern means a 15 facility that stored natural gas in an underground cavern or abandoned 16 mine on or before January 1, 2000. An underground natural gas storage. 17. Cavern includes all surface or subsurface rights and appurtenances. 18. Associated with the underground injection, storage, and withdrawal of 19 natural gas, but does not include any compressor stations or pipeline 20 facilities subject to regulation by the Public Utilities Commission or the 21 United States Department of Transportation. 22. 11. 40. Waste, as applied to gas. 23. A. Includes the escape, blowing, or releasing, directly or 24 indirectly into the open air, of gas from wells productive of gas only, or 25 gas in an excessive or unreasonable amount from wells producing oil or 26 both oil and gas, and the production of gas in quantities or in such manner 27 as unreasonably reduces reservoir pressure or, subject to subsection. Dash 11, HB 24-1346. 1. 11, b, 40, b, of this section, unreasonably diminishes the quantity of oil to or gas that ultimately may be produced, excepting gas that is reasonably 3 necessary in the drilling, completing, testing, and in furnishing power for the production of wells, and 5, b, does not include the non-production of gas from a formation 6 if necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, 7 or wildlife resources as determined by the Commission. 8, 12, 41, waste, as applied to oil, 9, a, includes underground waste, inefficient, excessive, or 10 improper use or dissipation of reservoir energy, including gas energy and 11 water drive, surface waste, open pit storage, and waste incident to the 12 production of oil in excess of the producer's above ground storage 13 facilities and lease and contractual requirements, but excluding storage, 14 other than open pit storage, reasonably necessary for building up or 15 maintaining crude stocks and products of crude stocks for consumption. 16 use and sale, and 17 b does not include the non-production of oil from a formation if 18 necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, 19 or wildlife resources as determined by the Commission. 20, 13, 42, waste, in addition to the meanings as set forth in 21 subsections, 11, 40, and 12, 41, of this section, 22, a, means, subject to subsection, 13, b, 42, b, of this section, 23, I, physical waste, as that term is generally understood in the oil 24 and gas industry, 25, 2, the locating, spacing, drilling, equipping, operating, or 26 producing of any oil or gas well or wells in a manner that causes or tends 27 to cause reduction in quantity of oil or gas ultimately recoverable from a. 12, HB 24-1346. 1 pool under prudent and proper operations or that causes or tends to cause 2 unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction of oil or gas, and 3 abuse of the correlative rights of any owner in a pool due to 4 non-uniform, disproportionate, unratable, or excessive withdrawals of oil 5 or gas from the pool, causing reasonably avoidable drainage between 6 tracts of land or resulting in 1 or more producers or owners in the pool 7 producing more than an equitable share of the oil or gas from the pool, 8 and 9, b, does not include the non-production of oil or gas from a 10 formation if necessary to protect public health, safety, and welfare, the 11 environment, or wildlife resources as determined by the Commission. 12, 14, repealed. 13, 15, 43, wildlife resources, means fish, wildlife, and their 14 aquatic and terrestrial habitats. 15 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 34-60-105, amend 16, 1b, introductory portion and 1b, v, as follows. 1734-60-105. Powers of Commission. 1b. Any delegation of 18. Authority to any other state officer, board, or commission to administer 19. Any other laws of this state relating to the conservation of oil or gas, or 20. Either of them, is hereby rescinded and withdrawn, and that authority is 21. Unqualifiedly conferred upon the Commission, as provided in this section. 22. Except that, as further specified in Section 34-60-131, nothing in this 23 Article 60 alters, impairs, or negates the authority of 24 v. a local government to regulate oil and gas, energy and 25 carbon management operations pursuant to Section 29-20-104. 26 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 34-60-106, amend 27, 9, C, 2, 9, C, 3, A, 9, C, 3, B, 9, C, 4, A, 9, C, 4, C. 13, HB 24-1346. 1, 9, C, 4, D, 9, D, introductory portion, 9, D, I, 9, D, 2, 9, D, 3, 2 and 22, repeal, 9, E, 3, and add, 9, C, 4, D.5, and 9, D.5, as 3 follows, 434-60-106. Additional powers of Commission, fees, rules, 5 definitions, repeal. 9, C, 2, the Commission may issue and enforce 6 permits as necessary for the purpose set forth in this subsection, 9, C, for 7 geologic storage operations and may regulate geologic storage 8 operations after the Commission makes the determination and holds the 9 hearings set forth in subsection, 9, C, I, of this section and the Commission 10 and the Governor satisfy the requirements set forth in subsection, 9, A, of 11 this section. 12, 3, A. If the Class 6 injection well a geologic storage 13 location is proposed to be sited in an area that would affect a 14 disproportionately impacted community, the Commission shall weigh the 15 geologic storage operators submitted cumulative impacts analysis and 16. Determine whether, on balance, the Class 6 injection well geologic 17 storage location will have a positive effect on the disproportionately 18 impacted community. A proposal that will have negative net cumulative 19 impacts on any disproportionately impacted community must be denied. 20. The Commission's decision must include a plain language summary of its 21 determination. 22, b. The Commission may amend by rule the cumulative effects 23 impacts analysis and requirements set forth in this subsection, 9, c, 3, 24 if the Commission finds the analysis and requirements to be inconsistent 25 with, or incomplete with respect to, the Federal Environmental Protection 26 Agency's requirements for Class 6 primacy. 27, 4, a. The Commission shall require each operator of a Class 6. 14, HB 24-1346. 1 injection well geologic storage operator to provide adequate 2 financial assurance demonstrating that the geologic storage operator 3 is financially capable of fulfilling every obligation imposed on the 4 operator under this Article 60 and under rules that the Commission adopts 5 pursuant to this Article 60. 6, c. The Commission shall adopt rules requiring that the financial 7 assurance cover the cost of obligations that are in addition to the 8 obligations listed in subsection 9, c, 4, b, of this section if the 9 additional obligations are reasonably associated with Class 6 injection 10 wells and geologic storage locations. 11, d. An operator a geologic storage operator shall maintain 12 the financial assurance required under this subsection, 9, c, 4, or under 13 any rules adopted pursuant to this subsection, 9, c, 4, until the 14 Commission approves site closure, as specified in rules adopted by the 15 Commission. Commission approval of a site closure does not otherwise. 16. Modify an operator's responsibility to comply with applicable laws. 17, D.5, if a geologic storage operator makes a material 18 misrepresentation or omission that causes the Commission to 19 approve a site closure pursuant to subsection 9, c, 4, d, of 20 this section, the Commission may reimpose any regulatory 21 responsibility or financial assurance obligation imposed on the 22 geologic storage operator pursuant to subsection 9, c, 4, a, 23 of this section. 24, d. In issuing and enforcing permits pursuant to subsection 9, c, 25 of this section for geologic storage operations, the Commission shall 26 ensure, after a public hearing, that 27, I, the permitting of a Class 6 injection well geologic storage. 15, HB 24-1346. One location complies with a local government siting of the proposed Class 2-6 injection well geologic storage location. 3. 2. The proposed new or modified Class 6 injection well 4 geologic storage location has received an any applicable air permit 5 permits from the Division of Administration in the Department of Public 6 Health and Environment. 7. 3. The geologic storage operator of the Class 6 injection 8 well has received the consent of any surface owner or owners of the land. 9. Where the surface disturbance will occur and has provided the 10 Commission a written contractual agreement that the surface owner or 11 owners have executed, and 12. D.5. I. For the purposes of implementing and 13 administering this subsection. 9. The Commission may assess and 14 collect regulatory and permitting fees from geologic storage 15 operators in an amount and frequency determined by the 16 Commission by rule. 17. 2. The Commission shall transfer any fees assessed and 18 collected pursuant to subsection 9. D.5. I. Of this section to the 19 State Treasurer, who shall credit the fees to the Energy and 20 Carbon Management Cash Fund created in Section 34-60-122, 5. 21, E, as used in this subsection, 9, unless the context otherwise 22 requires. 23, 3, disproportionately impacted community, has the meaning 24 set forth in Section 24-4-109, 2, B, 2. 25, 22, A, the Commission shall create and maintain a website that 26 serves as the state portal for information and data regarding the 27 Commission's regulatory activities. 16, HB 24-1346. 1B, I, for the 2024-25 state fiscal year, the General 2 Assembly shall appropriate money to the Energy and Carbon 3 Management Cash Fund for the purposes specified in this 4 subsection, 22. 5, 2, this subsection, 22, B, IS repealed, effective July 1, 6, 2026. 7 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 34-60-108, add, 10, 8 as follows, 934-60-108. Rules, Hearings, Process. 10. The Director of 10. The Commission may hire and designate employees of the 11 Commission as administrative law judges who have the authority. 12. To administer oaths, examine witnesses, receive evidence, and 13. Conduct hearings, investigations, and other proceedings on 14 behalf of the Commission. 15. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 34-60-115 as 16 follows, 1734-60-115. Limitation on actions. 1. No an action or other 18 proceeding based upon a violation of this article, Article 60, or any Rule 19 regulation, or order of the Commission shall not be commenced or 20 maintained unless it has been commenced within 1 year from 3. 21 years after the date of the discovery of the alleged violation. 22. 2. The 3-year period of limitation described in 23 subsection 1 of this section does not apply if information 24 regarding the alleged violation is knowingly or willfully 25 concealed by the alleged violator. 26 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 34-60-121, amend 27, 1A, 1B, 1C, I, C, 1C, I, D, 1D, 1E, 4C, 5, 6. 17, HB 24-1346. 1, 7A, introductory portion, and 7B, as follows, 234-60-121. Violations, investigations, penalties, rules, 3 definition, legislative declaration. 1A. Any energy and carbon 4 management operator that violates this article, Article 60, any rule or 5 order of the Commission, or any permit is subject to a penalty of not more $6 than $15,000 for each act of violation per day that such 7 the violation continues. A violation described in this subsection 8, 1A, continues for each day that it is not corrected by the 9 energy and carbon management operator. 10b. The Commission may impose a penalty by order only after 11 hearing in accordance with Section 34-60-108 or by an administrative 12 order by consent entered into by the Commission and the Energy and 13 Carbon Management Operator. 14c. The Commission shall, 15i, promulgate rules that establish a penalty schedule appropriate. 16. To the nature of the violation and provide for the consideration of any 17. Aggravating or mitigating circumstances. The rules must establish the 18 basis for determining the duration of a violation for purposes of imposing 19 the applicable penalty and include presumptions that 20 c. The failure to diligently implement corrective action pursuant 21 to a schedule embodied in an administrative order on consent, Order 22 finding violation, or other order of the Commission constitutes an 23 independent violation for which the Energy and Carbon Management 24 operator may be subject to additional penalties or corrective action orders 25 imposed by the Commission, and 26 d. The number of days of violation does not include any period 27 necessary to allow the Energy and Carbon Management operator to 18, HB 24-1346. 1. Engage in good faith negotiation with the Commission regarding an 2 alleged violation if the Energy and Carbon Management Operator 3 demonstrates a prompt, effective, and prudent response to the violation. 4d. An Energy and Carbon Management Operator subject to a 5 penalty order shall pay the amount due within 30 days after its 6 imposition unless the Energy and Carbon Management Operator files 7 a judicial appeal. The Commission may recover penalties owed under this 8th section in a civil action brought by the Attorney General at the request of 9 the Commission in the 2nd Judicial District. Money collected through 10. The imposition of penalties shall must be credited first to any legal costs 11 and attorney fees incurred by the Attorney General in the Recovery Action 12 and then to the Environmental Response Account in the Energy and Carbon 13 Management Cash Fund created in Section 34-60-122, 5. 14. E. The General Assembly hereby declares that the purposes of this 15 subsection 1 are to deter non-compliance and to encourage any 16 out of compliance energy and carbon management operators to come 17 into compliance as soon as possible, and to those ends intends that, in 18 determining the amount of a penalty, the Commission should not reduce 19 the number of days of violation for which a penalty is assessed below that 20 number which the evidence supports. 21. 4. C. Whenever the Commission or the Director has reasonable 22 cause to believe a violation of any provision of this Article 60, any rule or 23 order of the Commission, or any permit has occurred, including based on 24 a written complaint from any person, the Commission or the Director shall 25 provide written notice to the Energy and Carbon Management 26 operator whose act or omission allegedly resulted in the violation, and 27 require that the Energy and Carbon Management operator remedy the -19, HB 24-1346. 1. Violation. The notice must be served personally or by certified mail. 2. Return receipt requested to the Energy and Carbon Management 3 operator or the Energy and Carbon Management operator's agent for 4. Service of process, and must state the provision alleged to have been 5. Violated, the facts alleged to constitute the violation, and any corrective 6. Action and abatement deadlines the Commission or Director elects to 7. Require of the Energy and Carbon Management operator. 8. 5. A. If an Energy and Carbon Management operator fails to 9. Take corrective action required pursuant to subsection 4 of this section, 10, or whenever the Commission or the Director has evidence that a violation 11 of any provision of this article, Article 60, or of any rule, regulation, or 12 order of the Commission, or of any permit has occurred. Under 13 circumstances deemed to constitute an emergency situation, the 14 Commission or the Director may issue a cease and desist order to the 15 Energy and Carbon Management operator whose act or omission 16 allegedly resulted in such the violation. Such the cease and desist order. 17 shall must require such action by the Energy and Carbon 18 Management operator as the Commission or Director deems appropriate. 19. The order shall must be served personally or by certified mail. Return 20 receipt requested to the Energy and Carbon Management operator, or 21 the Energy and Carbon Management operator's agent for service of 22 process, and shall must state the provision alleged to have been violated. 23. The facts alleged to constitute the violation, the time by which the acts or 24 practices cited are required to cease, and any corrective action the 25 Commission or the Director elects to require of the Energy and Carbon 26 Management operator. 27. B. The Commission or the Director may require an Energy and -20, HB 24-1346. 1. Carbon Management operator to appear for a hearing before the 2 Commission no sooner than 15 days after the issuance of a 3 cease and desist order, except that the Energy and Carbon 4 Management operator may request an earlier hearing. At any hearing 5 concerning a cease and desist order, the Commission shall permit all 6 interested parties and any complaining parties to present evidence, and 7. Argument and to conduct cross-examination required for a full disclosure 8 of the facts. 9. C. In the event that an Energy and Carbon Management 10 operator fails to comply with a cease and desist order, the Commission may 11th request the Attorney General to bring suit pursuant to Section 1234-60-109. 13. 6. If the Commission determines, after a hearing conducted in 14 accordance with Section 34-60-108, that an Energy and Carbon 15 Management operator has failed to perform any corrective action 16 imposed under subsection 4 of this section, or failed to comply with a 17 cease and desist order issued under subsection 5 of this section with 18 regard to a violation of a permit provision, the Commission may issue a 19 order suspending, modifying, or revoking such the permit, or may take 20 other appropriate action. An Energy and Carbon Management 21 operator subject to an order that suspends, modifies, or revokes a permit 22 shall continue the affected operations only for the purpose of bringing 23 them the affected operations into compliance with the permit, or 24 modified permit, and shall do so must bring the affected operations 25 into compliance under the supervision of the Commission. Once the 26 affected operations are in compliance to the satisfaction of the 27 Commission, and any penalty not subject to judicial review or appeal has -21, HB 24-1346. 1. Been paid, the Commission shall reinstate the permit. 2. 7. A. The Commission or the Director shall issue an order to an 3 Energy and Carbon Management operator to appear for a hearing 4 before the Commission in accordance with Section 34-60-108 whenever 5. The Commission or the Director has evidence that an Energy and Carbon 6 Management operator is responsible for. 7. B. If the Commission finds, after such hearing, that the Energy 8 and Carbon Management operator is responsible under the legal 9 standards specified in paragraph A of this subsection 7, its subsection 10, 7, A, of this section, the Commission may issue an order that prohibits 11 the issuance of any new permits to the Energy and Carbon 12 Management operator, suspends any or all of the Energy and Carbon 13 Management operator certificates of clearance, or both. When the 14 Energy and Carbon Management operator demonstrates to the 15 satisfaction of the Commission that it has brought each of the violations 16 into compliance, and that any penalty not subject to judicial review or 17 appeal has been paid, the Commission may vacate the order. 18. Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 34-60-124, amend 19, 3, 4, A, 2, 6, A, 6, C, 7, and 8, B, as follows, 2034-60-124. Energy and Carbon Management Cash Fund, 21 definitions, repeal. 3. The money in the fund is subject to annual 22 appropriation by the General Assembly, except that money deposited in the 23 fund constituting forfeited security or other financial assurance provided 24 by energy and carbon management operators in accordance with 25 Section 34-60-106, 3.5, 9, C, 4, A, and 13, is continuously 26 appropriated to the Commission for the purpose of fulfilling obligations 27 under this Article 60 upon which an energy and carbon management. 22, HB 24-1346. 1 operator has defaulted. 2, 4, the fund may be expended, 3, A, by the Commission, or by the Director at the Commissions for direction, prior to, during, or after the conduct of any operations subject 5 to the authority of the Commission to, 6, 2, gather background or baseline data on any air, water, soil, or 7 biological resource that the Commission determines may be so impacted 8 by the conduct of oil and gas energy and carbon management 9 operations, and 10, 6, for the purposes provided for in subsection 4. Of this section, 11 the Commission is authorized to, 12, A, enter onto any lands or waters, public or private, and, except 13 in emergency situations, the Commission shall provide reasonable notice 14 prior to such entry in order to allow a surface owner, local government 15 designee, energy and carbon management operator, or responsible 16 party to be present and to obtain duplicate samples and copies of 17 analytical reports. 18, C, confiscate and sell for salvage any equipment abandoned by 19 a responsible party at a location where the conduct of oil and gas energy 20 and carbon management operations has resulted in a significant 21 adverse environmental impact, except that this authority shall be IS 22 subject to and secondary to any valid liens, security interests, or other 23 legal interests in such equipment asserted by any taxing authority or by 24 any creditor of the responsible party. 25, 7. If the Commission determines that mitigation of a significant 26 adverse environmental impact on any air, water, soil, or biological 27 resource is necessary as a result of the conduct of oil and gas energy. 23, HB 24-1346. 1 in carbon management operations, the Commission shall issue an 2 order requiring the responsible party to perform such the mitigation. If 3 the responsible party cannot be identified or refuses to comply with such for the order, the Commission shall authorize the necessary expenditures 5 from the fund. The Commission shall bring suit in the 2nd Judicial 6th District to recover such the expenditures from any responsible party who 7 that refuses to perform such the mitigation or any responsible party 8 who that is subsequently identified, such the action to be brought 9 within a 2-year period from after the date that final expenditures were 10 authorized. Money recovered as a result of such the suit shall 11 must first be applied to the Commission's legal costs and attorney fees 12 and shall must then be credited to the fund. 13, 8, as used in this section. 14, B, I, responsible party means any person who conducts an oil, 15 and gas energy and carbon management operation in a manner that 16 violates any then applicable provision of this Article 60, or of any rule or 17 order of the Commission, or of any permit that threatens to cause, or 18 actually causes, a significant adverse environmental impact to any air, 19 water, soil, or biological resource. Responsible party includes any 20 person who disposes of any other waste by mixing it with exploration and 21 production waste that threatens to cause, or actually causes, a significant 22 adverse environmental impact to any air, water, soil, or biological 23 resource. 24, 2, except as otherwise provided in subsection 8, B, I, of this 25 section, responsible party does not include any landowner, whether of 26 the surface estate, mineral estate, or both, who does not engage in, or 27 assume responsibility for, the conduct of oil and gas energy and 24, HB 24-1346. 1 Carbon management operations. 2 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 34-60-131 as 3 follows, for 34-60-131. No land use preemption. Local governments and 5 state agencies, including the Commission and agencies listed in Section 634-60-105, 1b, have regulatory authority over oil and gas development 7 energy and carbon management operations, including as specified 8 in Section 34-60-105, 1b. A local government's regulations may be 9 more protective or stricter than state requirements. 10 Section 10. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 34-60-134, repeal 11, 1b, as follows, 1234-60-134. Reporting of water used in oil and gas operations 13, cumulative reporting, definitions, rules, repeal. 1. Definitions. 14 as used in this section and in section 34-60-135, unless the context 15 otherwise requires. 16, b, disproportionately impacted community has the meaning set 17 forth in section 24-4-109, 2, b, 2. 18 Section 11. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 34-60-140. 1934-60-141, 34-60-142, 34-60-143, and 34-60-144 as follows, 2034-60-140. Permitting and regulation of direct air capture 21 facilities, surface owner consent, fees, rules. 1. The Commission 22 shall adopt rules related to the permitting and regulation of 23 direct air capture facilities. 24. 2. In exercising the Commission's authority pursuant to 25 subsection 1 of this section, the Commission shall, 26, regulate direct air capture facilities in the state in a 27 manner that protects public health, safety, and welfare. 25. HB 24-1346. 1. Including the protection of the environment and wildlife. 2. Resources. 3. B. Evaluate and address the cumulative impacts from a 4 proposed direct air capture facility on the affected area. TO 5. Ensure that the terms and conditions of a permit issued under 6 this section are sufficient. TO ensure that any negative impacts 7 are avoided, minimized to the extent practicable, and to the 8 extent that any negative impacts remain, that the negative 9 impacts are mitigated. The Commission shall provide a plain 10 language summary of how the negative impacts are avoided, or 11 if not avoided, minimized and mitigated, and, if any, the negative 12 impacts that cannot be mitigated. 13. C. If the direct air capture facility is proposed, TOB cited 14 IN an area that would affect a disproportionately impacted 15 community, weigh the direct air capture facility operators 16 submitted cumulative impacts analysis and determine whether 17. On balance, the direct air capture facility will have a positive 18 effect on the disproportionately impacted community. A 19 proposal that will have negative net cumulative impacts on the 20 disproportionately impacted community must be denied. The 21 Commission's decision must include a plain language summary of 22 its determination. 23. 3. When reviewing an application for a direct air capture 24 facility, the Commission shall consider whether a setback of the 25 direct air capture facility from residences, schools, or 26 commercial buildings is necessary and reasonable to protect 27 and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and 26. HB 24-1346. 1. Welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. 2. 4. A. The Commission may assess and collect permitting 3 and regulatory fees from operators of direct air capture 4 facilities in an amount and frequency determined by the 5 Commission by rule. 6. B. The Commission shall transfer all fees collected 7 pursuant to subsection 4. A. Of this section to the State 8 Treasurer, who shall credit the fees to the Energy and Carbon 9 Management Cash Fund created in Section 34-60-122, 5. A. 10. 5. An operator shall not commence construction of a 11 direct air capture facility without first, 12. A. Providing evidence to the Commission, 13. I. That the operator has filed an application with the 14 local government with jurisdiction to approve the proposed 15 direct air capture facility and of the local government 16 disposition of the application, or that the local government with 17 jurisdiction does not regulate the siting of direct air capture 18 facilities, and 19. 2. That the operator has received the consent of any 20 surface owner or owners of the land where the surface 21 disturbance will occur, as evidenced by a written contractual 22 agreement with the surface owner or owners, and 23. B. Obtaining authorization from the Commission pursuant 24 to the rules adopted by the Commission pursuant to subsection 25, 1, of this section. 26. 34-60-141. Ownership of geologic storage resources, and 27. Carbon dioxide, legislative declaration. 1. The General Assembly. 27. HB 24-1346. 1. Declares that this section is intended to allow for the 2 permanent use of geologic storage resources for geologic 3 storage operations and is not intended to impact the use or 4 ownership of the subsurface for conjunctive use of surface, and 5. Groundwater resources, artificial recharge, storage, and 6. Extraction intended to maximize utilization of water for 7 beneficial use or other operations. 8. 2. A. Except as set forth in subsection 6 of this section. 9. I. If ownership of the sequestration estate has not been 10 separately severed, conveyed, or reserved pursuant to 11 subsection 2. B. Of this section, it is presumed that ownership of 12 the sequestration estate in the state is vested in the owner of 13 the overlying surface estate, and 14. 2. Ownership of carbon dioxide and the facilities and 15 equipment that store carbon dioxide in the state is vested in 16. A. The person that injects the carbon dioxide into a 17 geologic storage resource, or 18. B. Any person conveyed title to the carbon dioxide, or 19. The facilities and equipment that store the carbon dioxide by the 20 person described in subsection 2. A. 2. A. Of this section. 21. B. Ownership of a sequestration estate may be, 22. I. Severed from the ownership of the overlying surface 23 estate, and 24. 2. Conveyed or reserved in the same manner as ownership 25 of a mineral estate. 26. 3. Any conveyance of the ownership of an overlying 27 surface estate also conveys all of the grantor's ownership of. 28. HB 24-1346. 1. Any sequestration estate unless, 2. A. The conveyance instrument expressly reserves the 3 sequestration estate, including by broad reservation of pore 4 space, or 5. B. The sequestration estate has been previously severed, 6. By reservation or conveyance, from the ownership of the 7 overlying surface estate. 8. 4. A conveyance of the ownership of a mineral estate, or 9. Another subsurface interest does not convey the grantor's 10 ownership in the sequestration estate unless the conveyance 11 instrument expressly provides for conveyance of the grantor's 12 ownership of the sequestration estate. 13. 5. Ownership in a mineral estate is dominant over 14 ownership in a sequestration estate. 15. 6. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the 16 contrary, nothing in this section. 17. A. Affects any ownership or rights to pore space, a 18 sequestration estate, Oregon carbon dioxide, Oregon 2 facilities and 19 equipment that store carbon dioxide that are acquired or 20 reserved before the effective date of this House Bill 24-____. 21 enacted in 2024. 22 b changes or alters the common law as of the effective 23 date of this House Bill 24-___, enacted in 2024 as it relates to 24 the ownership of real property, including surface estates, or 25 space, or a mineral estate, or 2 the rights or dominance of a 26 mineral estate, or 27 c affects the ability of an owner of poor space to -29 HB 24-1346. 1. Broadly convey or reserve all of the owner's right to title and interest in and to pore space, including the owner's 3 interest in a sequestration estate, or 4. 2. Convey or reserve any right, title, or interest in and 5 to estates in pore space other than the sequestration estate. 634-60-142. Geologic storage units, legislative declaration, 7 definitions. 1. The General Assembly declares that the purpose 8 of this section is the protection of correlative rights, 9 facilitation of Colorado's energy resources, and facilitation of 10 the use of geologic storage resources for geologic storage 11 operations. 12. 2. AS used in this section, unless the context otherwise 13 requires. 14. A. Geologic storage unit order means an order that 15 provides for the formation of a geologic storage unit and that 16 is entered by the Commission pursuant to subsection 4. B. of this 17 section. 18. B. Plan means a plan for geologic storage operations. 19 of the geologic storage unit approved by the Commission. 20 pursuant to subsection 4, c, 2 of this section. 21, 3, an agreement for geologic storage or geologic 22 storage operations, or for carrying on any other methods of 23 unit or cooperative development or operation of a geologic 24 storage resource, is authorized and may be performed, and, if 25 the agreement is approved by the Commission as being in the 26 public interest or is reasonably necessary for geologic storage 27 operations, does not violate any statutes relating to trusts. 30, HB 24-1346. 1. Monopolies, or contracts and combinations in restraint of 2 trade. 3, 4, a. Upon the application of any interested person, the 4 Commission shall hold a hearing to consider the need for a 5 geologic storage unit. 6, b. The Commission shall enter an order providing for the 7 formation of a geologic storage unit if the Commission finds that 8 the geologic storage unit is reasonably necessary to effectuate 9 a geologic storage project. The geologic storage unit area of a 10 geologic storage unit must be based on site characterization 11 and modeling conducted pursuant to the Federal Safe Drinking 12 Water ACT 42U.S.C. SEC 300F ETSEQ, as amended, and any rules 13 established by the Commission pursuant to the Federal ACT. 14, c. A geologic storage unit order must, 15, I. include terms and conditions that are just and 16 reasonable. 17, 2. Establish a plan for operations of the geologic 18 storage unit, which plan must include 19, a description of the geologic storage unit area. 20, b, a description of the operations that will be conducted. 21, in the geologic storage unit area. 22, c, a determination of the percentage of each geologic 23 storage resource allocated to each separately owned tract 24 within the geologic storage unit area. 25, d, a description of the method by which each owner of a 26 sequestration estate included in the geologic storage unit area. 27, will be allocated compensation related to the use of the 31, HB 24-1346. 1. Sequestration estate. 2. E. A description of the manner in which the geologic 3 storage unit area will be supervised and managed and, if 4 applicable, how costs related to operations of the geologic 5 storage unit will be allocated and paid. 6. F. The time when operations of the geologic storage unit 7 will commence and the manner in which, and the circumstances 8 under which, operations of the geologic storage unit will 9 terminate, and 10. G. Any additional provisions that are found to be 11 appropriate for conducting operations of the geologic storage 12 unit and for the protection of correlative rights. 13. D. A geologic storage unit order is effective only if, 14. I. The plan has been approved in writing by those persons. 15. That, pursuant to the geologic storage unit order, collectively 16 own at least 75% of the geologic storage 17 resources included in the geologic storage unit area, and 18. 2. The Commission makes a finding in the geologic storage 19 unit order that the plan has been approved in accordance with 20 subsection 4. D. I. of this section. 21. 5. A geologic storage unit order may be amended by an 22 order made by the Commission in the same manner and subject to 23 the same conditions as the original geologic storage unit order. 24. 6. Any owner of a sequestration estate included in the 25 geologic storage unit area that is not included in the geologic 26 storage unit order may petition the Commission for inclusion in 27 the geologic storage unit order. 32. HB 24-1346. 1. 7. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the two contrary. 3. A. Nothing in this section confers on any person the right for of eminent domain, and 5. B. A geologic storage unit order does not grant to any 6 person the right of eminent domain. 7. 8. Geologic storage operations conducted pursuant to 8 a geologic storage unit order, including the commencement, 9 drilling, or operation of a Class 6 injection well on any portion 10 of the geologic storage unit area, constitute, for all purposes, 11 geologic storage operations on each separately owned tract in 12 the geologic storage unit area by the owners of sequestration 13 estates included in the geologic storage unit area. 14.9. A geologic storage unit order must not be construed 15 to result in a transfer of all or any part of the title of any 16 person to the sequestration estate or associated rights in any 17 tract in the geologic storage unit area. 1834-60-143. Technical assistance to local governments. 2. 19. Provide a local government with technical assistance regarding 20. The local government's development of land use and citing 21 regulations for geologic storage operations and operations of 22 direct air capture facilities. The local government that has 23 land use jurisdiction may request that the director of the 24 commission appoint a technical review board to assist the local 25 government by analyzing and answering any technical 26 questions necessary for the local government to develop the 27 local governments associated land use regulations. 33, HB 24-1346. 134-60-144. Coordination between the Department of Public II Health and Environment and the Commission on Direct Air Capture 3 facilities and geologic storage operations. Definition. 1. As used in 4 this section, unless the context otherwise requires. 5. Department means the Department of Public Health and 6. Environment. 7. 2a. The department shall develop carbon dioxide 8 accounting procedures for direct air capture facilities and 9 geologic storage operations. The Commission shall compile 10 relevant data pursuant to the Commission's Regulatory 11 authority to support the carbon dioxide accounting procedures 12 developed by the Department. 13b. The Commission and the Department shall work 14 collaboratively to implement subsection 2a of this section 15 and 2 share data to facilitate the monitoring, verification, and 16 accounting of carbon dioxide in direct air capture facilities and 17 geologic storage operations. 18.3. The Commission and the Department shall work 19 collaboratively to facilitate application of the Department's 20 regulatory authority to address air emissions from direct air 21 capture facilities and geologic storage operations. The 22 Commission shall require operators of direct air capture 23 facilities and geologic storage facilities to obtain any relevant 24 permits from the Department. 25 Section 12. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-30-1003, amend 26, 1, as follows, 2724-30-1003. Management Commission, and the Public Utilities Commission 7 entitled to may use administrative law judges. Administrative law judges 8 shall must be appointed in accordance with the provisions of Section 13(9) of Article 12 of the State Constitution and the laws and rules governing 10 the state personnel system. 11 Section 13. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 2-3-128, amend 12, 1d, as follows, 13-2-3-128. Oil and gas, performance audit, report, definitions 14, repeal. 1. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise 15 requires. 16. D. Operator has the meaning set forth in Section 34-60-103. 17. 6.8. 18. Section 14. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-7-132, amend 19, 2, a, I, as follows, 2025-7-132. Emission data, public availability, submission of 21-2023 reports to state auditor, definitions, repeal. 2a, as used in 22 this subsection, 2, unless the context otherwise requires. 23, I, operator has the meaning set forth in Section 34-60-103. 24, 6.8. 25 Section 15. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-15-101, amend 26, 6, b, 9, and 6, b, x, as follows, 2725-15-101. Definitions. As used in this Article 15, unless the -35, HB 24-1346. 1. Context otherwise requires. 2, 6, b, hazardous waste, does not include. 3, 9, waste from oil and gas operations, as defined in Section 434-60-103, 6.5, or from deep geothermal operations, as defined in 5 Section 37-90.5-103, 3, including, but not limited to, drilling fluids, 6 produced water, and other wastes associated with the exploration, 7 development, or production of crude oil, natural gas, or geothermal 8 resources, that is disposed of in accordance with the requirements of the 9 Energy and Carbon Management Commission pursuant to Article 90.5 of 10 Title 37 and Article 60 of Title 34, as applicable, and 11, X, exploration and production waste, as defined in Section 1234-60-103. 4.5, 13 Section 16. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 25-15-603, amend 14, 15, as follows, 1525-15-603. Definitions, repeal. As used in this Part 6, unless the 16 context otherwise requires. 17, 15, oil and gas operations, has the meaning set forth in Section 1834-60-103. 6.5. 19 Section 17. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 29-20-104, amend 20, 1, H, introductory portion, 1, H, 2, and 3, A, I, as follows, 2129-20-104. Powers of local governments, definition. 22.1. Except as expressly provided in Section 29-20-104.2 or 29-20-104.5. 23. The power and authority granted by this section does not limit any power 24 or authority presently exercised or previously granted. Except as provided 25 in Section 29-20-104.2, each local government within its respective 26 jurisdiction has the authority to plan for and regulate the use of land by 27 h, regulating the surface impacts of oil and gas operations, as 36, HB 24-1346. 1 defined in Section 34-60-103, 6.5, Energy and Carbon Management 2 Operations, as defined in Section 34-60-103, Deep Geothermal 3 Operations, as defined in Section 37-90.5-103, 3, Class 6 Injection Wells, 4 and Intrastate Underground Natural Gas Storage Facilities, as defined in 5 Section 34-64-102, 3.5, in a reasonable manner to address matters 6 specified in this subsection, 1, h, and to protect and minimize adverse 7 impacts to public health, safety, and welfare and the environment. 8. Nothing in this subsection, 1, h, is intended to alter, expand, or diminish 9. The authority of local governments to regulate air quality under Section 1025-7-128. As used in this subsection, 1, h, minimize adverse impacts, 11 means, to the extent necessary and reasonable, to protect public health, 12 safety, and welfare and the environment by avoiding adverse impacts 13 from oil and gas operations, as defined in Section 34-60-103, 6.5, Energy. 14 and Carbon Management Operations, as defined in Section 1534-60-103, Deep Geothermal Operations, as defined in Section 37-90.5-103 16, 3, Class 6 Injection Wells, and Intrastate Underground Natural Gas 17 Storage Facilities, as defined in Section 34-64-102, 3.5, and minimizing 18 and mitigating the extent and severity of those impacts that cannot be 19 avoided. The following matters are covered by this subsection, 1, H20, 2, the location and siting of oil and gas facilities and oil and gas 21 locations, as those terms are defined in Section 34-60-103, 6.2, and 6.4, 22 Deep Geothermal Operations, as defined in Section 37-90.5-103, 3. Class 23 6 Injection Wells Energy and Carbon Management Operations, AS24 defined in Section 34-60-103, and Intrastate Underground Natural Gas 25 Storage Facilities, as defined in Section 34-64-102, 3.5. 26, 3a, to provide a local government with technical expertise 27 regarding whether a preliminary or final determination of the location of 37, HB 24-1346. 1. An oil and gas facility or oil and gas location within its respective 2 jurisdiction could affect oil and gas resource recovery. 3i. Once an operator, as defined in Section 34-60-103, 6.8, files for an application for the location and siting of an oil and gas facility or oil 5 and gas location and the local government has made either a preliminary 6 or final determination regarding the application, the local government 7 having that has land use jurisdiction may ask the director of the Energy 8 and Carbon Management Commission pursuant to Section 34-60-104.5, 3, 9 to appoint a technical review board to conduct a technical review of the 10 preliminary or final determination and issue a report that contains the 11 board's conclusions. 12 Section 18. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 30-20-101, amend 13, 6, b, 6, as follows, 1430-20-101. Definitions. As used in this Part 1, unless the context 15 otherwise requires, 16, 6, b, solid waste, does not include 17, 6, exploration and production wastes, as defined in Section 1834-60-103, 4.5, CRS, except as such the exploration and 19 production wastes may be deposited at a commercial solid waste 20 facility, 21 Section 19. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 39-29-112, amend 22, 8a, I, as follows, 2339-29-112. Procedures and reports, definitions, repeal. 24, 8a, as used in this subsection, 8, unless the context otherwise 25 requires, 26, I, operator, has the meaning set forth in Section 34-60-103. 27, 6.8. 38, HB 24-1346. 1 Section 20. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 2 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 3 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 5 institutions. 39, HB 24-1346.
2 House Bill 1346, Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It feels like just this morning we were here talking about carbon dioxide. And here we are again talking about carbon dioxide. It's a good day also. We should probably talk about carbon dioxide literacy at some point because we're certainly lacking it. But to this part about the cumulative impacts, I was just reflecting on the cumulative impacts, means the effects on public health and the environment, including the impacts to air quality, water quality, climate, noise, odor, wildlife, biological resources. So all of those things, we're talking about the cumulative impacts of carbon dioxide, the molecule of life, second only to water, so CO2 and H2O, and whether it's second only, I don't know. I don't know what the balance would be. Cumulative impacts on the public health and environment. Well, to your public health, carbon dioxide keeps you alive. Carbon dioxide is the basis of the food that you eat. Where's my colleague from Akron who wanted me to be sure to mention that food does not come from the grocery store. Food comes from carbon dioxide. I'm not sure why we're having this discussion in here, because we're just passing legislation that's going to cost billions of dollars to the people of Colorado, and we're going to be spending money out of their pockets. And so it's really not important that anybody has any idea why we're doing it, just that we are doing it, because the purpose of government is to spend money wantonly for absolutely no purpose whatsoever. I think my good friend from Grand Junction teaches that in his classes, that there's absolutely no reason for the legislators in a presumably deliberative body to pay any attention whatsoever to another representative who's trying to tell them that their proposal has zero basis in science, and especially it's disturbing when they refuse to defend any basis of science. So again, I quoted the information as to what this would accomplish. And so what we're going to do here is we're talking about literally pumping the molecule that keeps you alive into the ground. And what will it achieve? What will it achieve? And we're talking about the regulation of that. And so overall, we're talking about, again, the cumulative impacts is something that we need to do on public health and the environment. Well, I talked to you this morning that the public health, and I know that the ideology is more important than the actual science, so the ideology is set on this because the science, or the lack thereof, is merely an excuse. And if you're looking for an excuse, any excuse will do, no matter how flimsy the excuse is. And so my colleagues, people of Colorado, the fact that they're going to spend $10,000 per person per year out of your pocket to achieve this, the science behind it is absolutely immaterial, and you should know that. The science is immaterial. The excuse is all that there is. It's the ideology. It's the ideology behind packing you into a small space. It's the ideology behind taking away your vehicle. It's taking away your right to travel. It's the taking away the right for you to live life the way you see fit, because the ideology, Colorado, is far more important than the actual science that is presumed to be the basis, but is completely lacking in any conversation here today. So the cumulative impacts on public health, less than 10,000 parts per million, basically no effect on human health. No effect on human health. In fact, submarines just shoot to have their levels below 8,000 parts per million. And that's just so that they have a little bit of a factor of safety so they don't get up to 10,000. How about plants? How about plants? Well, your greenhouses pay a lot of money. They pay a lot of money to pump using hydrocarbons, to pump their greenhouse gas levels up from 400 to 1,500 to 2,000. And they'd probably go a little bit higher than that, but the partial pressures of the atmosphere that we have doesn't really give so much of a benefit for that. So 1,500 to 2,000. And that's probably why you have a hard time growing plants in your house, because greenhouses, they pump them up to 1,500 to 2,000. And again, Colorado, if you're listening to what's going on in here, the legislators, most of the legislators are not paying any attention, because this is all about an excuse to regulate the bejeebers out of your life instead of actually making it better. Because building totalitopia is the excuse for this. Is the reason for this. Building totalitopia is the reason. The excuse is carbon dioxide. And it's a flimsy excuse. Air quality, water quality. Water quality, carbon dioxide in water makes plants grow. Take some aquarium plants, put it in a jar, throw some dry ice in there. They grow great. They grow fast. They grow really lush and green. Take a terrarium, put the plant in there, seal it up, throw some dry ice in there. Your plants will go great. They'll flourish. They'll grow super fast. And they're water and they're drought resilient that way. That cuts down on forest fires. So you'd think if anybody was actually concerned about forest fires as opposed to having the Greeniacs go light
the
forest
graph.
fires to tell us that.
Please, to the bill. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, but I am talking about the overall effects on climate, nose, odor, wildlife, biological resources, because if we had more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, we would have more resilient plants. And that's borne out across the world, as in desertified areas, that there is a 50% increase in greening across the board. Usually, and why in desertified areas? Well, because it makes the additional carbon dioxide makes the plants more drought resistant. And so they grow better. So they grow better, they make the crops grow better, the crops make the people grow better. And I think that's ultimately the problem that the Greeniacs have, is that it makes carbon dioxide is not just a result of human thriving, it is a basis for human thriving. So climate, noise, carbon dioxide does not make any noise. Wildlife thrives with carbon dioxide, especially below 10,000 parts per million. One of the things that you would probably notice in a well that's leaking carbon dioxide, unless it's happened to leak the brine that's pushed up, would be that it would be a much more green area. So our CDPHE data, another problem with this, our CDPHE data talks about of our actual pollutants. Our actual pollutants, most of them come from Asia. And so when we're looking at this cumulative impact, the cumulative impact of the bad decisions out of legislative bodies such as this is that our jobs, for no scientific basis, for a carbon footprint of 1/1,000,000th of any part of 10% of anything that has to do with climate, Colorado legislators are shipping our jobs overseas. So that is an actual public and health and environmental impact. And when we talk about putting it into the ground, I think it was Arrhenius that noted that in limestone you have trapped, and this is basically this idea of brine into the water, pumped in with CO2 is basically creating limestone the same way. But I think if you go to page 2, the real reason for doing this, because if you're looking for an excuse, any excuse will do, the use of energy and carbon management cash fund. I think that kind of sums it up right here. What this does is it creates a cash fund. Now, ultimately, the cash fund comes out of the pockets of taxpayers. And after being feed and taxed and service feed and everything to death, you got to go after something else, like an industry like oil and gas. And now we have this carbon management to tap into the imagination of the people of Colorado. And again, if you want to look at the overall public health, the impact, as we're talking about the cumulative impact is of carbon dioxide on the greenhouse gas effect, it's less than 10%, maybe 5 to 7%, but rounding up to 10%. If you look at the overall, and it always astounds me just how uninterested anybody in here is learning about learning what the actual impact of their decisions has on the environment when they're doing something incredibly deleterious to the people of Colorado. That does not faze them at all. Not a bit. So you have 10%. The natural carbon dioxide cycle is about 350 billion tons per year. Of that, The human contribution, the human carbon dioxide cycle is about 35 billion tons. So it's still a lot, but it's about 10%. And it's well inside any margin of error of the 350 billion tons. It's not even, it's just 10%. You're talking about 10% of something that you really don't have a solid idea, because you have about 40 volcanoes in the world, and 20 of them or so are active at any given time. And then you have all the ones that are underwater that we don't know anything about. So 35 billion tons. Of that 35 billion tons, the United States puts out about 5. Now, the United States was putting out about 6, and now we've reduced it to 5.
Members, please keep it down. Rep. DeGraff, you only have 19 minutes left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to fill in the gaps of the scientific knowledge that this body has, and they are manifest. Great. They are huge. So you have 350 billion tons. That's how much the world puts out. Natural world, bison, antelope, giraffes, trees. Trees in the world put out more carbon dioxide than all of the cars combined. All of the cars combined. Trees put out more carbon dioxide than all of the trees. Or trees put out more carbon dioxide than all of the cars, excuse me. Like 10 times more. 10 times more carbon dioxide is emitted by trees than all of the cars in the world. I think it's actually 11 times. So what's the governor's way to deal with this? It's to get rid of your cars. We know where the bills come from. Glitter-powered unicorn, rainbow of good intentions. 5 of those are from the United States. And in the process of outsourcing all of our jobs for big oil is the concern. China and India have increased by 10. So we've decreased 1 billion tons. China and India have increased 10 billion tons. So the only effect that the uninformed decisions are made by legislation around carbon dioxide is to, if it was a problem with carbon dioxide, would be to make the problem worse and export our jobs while making everything more expensive and making people's incomes less. So all I can figure is that is the actual intention. Outsource jobs, make the problem worse, make things more expensive. I mean, at some point, when the outcome is obvious, if the outcome is obvious, the intent is inferred. So, 5 from the United States. Interesting. I'm not sure what we have. We have some rules for decorum, but I don't know why. 5 out of that 5 billion tons, that's about 15%. So if you break those all down, and I've done the math for you, I've sent the math for you, all of your climate warriors, all of your climate justice warriors, and this bill was specifically stated to be about climate justice. The sponsors themselves have indicated and told me, in fact, in an official request for a CORA, that they have absolutely no idea what the climate goals are or how carbon dioxide would achieve them. So the sponsors themselves have informed me that they have no climate goals. They have no means of achieving them with carbon dioxide reductions.
Rep. DeGraff, please get back to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
I got a little distracted just by everything going on.
Thank you.
So I think ultimately this is about a cash fund. This is about a cash fund. This is about eking more money out of the people of Colorado. It won't achieve anything in terms of climate. It's only used as a basis to incite fear. This bill includes stuff about carbon dioxide accounting procedures. This body and the science aspects of this entire General Assembly have no idea what carbon dioxide is or does. I've asked the DNR director, pretty much the head of the biology ideas of the General Assembly, of the governor's department, whether carbon dioxide is a pollutant in terms of life. I've been waiting for 3 months for that answer. Nothing. When I asked the director of the Colorado Energy Office what these goals were. So what is it that this is supporting? What is it that this bill is supporting? Nothing. It's supporting a cash fund. It's supporting the development of a cash fund to eke more money out of people of Colorado. And then you do stuff like, well, this is part of the just transition. Well, you just can't create something to suck carbon dioxide out of the air. That is not sustainable. That's not just a circular economy, it's circular reasoning, and it's beyond circular reasoning, it's Mobius reasoning. It's circular and it twists in on itself and just keeps going round and around. What this is this entire process is about taking more property from the people of Colorado out of ag, where it's actually removing carbon dioxide, and allowing the pore space underneath to be another moneymaker for these bad ideas. I think we'd know who the investors were in this. Who's making money in big carbon, I guess you might call it. So again, the sponsors have no idea why we're doing this. The climate justice warriors have no idea why we're doing this. It's just they want to do this. This is all more about building the totalitarian prison for the people of Colorado.
Thank you, Rep.
So,
DeGraff.
There's your science lesson.
Rep. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, obviously we talked for a while about the committee report, but now that we're to the bill, just wanted to talk a little bit about the bill. And like I said at the beginning, it's kind of unfortunate that that committee report passed because there were some things that I really did like about the bill. So we've heard a general overview about the bill, but just wanted to talk a little bit more about like how this particularly impacts my district. So as the sponsors had talked about, this bill is looking at the pore space, that empty space in the geologic formation, and this bill is creating a framework by which the free market can take advantage of that pore space using a lot of modern technological advancements. And that's the piece of the bill that I actually really did like. If you've studied mineral rights, mineral estates, oil and gas stuff like that in Colorado, Colorado is what's called a split estate state. So that means you have your surface rights, but then you also have your mineral rights, your oil and gas rights. And so I have a little bit of land, and the mineral rights, the oil and gas, that was sold off long before I ever got my land. But what this bill does is this bill recognizes that with modern emerging technology, we have new resources that can be utilized, that pore space, that empty space, like it talks about in the bill. And not only can that be utilized by the free market, by industry, by various different stakeholders that are engaged in this space, but it's actually creating a new property right by which folks like me that didn't have any access to royalty from oil and gas, because that got sold off a long time ago, could actually be able to allow the space, the pore space, thousands and thousands and thousands of feet below the ground in my property, allow that space to be used to store things through these injection wells like it talks about on, I think it's page 11. And so that was something that was, again, very intriguing to me. Would I, do I personally think that we need to do carbon sequestration? I don't know. But if the free market says that that's something that we want to do, that there is a place for that, then I think that, like I said, I liked a lot of portions of this bill. I think we need to have the appropriate regulatory framework in place by which we can take advantage of the new emerging technologies and the new resources that we have access to now that we didn't necessarily have access to 20 or 30 years ago because of technology limits at the time. In fact, in my district, I have a particular outfit that would be incredibly interested in this bill through pyrolysis, so that's where you heat stuff up in the absence of oxygen. They can actually create very carbon-heavy bio-oil. The problem is right now, if they want to sequester that, they have to truck that stuff down to New Mexico because we don't have the ability to do this injection into the pore space here in Colorado. And so a piece of legislation like this, like I said, I mean, I know this, in many ways, this actually benefits my district.
Members, it's a little too loud. And Rep. Evans, you have 9 minutes left.
Thank you. So this benefits, in many ways, a lot of the emerging industries and the emerging technologies in my district. But again, I have to keep going back to what is now part of the bill with the passage of the committee report, which includes that cumulative impacts definition. And so with that cumulative impacts definition that we've now adopted into the bill, I'm concerned that we're not taking a broad enough look at what is cumulative impact. If you read what's in the bill now, what that definition of cumulative impact is, it talks about all of these different things, and then it talks about how these will be regulated and analyzed by the ECMC. Well, the issue that I have with that is the ECMC's jurisdiction is limited, quite obviously, to the state of Colorado because the ECMC is a state of Colorado entity and doesn't have control over activities that occur outside of Colorado. But when we talk about cumulative impacts as it relates to being able to drill these Class 6 wells and do the injections for these Class 6 wells, when we talk about cumulative impacts in that context, the concern that I have is it feels like we are looking through a scientific keyhole because you see data from our very own CDPHE, so this is high quality data and information. It's coming from our own state government. When they do the emissions inventories about where does the air pollution in Colorado come from, what our very own state government's analysis of that air pollution, that ozone, those air quality issues says is that 70% of the pollution in Colorado does not originate from anthropogenic, so that's basically under the control of human beings. It doesn't originate from sources that human beings can control in the state of Colorado. In other words, per CDPHE, per our own government's inventory emissions, 70% of the air pollution, the ozone, things of that nature in Colorado do not originate from sources under the control of Colorado. So when we talk about cumulative impacts as it relates to the regulatory framework around the pore space and the injection wells in this bill, my worry is that that definition of cumulative impacts does not actually accomplish the broader objective of improving our air quality. And to me, that's personally very important because, as you guys have heard me say many times before, I got a kid with asthma. I want clean air as much as anybody does. It's super annoying to me that, anywhere we go anywhere, I have to have a little cooler because the medicines, the stuff that he has to inhale, has to be kept in a generally climate-controlled condition. So when we're looking at cumulative impacts with the ultimate goal of figuring out how do we analyze the impact that all of these activities that are discussed in this bill and elsewhere as regulated by the ECMC, when we discuss those things, we need to be taking a broad and holistic look at what is causing the air quality issues in Colorado. And when we know based on our own state's scientific analysis of the emissions inventory, that 70% of that stuff, 70% of the pollution in our air doesn't come from sources that Colorado can control. And then we have this definition of cumulative impacts. I'm very worried that it's not actually cumulative, because we're not actually looking at the 70% of stuff outside of Colorado's control that ultimately ends up in Colorado and negatively impacts our air quality, negatively impacts the ability of my kid to breathe. And so that's why I really wish that the good stuff in this bill would not have been jeopardized by this last-minute addition of a cumulative impacts definition that's not actually cumulative, because it doesn't have a broad enough view of all of the environmental and different factors that are impacting air quality in Colorado. And obviously, if we don't have that broad enough view, then how are we going to be able to have a sufficient actionable information to clean up our air, to improve our air quality, to ultimately accomplish the goals that this bill is talking about accomplishing? When we talk about things like sequestration, as it says on page 11, a sequestration estate, that's great that we have a sequestration estate. That actually helps me out, because that means that those rights that I don't have, because the mineral rights for my place got sold long ago, this creates a new right. But that new right, without a more robust perspective of the air quality in Colorado, unfortunately to me, leaves the door open for not being able to fully realize many of the beneficial and useful parts of this bill. And so for those reasons, again, I'm really truly concerned about that cumulative impacts definition and how it negatively impacts the ability of this bill to do all of the other good things that it does, to create that regulatory framework by which the free market can take advantage of the pore space, of the sequestration, of the ability to take scientific efforts to create new jobs, create new industries, and to do so in a manner that actually does have the desired result, that makes it easier for my kid to breathe, because we actually know that we're taking scientific steps to clean up our air quality. So for those reasons, again, I really, really wanted to like this bill. And there are still large parts of this bill that I do like. I'm just very worried that that cumulative impacts definition that was adopted waters that down and doesn't result in the ultimate end goal that we want. So haven't made up my mind how I'm going to vote on this legislation, but I just want to make sure that we have on the record why, if I do end up being a no vote, why I couldn't get there when initially I was really and truly very excited about this bill and about how this bill empowered the free market, industry, stakeholders to leverage this new and emerging technology to be able to sequester things in that pore space that is currently unregulated. The last part on that pore space, the sponsors mentioned it a little bit, I don't think we've talked about it, is it talks about pooling. So what pooling means is, obviously, when you have that pore space 2 miles underground, you can have a fairly accurate idea of where anything that's injected into the ground is gonna go, but you have to be able to identify all of the surface landowners in the event that 2 miles below the ground, some of whatever was injected, migrates to the pore space under their surface rights. And so one of the other good things that this bill does is it creates that framework by which pooling is defined. And so what pooling means in that sense is figuring out what percentage of surface property owners...
1 minute remaining.
Was that 1 minute?
Yes.
Is figuring out what percentage of surface property owners have to agree to this injection via these Class 6 wells. What percentage of those surface property owners have to give their consent before that can occur. And I think that's very important because that protects the private property rights of the surface owner, and it also ensures that they are being accurately tracked as being part of the pooled area in which any resource might be sequestered underground, so that those surface property owners are able to access, like it says on page 11, the benefits of this new sequestration estate and the economic gain that is realized by being able to leverage this technology to be able to store these resources underground. So lots of good things in the bill. I really wish that we were able to focus on those. Thank you.
Thank you. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1346. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1346 passed. Mr. Shibo, please read the title to House Bill 1335.
House Bill 1335 by Representatives Soper and Titone, also Senators Roberts and Gardner, concerning the continuation of the regulation of persons related to the final disposition of deceased human bodies and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Rep. Soper.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1335 and the Business Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report, or Finance Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Rep. Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appropriations, we put appropriations clause in the bill to fund the program. As read, I vote.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also have an amendment.
That's right, we do have an amendment.
I move amendment L008 to the Appropriations Committee's report.
This is a proper motion. L008 is properly displayed. To L008, Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what was discovered during the appropriations hearing was that there was a charging station that was included for an EV, and that has no place to be in a regulatory bill for funeral homes, so we're striking that out.
Is there any further discussion to L008? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L008. All in favor, please say yes. Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
All in opposition, no. L008 passed. To the Appropriations Committee report. Rep. Soper?
No.
Nothing further. Is there any further discussion to the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report has been adopted. To the Finance Committee report. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Finance, we ran several amendments. And what collectively these amendments did is set standards of practice for when you're cremating a body and what the removal of the residue looks like from the furnace. Also, the standards of practice for the preparation of the room in which you're embalming a body, that it must be sanitary conditions with drainage and ventilation and for proper refrigeration. Also, we're requiring $1 million in professional liability insurance. This is for issues that have occurred recently with some funeral homes where the owners have absconded from town with all of the cash of prepaid funeral plans to ensure that victims' families would still be able to have their loved ones properly buried and disposed of.
Rep. Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These are really important amendments we put on the bill to really make sure that the dignity of the deceased are really honored and to really address a lot of the things that we saw in the reporting on the egregious activities that we're having in some of these funeral homes. So this is a really important committee report to adopt to make sure that the regulations really address the issues that we have seen in the media. So I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report has been adopted. To the bill. Rep. Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a sunset bill for regulation of the funeral industry. And this is a really important one that works in conjunction with a couple other bills that you'll be seeing here pretty soon. And as I mentioned, it's to address a lot of the egregious activities that have been happening here in Colorado. So Colorado is one of the one state, the only state, that does not have any kind of real regulation. This bill does not put the regulation in place. That will be another bill you will see soon. But this one works in conjunction with that, giving DORA the ability to be able to go out and inspect a lot of these facilities. They didn't even have the ability to go out and inspect these facilities without the provisions we're putting in here. They will actually have the ability to do it. Before, when these atrocities were happening, there had to be a complaint for people to actually have DORA go out and investigate. Well, how do you know if the remains that you're getting back are not really the remains of your loved one? How do you know? Can you tell the difference? Many people were duped and lied to with a lot of the practices that happened, and it didn't yield any complaints. They did not have the ability to go out and inspect these facilities to make sure that the things they said were happening were actually happening. This bill will allow DORA to have the people to go out and inspect these facilities to be sure that the right things are happening and the right conditions are happening, to make sure that these facilities are, in fact, honoring the contracts that these families had to have their loved ones addressed in the ways they wanted. So this is a really important bill, and I hope you will support this today, and I ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, for those who are listening, or those who are listening at home, this is one of two bills currently going through the legislature impacting the regulation of morticians and funeral homes. This is a sunset measure to continue to regulate the funeral business entity. There's another bill, which is Senate Bill 172, which is to require, or 173, to require the licensure of professionals who work within the business home entity. This is just the business entity. It's a 7-year sunset. We are continuing the regulation of that. We are providing more flexibility so that we don't have state inspectors showing up in the middle of a funeral. I mean, just very practical. We want to be very respectful for when families are there and people are grieving. We're allowing the expanding of the authority for the very first time to allow the director to write rules concerning things like cooling and refrigeration, sanitary conditions. There are exceptions for when a body is only going to be with the mortuary for 24 hours. Making sure that there's adequate space for the number of bodies that are being taken in. And this is in direct response to what happened in Penrose, where a number of bodies were taken in and unfortunately stacked like cords of wood. Also making conforming changes to the Administrative Procedures Act. We're adding for when there's a failure to respond to complaints, meaning the funeral business is not responding to the complaints that DORA has presented, that there are grounds for discipline so that there's a little more teeth. One complaint that we've heard from a lot of victims and families is that DORA may have the authority to regulate the business entity, but there's no real teeth, and they're actually not really doing what the public is expecting them to do. So this bill puts some real dollars and makes sure that we actually have dedicated inspectors really for the first time who are going to give some teeth to the regulation. With that, we'd be remiss if we don't run our last amendment. I move Amendment L007 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L007 has been moved and properly displayed to the amendment. Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment does a couple of things. Number one, we are saying that a notice may be sent from DORA electronically to the funeral home, and that it actually has to be received. And this is in contrast to certified mail, which has been an accepted form. No one uses really certified mail as much anymore, especially when you have the convenience of being able to communicate via email, but that it's actually received is a very important element because we want people to know when they're communicating with their regulator. Secondarily, we're allowing the director to impose discipline action for anyone who has an ownership interest within the funeral home, but then we have an exception to that. So if the funeral business is a publicly traded company, those who own less than 10% of common shares would not be ever held liable for anything that happened within the funeral business. This is in line with what we do with other publicly traded companies in Colorado, and it really is a cut and paste. And then lastly, we're just clarifying that it's the Department of Regulatory Affairs.
Rep. Titone.
Yeah, one other thing, thank you, Madam Chair. On page 5, line 9, we're adding in a part here because in the bill, there's a provision here about performing the inspection, but when it comes to for a period of time is determined by rule after a funeral establishment or crematory registration has expired or has been revoked or has been surrendered upon application for a new registration. So that's an important aspect because of the timing of it. You actually have to have a new registration to start the inspection, and that was a clarification of really an oversight that was made in the drafting process. So we ask for a yes vote on Amendment 7.
Is there any further discussion to L007? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L007. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L007 passed. To the bill. Is there any further discussions? Rep. Holtorf.
So, Madam Chair, my colleague who sits beside me, 5 rows back, has asked me to speak to this as he discusses with the bill sponsors an amendment. So I do have a question for the bill sponsors, as my good colleague does have this discussion. And one of the things I point out, and I've always said this with respect to sunsets, and I want to share this with all the colleagues here on both sides of the aisle, including the freshman class, that sunset periods are better when they're shorter. In other words, you need to have review, legislative review and oversight for many activities in these departments. Now, everybody knows, after a year and going on our second year in this game for many of us, that the departments make recommendations. Oftentimes, they'll make a recommendation and ask for a sunset review out indefinitely, for example. I, as a state legislator, wholeheartedly reject that notion that any department should not have legislative oversight. And I ask all of you to also reject that in every case. Now, we know that they're typically odd numbers, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 9 years, 11 years. Oftentimes, that legislative oversight should happen more frequently than not. If you think about your time here as a legislator, you might be a one-term wonder. You only get to stay here 1-2 year period and you're gone for whatever reason. You might stay 2 terms, 3 terms, 4 terms, whatever that is. You don't get more than 8 years. So you would want, you got it? You would want, my good colleague has given me the thumbs up, but I'm so excited to speak about this that I'm going to talk just for a little bit more, Madam Chair. You would want at least 1 regulatory oversight period at least once during your tenure, or perhaps twice, depending on your longevity. So that's why I encourage a 5, 7, or 9 year period. Nothing ever more than that. 5 to 7 is the magic number, because when the next group of legislators comes to this chamber, then they have the opportunity to do that legislative review. And that's only fair for the state of Colorado and the people who we represent. So I'm very passionate about this. I believe, Madam Chair, my good colleague and friend, Representative Clifford, does have his amendment, so I'm going to yield the dais to my good friend and colleague who I get the pleasure of sitting beside every day in this chamber.
It's a little loud, thank you. Rep. Clifford.
Madam Chair, I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L09 has been moved and properly displayed. Rep. Clifford, to the amendment.
This amendment is something that we discussed as a committee and we didn't get done in committee just because of the amount of time. We want to shorten this sunset to 5 years. Some of the things that we heard in committee left us with concerns. This opens up the department to some very new programs. Given the egregious acts that we've seen in this particular funeral area, we want to make sure that we get legislative oversight as soon as we could actually have some real data. So this amendment shortens the sunset to 5 years so that we can review this again.
Is there any further discussion to the amendment? Rep. Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a friendly amendment. This is not Dora's preference, but being that this is going to have a lot more responsibilities on Dora, and with Senate Bill 173 and all of the other regulation that's going to go on top of it, revisiting this program a little bit sooner may be a good idea. So, as for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion to L009? Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did hear that moment of enthusiasm, and I appreciate you. I do want to point out that my good colleague, who I have the pleasure of sitting beside, is demonstrating in recent days a level of maturity, a level of legislative maturity that is far exceeding, in my humble opinion, his time in the chamber. I am really proud of how responsible he is offering amendments, and I thank him for that moment today.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion to L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L009. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L009 passed to the bill. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill, 1335. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1335 passed. Mr. Shibo, please read the title to 1356. House Bill 1356.
House Bill 1356 by Representative Harrod, concerning prohibiting the sale of electronic smoking devices that are not authorized for sale by the Federal Food and Drug Administration and in connection therewith, establishing the sale of unauthorized electronic smoking devices as a deceptive trade practice, and requiring the Attorney General's office to maintain a directory of manufacturers of electronic smoking devices and of electronic smoking devices that are authorized for sale by the Federal Food and Drug Administration.
Rep. Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1356 and the Business Affairs and Labor Committee report.
To the Business Affairs and Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Business Affairs and Labor did good work and really condensed the bill to make it much simpler. The bill, as amended by the committee, now just addresses electronic smoking devices that are used by minors. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Business and Affairs and Labor's Committee report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passed. To the bill, Rep. Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report is the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion to 1356? Seeing, Rep. Holtorf. Rep. Holtorf, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for recognizing me in the well as I raised my hand so daintily,
pleasure.
trying to get your attention so politely. I do appreciate that. This particular bill, as I read this bill in my free time, because I stay here late at night, I've learned that when you're in session, you don't have a life. You pretty much just live in the Capitol. I was struck by, and the bill sponsor may be able to elaborate and explain, I was struck by unauthorized electronic smoking devices. Well, if they're unauthorized, I'm not sure why we're selling them. And then, as a deceptive trade practice, requiring the Attorney General's office to maintain a directory and a list of these devices. Apparently, they're authorized for sale at the federal level, FDA, but they're unauthorized to be sold in Colorado. So I would like to get a little clarification on that. But before I do, what really struck me as interesting is how now we're going to amend the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. And so last night I didn't have much to do at about 10 o'clock at night, so I actually pulled the book. Here it is, Title VI. I'm sure that there's colleagues in here that have read this very carefully. And I did also last night. I pulled it because I wanted to say, all right, the Attorney General is now going to get into the business of these vaping devices or smokeless devices with all the things that they have to do in this state. As the Attorney General, now we're going to change the Colorado Consumer Protection Act to just address this one thing. You know, amending the Colorado Consumer Protection Act to make the sale of electronic smoking devices that have not received authorization, I guess in this case by the FDA, an unfair, deceptive trade practice. To sell these electronic smoking devices in the state, the bill requires a manufacturer of electronic smoking devices to be authorized by the FDA. And I guess the bill sponsor can explain this federal regulation that controls these. I didn't know that they didn't control them, but I wasn't in the Business Affairs Committee either. I actually asked leadership to allow me to be in that committee as a third committee, and that was denied. They only said I could be on Ag and Health because those were my traditional committees. But as a small businessman, I'm very interested in business affairs, and particularly very interested in the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. So as I looked at this bill, and before the bill sponsor can come back up here and actually address this question, I do want to go to the section that I read last night that covers this. And I believe it was 6-1-105. Now, I took the book from the back here, so if you need a book, you might have to ask your aide to bring one from your office. But I do want to point something out here. The Attorney General and the district attorneys have a vast amount of responsibility for enforcement under 6-1-103. Okay, and if you'll allow me, the Attorney General and the district attorneys of the several judicial districts of this state are concurrently responsible for the enforcement of this Article 1. Now, Article 1 is the Consumer and Commercial Affairs. Under the Colorado Supreme Court adopts a venue provision relating to this article, Article 1. Actions instituted pursuant to this Article 1 may be brought in the county where an alleged deceptive trade practice occurs or when any portion of a transaction involving an alleged deceptive trade practice occurs, and in the county where the principal place of business of any defendant is located, or in the county in which any defendant resides. An action under this Article 1 brought by the Attorney General or a district attorney does not require proof that a deceptive trade practice has a significant public impact. Well, I think the reason the bill sponsor brought this bill is because she believes there's a significant public impact, although that's not a requirement by the district attorney or the Attorney General's office. Now, before I continue discussing the Colorado Consumer Protection Act, I want to point out how this particular bill does affect small business. And most of you are not aware of this, but I am the defender of small business. You say, how do you prove that, Representative Holtorf? Well, I received an award from the National Federation of Independent Businesses saying so. Defender of small business. And as a business owner, as a general manager of a business, the little things matter in small businesses. And I don't appreciate more judicial oversight or legal action against small businesses.
Rep. Holtorf, can you please get to the bill?
Certainly.
Thank you.
This bill ties directly to it. I appreciate that. This bill ties directly to prohibiting the sale of electronic smoking devices. Okay. I'm getting some signals from the bench, Madam Chair. Please have some patience with me because I'm rejecting some, for a bit here, some signals. But this talks directly about sale of smoking devices, and there's a lot of them. In fact, you can go to some of these, and I'm not saying I've ever done it, but one of these marijuana shops, and they got so many strange things in there that are smoking devices. Never even seen anything like that stuff. You don't even know what they do with it. But apparently maybe they're FDA approved, I don't know. I don't know if the Attorney General or District Attorneys have oversight over those type of smoking devices. Or if they're even used with legal, if it's even legal to use the things they're smoking with them. Or if that's even legal. But here we are telling the Attorney General, and in part District Attorneys now, to come down on the sale of unauthorized electronic smoking devices. How are those even classified? And now we're wanting federal law to supersede and have oversight over state law in this regard. So that's how this is really a part of this. Now I want to go to 105 because that's the one last night as I was here till 10:30. It might have been a quarter to 11. I got you. I can't remember because I don't have a life when I'm up here in Denver, except right here in the Capitol. All I do is think about what we do here every day, even on weekends. So I'm going to turn to 105 and talk a little bit about what's stated in here. Boy, this is a lot of stuff, Madam Chair. There's a lot of pages here. I don't think, Madam Majority Leader, I want to do this. In fact, I'm not going to do this because I'm going to ask the bill be read at length. I move the bill be read at length. Thank you.
It's not that big.
Second regular session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado introduced. LLS No. 24 to 1041.01 Christopher McMichael X 4775 House Bill 24 to 1356. House Committees Senate Committees Business Affairs and Labor. A bill for an Act 101 concerning prohibiting the sale of electronic smoking 102 devices that are not authorized for sale by the Federal 103 Food and Drug Administration, and, in connection 104 therewith, establishing the sale of unauthorized 105 electronic smoking devices as a deceptive trade 106 practice and requiring the Attorney General's Office 107 to maintain a directory of manufacturers of 108 electronic smoking devices and of electronic smoking 109 devices that are authorized for sale by the Federal 110 Food and Drug Administration. Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does. House sponsorship Herod. Senate sponsorship, none. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill amends the Colorado Consumer Protection Act to make the sale of electronic smoking devices that have not received authorization by the Federal Food and Drug Administration, FDA, an unfair or deceptive trade practice. To sell electronic smoking devices in the state, the bill requires a manufacturer of electronic smoking devices to be authorized by the FDA. The Attorney General must compile and maintain a directory of all manufacturers and electronic smoking devices that have been authorized by the FDA. Retailers, distributors, wholesalers, or other intermediary entities are not permitted to sell electronic smoking devices that do not have FDA authorization and do not appear in the directory, and violations of the bill are subject to civil penalties under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 6-1-105, amend 3, 1, CCCC, and 1, DDDD, and add 1, EEEE, as follows, for 6-1-105. Unfair or deceptive trade practices. 1. A person 5 engages in a deceptive trade practice when, in the course of the person's 6 business, vocation, or occupation, the person, 7, CCCC, sells or offers for sale a product that is age-restricted to a 8 person who does not meet the age restriction, or 9, DDDD, fails to register a mobile home park in violation of Section 1038-12-1106, or 11, EEEE, fails to comply with the requirements of, or sells 12 an electronic smoking device in violation of, Section 6-1-735. 13 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 6-1-735 as 14 follows, 15 6-1-735. Electronic Smoking Device Directory, Authorization. -2, HB 24-1356. 1. Prohibited Actions, Attorney General, Rules, Definitions. 2. 1. Definitions. AS used in this section, unless the context 3 otherwise requires. 4. I. Electronic smoking device or device means a 5 non-combustible product that produces vapor or aerosol for 6 inhalation from the application of a heating element to a liquid 7 substance containing nicotine. 8. 2. Electronic smoking device or device includes 9. A consumable nicotine liquid suitable for use in an 10 electronic smoking device product, whether sold with the 11 product or sold separately, and 12. B. A product related to the use of an electronic smoking 13 device, such as a power unit, e-liquid cartridge, e-liquid 14 pod, disposable device, or other product. 15. 3. Electronic smoking device or device does not 16 include any product that has been approved by the Food and 17 Drug Administration for sale as a tobacco cessation product or 18 for other therapeutic use where that product is marketed and 19 sold solely for such approved use. 20. B. Electronic smoking device directory or directory 21 means the directory of manufacturers and electronic smoking 22 devices established pursuant to subsection 4 of this section 23 and maintained by the Attorney General's office in accordance 24 with this section. 25. C. Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, means the 26 Food and Drug Administration in the United States Department 27 of Health and Human Services. -3, HB 24-1356. 1. D. I. Manufacturer means 2. A person that manufactures or fabricates electronic 3 smoking devices, or 4. B. A person that mixes, compounds, repackages, or resizes 5 electronic smoking devices. 6. 2. Manufacturer includes a person that is a sales 7 entity affiliate of the manufacturer or any other entity 8 representing the manufacturer that sells electronic smoking 9 devices produced by the manufacturer to wholesalers or 10 permitted retailers. 11. E. Sale means any sale of, offer for sale of, or attempt 12 to sell any goods, services, or property for any consideration. 13. 2. A manufacturer of an electronic smoking device 14 shall not offer an electronic smoking device for sale in 15 Colorado, whether directly or through a retailer, distributor, 16 wholesaler, or similar intermediary, unless the manufacturer 17 meets the following criteria. 18. The manufacturer has received a marketing 19 authorization or similar order for the electronic smoking 20 device being offered for sale in Colorado from the Food and 21 Drug Administration pursuant to 21 U.S.C. SEC 387J, as amended, 22 or 23. 2. The manufacturer of the electronic smoking device 24 being offered for sale in Colorado marketed the device in the 25 United States AS of August 8, 2016, and submitted a pre-market 26 tobacco product application for the device to the FDA pursuant 27 TO 21 U.S.C. SEC 387J, as amended, on or before September 9, 2020. -4, HB 24-1356. 1. And the application either remains under review by the FDA or 2. A final decision on the application has not otherwise taken 3 effect. 4. B. At the request of the Attorney General, a 5 manufacturer shall submit to the Attorney General any 6 documents that demonstrate an electronic smoking device being 7 offered for sale in Colorado by the manufacturer meets the 8 criteria established in subsection 2A of this section. 9. C. If the Attorney General requests that a 10 manufacturer submit documentation in accordance with 11 subsection 2B of this section, the manufacturer shall comply 12 with the Attorney General's request within 30 days. 13. 2. A manufacturer that offers an electronic smoking 14 device for sale in Colorado shall notify the Attorney General's 15 office of any material change to the manufacturer's FDA 16 authorization for the electronic smoking device within 17 days after the material change, including the issuance or denial. 18. Of a marketing authorization or other order by the FDA. 19. Pursuant to 21 U.S.C. SEC 387J, as amended, or any other order 20 or action by the FDA or any court that affects whether the 21 electronic smoking device is able to be introduced or delivered 22 into interstate commerce for commercial distribution in the 23 United States. 24.3. A manufacturer that starts to manufacture 25 electronic smoking devices on or after August 1, 2024, or starts 26 to offer electronic smoking devices for sale in Colorado on or 27 after August 1, 2024, shall comply with the requirements of -5, HB 24-1356. 1 subsection 2 of this section before any of the manufacturer's 2 electronic smoking devices are offered for sale in Colorado. 3.4a. On and after October 1, 2024, the Attorney for General's Office shall maintain and make publicly available on 5ITS website an electronic smoking device directory that lists all 6 electronic smoking device manufacturers doing business in 7 Colorado and all electronic smoking devices approved for sale 8 in Colorado in accordance with subsection 2a of this section. 9b. The Attorney General shall update the directory, as 10 necessary, to ensure the directory's accuracy. 11.5a. If a manufacturer or electronic smoking device number 12 longer meets the criteria established in subsection 2a of this 13 section in order to be listed in the directory, each retailer, 14 distributor, and wholesaler has 30 days after the date the 15 manufacturer or device is removed from the directory to sell. 16. The electronic smoking device or remove the device from its 17. Inventory. 18b. A person that sells an electronic smoking device after 19 the expiration of the 30-day period described in subsection 25a of this section commits an unfair or deceptive trade 21 practice in violation of section 6-1-105, 1, EEE, and is subject to 22 enforcement and penalties by the Attorney General. 23.6a. Except as provided in subsections 5a and 6b of 24 this section, on and after October 1, 2024, a person shall not 25 sell or offer for retail sale either directly or through a 26 retailer, distributor, wholesaler, or similar intermediary, and 27 electronic smoking device that is not authorized for sale in -6, HB 24-1356. 1 accordance with subsection 2a of this section. 2b. On or before December 1, 2024, a retailer, distributor, 3 wholesaler, or other intermediary shall sell or remove from for the seller's inventory any electronic smoking devices that are 5 not included in the Attorney General's initial publication of the 6 directory. 7.7a. A person that violates this section engages in an 8 unfair or deceptive trade practice in violation of section 6-1-1059, 1, EEE. 10b-I. A manufacturer that falsely represents any 11 information requested by the Attorney General or fails to 12 provide updates of material changes to an electronic smoking 13 device in accordance with subsection 2 of this section commits 14 a violation of section 6-1-105, 1, EE, and is subject to civil 15 penalties for unfair or deceptive trade practices pursuant to 16 section 6-1-112. 17.2. The Attorney General shall remove from the 18 directory a manufacturer that falsely represents any 19 information requested by the Attorney General or fails to 20 provide updates of material changes to an electronic smoking 21 device in accordance with subsection 2 of this section. 22.8a. A non-resident manufacturer of electronic smoking 23 devices that has not registered to do business in Colorado as a 24 foreign corporation or business entity shall, as a condition 25 precedent to being included in the directory, appoint and 26 continually engage without interruption the services of an 27 agent who shall act as an agent for the service of process. -7, HB 24-1356. 1 process related to any action or proceeding against the 2 manufacturer concerning or arising out of the enforcement of 3 this section may be served on the agent in any manner for authorized by law. Such service constitutes legal and valid 5 service of process on the manufacturer. 6b. At the request of the Attorney General, a 7 manufacturer that engages an agent for the service of process 8 shall provide the name, address, telephone number, and proof of 9 appointment of the agent to the Attorney General. 10c. If a manufacturer terminates the appointment of an 11 agent appointed pursuant to subsection 8a of this section, the 12 manufacturer shall provide to the Attorney General within 30 days after the manufacturer has terminated the agent. 14i. Notice of the termination of the former agent, and 15.2. Proof that the manufacturer has appointed a new 16 agent no less than 5 calendar days after the termination of 17 the former agent, including providing the information required. 18 pursuant to subsection 8b of this section. 19d. A non-resident manufacturer that sells electronic 20 smoking devices in Colorado and that has not appointed and 21 engaged the services of an agent as required by this subsection 22.8 is deemed to have appointed the Secretary of State as ITS 23 agent for service of process. The appointment of the Secretary 24 of State as the manufacturer's agent does not satisfy the 25 condition precedent required in subsection 8a of this section 26 for the manufacturer to be included or retained in the 27 directory. -8, HB 24-1356. 1.9. Any penalties collected in accordance with this 2 section shall be used for administration and enforcement of this 3 section. 4.10. The Attorney General may promulgate any rules 5 necessary to enforce this section and ensure the protection of 6 public health, safety, and welfare. 7 Section 3. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 8 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 9 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 10 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 11 institutions. -9, HB 24-1356.
The question of 1356, Rep. Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Talking about this one in committee, we saw that there was the strike below that ended up basically reinventing the bill into something that focused on unauthorized sale to minors, juveniles, and the fact that juveniles were able to get, or minors were able to get their hands on vapes, essentially, and were using them. The ability to get them was questionable and how it was happening in different areas. And the argument to that was this is already something that is being enforced on a local level. This isn't something I think that needs to be reinforced on a state level. I think if the reporting process happens between local law enforcement to the state or beyond, if it is something bigger that needs federal attention, that's something that's already in place and isn't necessary in the way that this bill ended up with the strike below. So this was something where I could have seen it being PI'd, I could have seen it being sent through as it was, but bringing it to where it is now, I think it doesn't really serve a purpose that isn't already being served. So I don't think it's something that we need to be pushing through our legislation. I would encourage a no vote, but I'm going to hand it back over to my colleague here that had a few points to make that he was waiting to finish.
Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my good colleague from northern Colorado, the mighty town of Berthoud. I appreciate, he's in the committee. I unfortunately am not in the committee. But normally when there's a strike below, there's a problem with that piece of legislation. And usually, my esteemed colleagues, it's a big problem. There's something really wrong and we got to start over. And apparently that's what happened. So the bill changed. But of all the things that the district attorneys and the attorney general have to deal with, which is quite vast, you know, is this something we need to burden them with? Is this an additional thing we need to pass statutorily to add for them to focus on and worry about? And arguably, if we add more duties and responsibilities, we're probably going to have to request some more FTE for more attorneys to work in the Attorney General's office, which, you know, my position on growing government and having government grow and expand, I'm not a fan. I'm also a big fan of prosecuting and have the Attorney General prosecuting real laws that really matter and not these petty offenses. Because you know, there's petty crimes, but then there's real crimes. Perhaps distribution of narcotics or some other very heinous thing, or fentanyl-laced narcotics that kill people. Maybe they should be focusing on that, prosecuting that, and those dealers.
Holtorf, please,
yes, ma'am.
to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your leadership. Get me back on track. But we're going to have in this legislation, just to reiterate, after we did the strike below and fix something that needed to be fixed, drastically fixed, we're going to make the district attorney focus on deceptive trade practices. And they're going to make a directory so people know what these smoking devices are. I think that's important, but is that something the Attorney General's office needs to do? And maintain this directory? I would debate and say probably not. But I'm really not an expert on this. I don't even smoke. I don't use these products. I don't vape. I don't smoke the devil's lettuce. I don't do this stuff. I don't smoke cigarillos. I just don't, because they're bad for your lungs. They hurt you physically.
To the bill, Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now, I was going to read section 6-1055, but I'm not, because I have another colleague that said he wants to come speak perhaps more intelligently about this bill, perhaps not. But I'm going to yield to a good colleague from El Paso County, or the bill sponsor if she wants to answer some of the questions, because I may not understand exactly what the intent is of this.
Rep. Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Yeah, I don't think you understand. The bill is a strike below, and so everything you spoke about is actually not in the bill. So I know it took you a while, all night, I think you said, to read 9 pages, which tracks, but it's a very short and simple strike below now that just says we will not be selling unauthorized products to minors, and that if that is happening, that's a crime. We want to protect our kids from these unauthorized vaping products. And so while I appreciate the lengthy time it took for you to read a very straightforward bill, I ask for you to actually look at the strike below and possibly read that. It might take a while, which I understand.
Rep. Harrod, to the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't understand why you didn't get on the Business Affairs and Labor Committee, but I guess some people would probably say thank you. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Rep. Parenti. Rep. Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I rise in support of both the amendment and this bill. As both a parent, our local police department has provided numerous training opportunities for parents about the proliferation of vaping. This is a public health crisis for our teenagers. These unauthorized devices do pose a health crisis, particularly to our teens. And also, as many of you know, as someone with an active foster license, this is also something that we are being taught by our child welfare agencies, our foster communities, to be on the lookout for and to guard against. And so anything that we can do as a state to protect the health of our teens, I think, is a really good idea. And I urge you to support this amendment and the bill. Thank you.
Rep. Bottom. Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to say anything derogatory about the bill sponsor or anything else. I just want to talk to the policy and the legislation, because that's what we're here to do. I would still like to be on the Business Affairs Committee. But if this is the kind of legislation, then maybe I don't. I don't know. But I do have the strike below here that, and I'm glad that the colleagues that are on the Business Affairs Committee have offered. Now, there's L002 and L003. So I'm not sure which one it is. Maybe signals from the bench, but I guess I could read them both. Let's start with L002.
Rep. Holtorf, we are on the bill.
Yes, ma'am. But I was told by the bill sponsor that the bill is the strike below. So when I read the strike below, then that is the bill, or am I confused? Anyone? Anyone?
Go ahead, Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your consideration and your leadership. So under this, it says Section 1 in Colorado Revised Statute 6-1102. And to the bill sponsor, I actually read the entire Consumer Protection Act, not just one article or one section. I don't know if she's done that, but I have. And it didn't take me all night. It took me maybe about an hour and a half. And I could read it right now, but I'm not going to do that because the majority leader will not be happy with me, and I'm not going to do that because I want our majority leader to be happy. So I'll continue here to amend 10 as follows. 6-1-102 definitions as used in this Article 1 unless the content otherwise requires. 10, parentheses 10. Sale means any sale, offer for sale, or attempt to sell any product, good, or property for any consideration. Section 2 in the Colorado Revised Statute 1-1-105. Now remember, I was going to read 105, but then I said I wasn't, and I'm not going to, but I did read it last night. Amend parentheses 1, parentheses C, 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 and parentheses 4, and add parentheses 1, parentheses EEEE, as follows. 6-1-105, unfair, deceptive trade practices. Number one, a person engaged in a deceptive trade practice when in the course of a person's business, vocation, or occupation, the person, now this is parentheses CCCC, and in Spanish that's yes, 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 parentheses, but this is in Spanish, sells or offers for sale a product, good or property, that is age restricted to a person who does not meet the age restrictions. Now, what's interesting, Madam Chair, is we already have laws that have these restrictions. We're not supposed to sell tobacco products to minors. Everybody knows that. Unless you're a minor that wants tobacco products, then you know it, but you don't care because you want to smoke whatever you want to smoke. Might even be things you shouldn't be smoking that are bad for your lungs, but I digress. Now, under EEEE, parentheses EEEE, sales or offers for sale an electronic smoking device that is not authorized for sale by the Federal Food and Drug Administration. So it looks like FDA has to approve everything. So now we're going to subordinate ourselves to federal law, which I find ironic because there's so many things in this state that we do not subordinate to federal law. In fact, we reject it. We reject those things that the federal law says we should do in this state. We say, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to follow federal law because we got other plans. I'm not going to mention sanctuary type things and these other things that we're not going to do because we don't want to. But here we are with the smoking devices now, my good colleague from Denver, saying that we got to follow the federal law. That's interesting. It's very interesting to me as I think through this country boy from out in the Eastern Plains. So now we have to, under this, and the Attorney General in this state is going to follow and apply federal law. But there's so many things, ladies and gentlemen, in this chamber that we say, no, we're not following federal law. Oh, heck no. We're going to do our own thing because we're sanctuary.
To the bill, Rep. Holtorf.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to continue because I am reading the bill now, which is a strike below that my good colleague has provided from Denver. I'm halfway through, so bear with me. As used in this section, unless the content otherwise requires, this is under parentheses 4, parentheses A, 1, electronic smoking device means a non-combustible product that provides vapor or aerosol for inhalation from the application of a heating element to a liquid substance containing nicotine. I wish there had been a whole bunch of other things added behind nicotine. A whole bunch of things could have been added behind this. Smoking crack,
To the bill,
other things like that.
Rep. Holtorf, please.
Thank you. I'll continue. A consumable nicotine liquid substance suitable for use in an electronic smoking device, whether sold with the device or sold separately, and a product related to the use of an electronic smoking device, such as a power unit, e-liquid, e-liquid cartridge, and e-liquid pod, a disposable device, or any other product. Parentheses, Roman numeral I, electronic smoking device does not include any product that has been approved by the Food and Drug Administration for sale as a tobacco cessation product or other therapeutic use if that product is marked and sold solely for the approved use. I guess my question on this is, does that apply to minors? Does that apply to, or not? Because, you know, a lot of these young people are smoking a lot of stuff in this state, and they probably need this therapy. Or an electronic smoking device designed or used for marijuana, Mary Jane, or other product related to the use of an electronic smoking device designated for marijuana. Wait a minute, let's rewind the tape. So now an electronic smoking device does not include, so we're going to have a carve out for Mary Jane, marijuana. So it's okay if we do that, but we can't do this other. Really? Really? Well, I'm down to the last page, line 39, and I think that's the bill. I will tell you, I have to vote no on principle, primarily because of the last carve-out exception, which I find hypocritical. When young people or any person can't use some other liquid nicotine that they may want to use, but then they can, in fact, smoke the devil's lettuce anytime they want with these devices because it's been excluded. And arguably, it is just as harmful, if not more harmful, from a physiological health lung standpoint, whether it's CBD or THC or juiced up hemp. We call it hot hemp. If it's hot hemp or whatever, liquefied, crystallized, you can do all that. I find that a reason that I cannot support the bill in its strike below form from the bill sponsor.
Thank you. Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be a no on this bill. I do think we need to protect our kids, but I'm a little confused as to why we're worried about vapes and tobacco in kids who the General Assembly has deemed sufficiently mature to self-select sterilization and genital mutilation. And that is to the bill. That is to the bill. We are talking about the maturity of kids to choose what goes into their body. So don't say
No,
it's
Rep.
not to the
DeGraff,
bill.
please get back to the bill. Thank you so much. Please get back to the bill.
Well, Madam Chair, aren't we talking about what a minor can put into their body?
Rep. DeGraff, we'll go in a quick recess. Thank you. The committee will come back to order. See, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1356. Seeing there is no other questions or further discussion, all those in favor of House Bill 1356, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1356 passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 14 until tomorrow.
Senate Bill 14 has been laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader. Go ahead.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 241345.
House Bill 1345 by Representatives Weissman and Soper, also Senator Fields, concerning the Human Trafficking Council and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendation contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and implementing certain recommendations by the Human Trafficking Council.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, what we have here before you is the, oh, sorry, I should also move the, I move House Bill 1345, the Judiciary Committee report, and the Appropriations report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations report.
We appropriated money to be able to implement the policy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Wiseman.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and sorry, I just had my bill folder empty itself onto the ground back there. Members, just one note on the approps report. This is a sunset bill, so most of the appropriation is what we call continuation spending. We've been spending this on the council. For the most part, we're continuing to do so. We ask for your support on the approps report.
Is there any discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before you is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The Appropriations report is passed.
I can start.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Judiciary Committee report, we made several changes, additions to it. So the first bit is a little bit of history. The Human Trafficking Council was created back in 2014, so 10 years ago. And it was the result of House Bill 14-1273 at the time. And they've been engaged in services to combat human trafficking. These services include training, collecting data, accessing services for victims and survivors, and conducting research campaigns. But the Human Trafficking Council also has a legislative committee in which they have made recommendations to the General Assembly. However, the General Assembly has not actually acted on these recommendations. And Representative Weissman and I looked at each other and said, why not take the opportunity to be able to make some real meaningful changes towards human trafficking, be able to really try to push back as hard as we can against some of these crimes, and be able to implement some of the recommendations that had been well vetted by their committee, and go from there. And I'll turn it over.
Representative Wiseman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Again, we both agreed that we didn't want to lose an opportunity to do some substantive policy good here in the context of the sunset. The recommendation from the review was continue the council, no real objection there, but we both found, and I think we're surprised to find, that there had been some recommendations put forward by the council that had never been given life, been put into the books here. So the Judiciary Committee report is to effectuate 3 of the recommendations that we picked up from the council's own published work, and we had further conversations to make sure we're getting the details right. In summary, we did 3 things. One is to provide some measure of compensation by reference to a Chief Justice directive for survivor members of the council to come to the meetings. To unpack this a little bit, some members of the council are essentially public employees. They are paid to do their job, maybe in the Department of Public Safety, maybe somewhere else. They're there, they're able to pay their bills one way or the other. In the original statute that Rep. Soper spoke to, we said when we framed the council, we want the expertise of survivor members, but this means making time, spending hours, coming here. People can't just casually do that. So we're providing a measure of compensation. That's in the committee report. Again, that comes right from the council itself. We also are incorporating into the address confidentiality program eligibility for that program if you are a survivor of human trafficking. Right now, that program includes, among the grounds for eligibility, domestic violence, stalking, sex offense. We've talked about trafficking here in other contexts. It's a pretty odious offense. Folks get drawn into it. There may be attempts to keep them into it. It makes total sense to us that there should be eligibility for the protection of address confidentiality for survivors of this offense. The last change via the, again, coming directly to us from the council and incorporated in the Judiciary Committee report is a mechanism for what's called vacatur. This is a narrow, carefully delineated mechanism in the criminal law by which somebody who is a survivor of trafficking may go to court, make a showing, overcome burdens they have to, and essentially achieve the result of a judicial order saying that a conviction against them, really the victim of trafficking, is no longer of legal effect. Again, that comes from the council. We do need to run one cleanup amendment on part of that, and this came to us in discussions subsequent to Judiciary Committee. For that reason, we move L5 to the committee report and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, let's get it displayed. L5 is properly displayed. Representative Wiseman.
Thank you. So credit to the Municipal League for catching this one. The vacatur mechanism is available for convictions that originally entered in state court or municipal court. In the amendment in committee, we referred to district attorneys, and those are folks who obviously are in district or county court. That's not the correct reference in municipal court, hence we are adding municipal attorney's office as a disjunctive to just make this more correct throughout. We ask for your support for L5 to the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on L5? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L5 to the Judiciary report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. To the Judiciary report.
Yeah, that's.
Representative Wiseman.
Thank you. We've both unpacked this and appreciate the Committee of the Whole support for the technical amendment. Without further, we just ask for your support on the Judiciary Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary report as amended. Everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Judiciary report passes. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper movement.
Sure. Since I pushed for it.
And it is properly displayed. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, most important part is the sunset date. So this is a, if I can do quick math here, a 7-year sunset date. And we're just making sure that the sunset process continues going forward. And I think that's it.
Is there any further discussion on Representative Wiseman?
Thanks. Just to add to that, members, we've seen amendments like this on the floor before. The reason there was no sunset in the introduced is there wasn't one recommended in the sunset report. Doris said there's value in this, keep it going. We did have a bit of discussion in committee from members of both parties about the idea of there being some sunset. Of course, what that does is bring it back to us here in some number of years. We also heard, frankly, that survivors of trafficking want that too, so that there is some assurance that all of us or our future selves here will stay engaged with what the council is doing and really for their own benefit for folks who have to endure these crimes. Just know that the council is tuned or dialed in a way that best serves the community that it's supposed to be serving. We didn't want it to be too short because these can be multi-year efforts, and we wanted to signal a strong degree of ongoing support for the work of the council and, again, the community that the council is there to serve. We thought 7 years was a reasonable way to do that. That's why this part of the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L6? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of, oh, is there, I'm sorry. Oh, Representative Holtorf. Excuse me, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the bill sponsors. Please stay here. I do want to point out how legislatively responsible this is. I commend you. And I know when I was giving my previous presentation, Representative Weissman, you weren't in the room, and I won't do it again. But I did say how it is important that we have this legislative oversight during a period of time in odd years, but it should be some number less than 8, because in a term, in the maximum term that you can serve, in 4 terms, it's 8 years. And so you want your, whoever replaces you in your district, or you, sir, in your district, you want that legislative oversight, and for those new legislators in future time to have an opportunity to do this legislative review. So I thank both of the bill sponsors for their responsibility and their maturity in this regard, Madam Chair, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L6. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The amendment passes. To the bill, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a real opportunity to be able to effectuate difference in the human trafficking world and be able to really try to push back on the criminal enterprises, and would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, oh, pardon me, Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I went back and forth about whether or not to speak on this because as a survivor and a victim, I know that I've spent a lifetime of being talked over, told what victims think, what victims want, what survivors think, what survivors want, and pretty exclusively that presentation meant if you are not a victim who is asking for what the system's asking for, that you are to be quiet. So in deciding whether or not to speak, I weighed that knowledge versus the fact that if you are a member of this body and you say anything liberatory and talk about human trafficking, it means that you'll be subjected to really nasty, cruel things online and otherwise. The bill sponsor mentioned, used one of my favorite words in saying effectuating, that this is an opportunity to push back and to effectuate some real significant change. I disagree that this is the appropriate vehicle for that. I think that the appropriate version of this bill should be one that followed the recommendations and didn't deviate. There are some good provisions in this bill, particularly related to address confidentiality, but I just need to name y'all, because someone should say it on the record when we talk about human trafficking, that prisons are never going to stop human trafficking because prisons are human trafficking, and prisons are not going to stop sexual slavery because prisons are sexual slavery. There's a story today that broke late last night or today about a prison where there's what's called a rape club and the prison's going to be closed. And the only thing surprising about that story and about how rampant the abuse is, the only thing surprising, well, there are 2. One is that it became news at all, and 2 is that people are deluded into thinking that that prison is an outlier. When we are looking at this council that does a lot of good work, and I'm really glad that we're going to be paying survivors who are participating, when I'm saying that prisons are human trafficking, I am naming that today in a Colorado prison, someone was raped. Today, in a Colorado, in a site of rehab, recovery, an AA meeting, a probation, a parole check-in, that is where folks who buy and sell humans and who work in human trafficking, that is where they go to get folks because they know who can't report the harm being done to them. That is not a cry to close the prisons this week and certainly not to abolish this council, but it is an invitation to recognize that the opportunity missed is to ever talk about human trafficking and fail to acknowledge that today in Colorado prisons, people are being trafficked. Today in Colorado prisons and jails, people are being used for sexual slavery. I appreciate the work of the council. I'm glad we're going to be paying folks. I agree with the recommendation about the date on sunset, and I look forward to anyone else who speaks, not suggesting that there's only one way to be a victim or a survivor.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the sunset. I would like to just throw out there, my thinking on sunset is it should be within the time frame of freshman to a leaving class of the representatives. That's just my process, because then the people that institute the bill are the ones who look at it again before they leave, theoretically. I know it's not exactly how it works, but that's just my thinking. So I like the bill. I like the concept of this. Here's what I have found, having dealt with many, dozens upon dozens of children that have been trafficked, raped, is that when you put a perpetrator in jail, they're not raping those kids anymore. So the idea that somehow going to jail doesn't stop this, I don't know in any sane world where that doesn't happen. The taken off the street, no longer raping. Anything else but that makes no sense. This bill's a good bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1345. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1380.
House Bill 1380 by Representative Mabry, also Senators Cutter and Hawkes Lewis, concerning measures to increase consumer protections in transactions with debt-related services.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1380 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, members. House Bill 1380 is a bill that originally was going to be in the debt collectors management sunset, and there was some controversy about taking this big of a step in that sunset, so we separated it out and brought a different bill. And in the Judiciary Committee, I would argue that we gave the biggest thing we could possibly give in terms of amendments. So the bill as introduced said basically that there would be no debt assignments. So basically you had to fully own the debt if you were going to sue somebody in attempting to collect it. We brought an amendment in the Judiciary Committee that clarified that you could sue somebody for debt that you do not own, so long as you are clarifying on whose behalf you are suing. And that's what happened in the Judiciary Committee, and we urge I'll see you. I actually have an amendment to the committee report.
Great. You can say that in the
Sorry.
microphone. Sorry.
I'm going to move L7 to the Judiciary Committee report. And ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, L7 is properly displayed to the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd almost forgotten that my amendment was to the committee report. What this amendment does is clarifies. So again, the bill as introduced essentially took away the ability of debt collectors to assign or consolidate debts. We brought an amendment that said they can still assign so long as there's clarity. What this amendment does is it deals with the consolidation piece, and it brings it in line with Colorado's laws on joinder. And so basically what this means is debts can still be consolidated. Debt companies can still buy your debt if you get into a car accident and you owe debt to UC Health, you owe debt to the surgeon, you owe debt to the insurance company. It just requires that if they're suing you in one lawsuit, that it be connected to the same transaction in occurrence, so that the debt collector suing you can't say, hey, who else does Javier owe money? And Xfinity Cable stands up and says, oh, Javier owes money to Xfinity Cable. And then all of a sudden you're facing a lawsuit that's mostly about your car accident, but all of a sudden Xfinity Cable is involved, I think it's good public policy to make sure that if you are in a lawsuit about money that you owe somebody or about money that you owe, that it is about the same transaction and occurrence. That's what this amendment does, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion? Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the bill sponsor. The way I read it, it says every assignor. So would every original debtor, every assignor, and there can be several, as you know, in this space, would each of them have to be a plaintiff and file a separate lawsuit?
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rep. Snyder, for the question. They would not have to file a separate lawsuit. They would just have to be separate named plaintiffs in the same lawsuit.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L7? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. L7 passes. To the committee report. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Commission, the committee report, apologies. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this legislation is just about making sure that if you are being sued in a debt collection action, that you know who's suing you, and that the lawsuit is about the same transaction and occurrence, and that whoever is suing you is not unjustly weaponizing the court. So another thing, and again, I'll emphasize that we're working with the Attorney General's office on this legislation, and one thing that they're seeing out there is there are debt collectors that are seeking bench warrants for people. And so what is effectively happening is the poorest of the poor people in our state are getting dragged into court on arrest warrants because they owe debt. This takes away the ability of debt collectors to do that. Now you might ask, does that then take away the ability of debt collectors to collect debts? Absolutely, it does not. You can still get a default judgment. You can still garnish somebody's wages. You can still impact somebody's credit. There are so many incentives for people to pay off their debt that we don't believe that we should effectively have debtors' prisons. There shouldn't be criminal penalties for civil disputes. And it's not something that happens in typical business transaction. This is one of the ways. The cost of being poor is well documented in this country. It is more expensive to be poor than it is to be well off. And that is not only about money, it is also about these sorts of predatory practices that people on the brink are facing. And with that, I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1380.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I heard this bill in committee, and I rise in opposition to this bill. Actually, we kind of heard it twice in committee, to tell you the truth, because there was a lot of fear it was going to be attached to the financial services sunset. And so most of the testimony during that committee hearing was tied to this phantom amendment that never did come. And instead, what came was this late bill, which is 1380, that's here before us today. There's a couple of things that we need to talk about in terms of the bill and debt resolution or debt counseling. So what's in the bill talks about debt counseling. However, it's really important as you dig into the bill. Debt counseling would require upfront fees and no reduction in debt principal. These can be set by the Attorney General. However, debt resolution, which is the current process, that's actually where you have someone who would come in and negotiate to actually have your principal reduced. This is actually very important because when it comes to debt resolution, that means that the actual principal itself is able to be driven down. What's within this bill is actually going to keep principal in place. It will drive fees up, no debt reduction, and all you get is counseling at the end without bench warrants. Let's talk about bench warrants. Bench warrants are a matter for the judiciary. I actually do not believe that we as the legislature have the power to tell the judiciary when they can and can't use bench warrants. Now, you'll probably hear the proponents of the bill say, it's just that the plaintiff's attorneys can't ask the court for a bench warrant. I would say that's a mere technicality, that at any point in time, if someone is not complying with a court order, a bench warrant is an order. A bench warrant in that particular case is not debtor's prison, no matter what you may have just heard. If someone is refusing to produce evidence that is being asked for by the court, one possible remedy would be for the court to ask for a bench warrant, send out the police to bring that person in. Much like if someone has absconded from the General Assembly, there is a mechanism for the legislature to send out the state patrol and have the absconding member brought back to the House chamber. That's not to say that they are somehow being held hostage or against their will. This is just a way for courts to be able to enforce the request for information. The other area that we need to talk about is replevins. This allows for the forcible entry and seizure of property like cars, and this is often the only way for a creditor to be able to collect personal property that is hidden. When you force it to each individual transaction or occurrence, the problem that you have here is maybe the car was involved, for example, in a car crash. So you may actually have a debt that comes in the form of whatever might be out there as far as a settlement or damages that you owe. However, you also may have a car loan that's on that bill. So is that also part of the same transaction? Because the underlying movable good, the tangible property, has now been destroyed in this example. So at what point in time do you start to pull in everyone beyond the obligation that you need to pay to the victim, the debt that you still owe on the car because you have a car loan? There could be medical bills for the victim. Let's say you're at fault. I mean, that's just from the car example that we heard. I mean, that's not looking at other types of consumer debt. It is quite troubling that we would be so specific as to tie it to each transaction or occurrence for those particular reasons. I do want to shift, kind of moving to the last elements for why I'm against this bill. A small business is going to be disproportionately impacted by this bill because it would require the debts to be collected in the name of an original creditor or business. Each of them would need to sue, meaning hiring their own plaintiff's attorney. This change would be detrimental for a small business or small medical practices because what happens is that small business would be forced to go to court to retain counsel and in the name of the business attempt to collect the debt. This can cause unjustified prejudice against that business in particular. A more serious problem would be if the incurment of the debt was in the name of a medical malpractice or healthcare provider. That's actually why we do have a shield as far as debt resolutions, debt agencies who are charged with collecting the debt or resolving the debt. An individual just does not have the time, if you're a small practitioner, to be able to go out seeking each and every person that owes you money. I can tell you from sitting for many years on a hospital board that there's lots of people that owe us money, and there's lots of people that we are having to resolve debt with. But we would much rather work out some sort of a resolution, including seeing a reduction in the principal, because it means we're actually getting paid something. And it means both parties are going to walk away having compromised and having a somewhat amicable result. If you're forced to go all the way to the court system and certain tools are being taken away along the way, you're kind of left just letting that debtor see their credit score impacted. You're in this position where a judge may get frustrated, and even if the suggestion is not placed there by plaintiff's attorneys, they may still go ahead and order the bench warrant because that's still allowed in the bill. I do believe that it still is in order for the plaintiff's attorneys to be able to suggest to the court that this is a remedy when someone is frustrating a request for information. And part of the request for information, let's not forget, is where are your other assets? Because if you're able to pay your debt, and it's not one of the exempt assets, such as your home or your car, or your tools to do your work of trade, you shouldn't be able to hide those assets to try to get out from under that debt. And so if the court is asking for certain information about what you have in your Swiss bank account, for example, you should be compelled to show that information during a debt resolution hearing. And if that's being cut off, especially if it has to be all tied to the same transaction or occurrence, maybe your bank account in Switzerland doesn't have any bearing on what it is that brought you before the courts, but it does. Because if you do have a mechanism to pay, we actually want you to pay. We want both sides to this deal to come out whole. I mean, this is a contract. Someone took out money, usually for a certain percent, with an obligation to repay. And when it gets to the point where you're having to use the courts to invoke an action, if you have the means to repay, the court should know what those means look like. And if they're structuring a payment plan or they're going to force full payment, they should be able to do so, rather than putting mechanisms into law that would cut off the ability for the courts really to be able to explore and to see what all the defendant may or may not have. So for those reasons, and I'm sure a few others, that's why I remain in fierce opposition to this bill, and do appreciate everyone listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hartsook.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the bill, and it's interesting. Having done a lot of business development and a lot of contracting, whether you're the person that is owed the money or you owe the money, you've signed a contract, you have that legal debt. When we would have accounts with the federal government, sometimes we'd see the accounts receivable run at 30, 60, sometimes out to 90 days receivable. And yet we, as a small business, still had to pay our bills on the materials that we used for installation, the work that we did. We had to pay our employees and everybody else. I'm a little confused when they talk about it's a very simple bill, yet it talks about that taking any legal action on a debt against a consumer, if the debt collector or the collection agency is the named plaintiff, unless the debt collector or agency has purchased complete ownership. There's many times when we were in business, if we had been required to be the complete owner of everything and file the lawsuit for the different debts that were owed to us, we would have been spending more of our time in court than we would have doing our business, which in that case was telecommunications. So placing this burden, this extensive requirement on, in particular, small business owners, that now they have to not only suffer the debt that's owed to them, but they've got to then retain counsel, go and do lawsuits to get the money paid back to them by signing a contract, all the while still trying to do their business and getting out there. This bill clearly seems heavily weighted to the people to support the people that owe the money and against the people that are owed the money. So I think we need to relook this bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I request that House Bill 24-1380 be read at length. Thank you.
House Bill 1380 will be read
Second
at
regular session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado introduced. LLS no. 24 to 1053.01 Josh Schultz X 5486 House Bill 24 to 1380. House Committees Senate Committees Judiciary. A bill for an act. 101 concerning measures to increase consumer protections in 102 transactions with debt-related services. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill makes the following actions by a debt collector or collection agency that is subject to the Colorado Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, unfair or deceptive trade practices under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act, Consumer Protection Act. Taking any legal action on a debt against a consumer if the debt collector or collection agency is the named plaintiff. House sponsorship Mabry. Senate sponsorship Cutter and Jaquez Lewis. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Unless the debt collector or collection agency has purchased complete ownership of the debt, without any ownership interest retained by the seller, original creditor, or other third party, and seeking or supporting a warrant or otherwise promoting the arrest or detainment of a consumer, including on motions related to discovery or contempt of court, in any legal action against the consumer in connection with an action to collect or attempt to collect a debt. A creditor that is owed a consumer debt and seeks or supports a warrant or otherwise promotes the arrest or detainment of a consumer in any legal action against the consumer in connection with an action to collect or attempt to collect the debt commits a deceptive trade practice under the Consumer Protection Act. The bill requires credit services organizations to file notification with and pay a fee to the administrator of the Uniform Consumer Credit Code administrator within 30 days after commencing business in Colorado and, thereafter, on or before July 1st of each year. The administrator may order a person to cease and desist from engaging in violations of the Colorado Credit Services Organization Act, CCSOA. An order issued by the administrator may require the person to pay to a buyer a refund of unlawful charges under the CCSOA charged to the buyer and to pay an administrative penalty of up to $1,500 per violation. A person aggrieved by an order of the administrator may seek judicial review of the order in the Colorado Court of Appeals. The bill clarifies that a plan that a debt management services provider prepares for an individual to make regular, periodic payments must meet the definition of a plan in the Uniform Debt Management Services Act. The bill also clarifies that if a debt management services provider utilizes the Internet or other electronic means to meet specific compliance requirements, including disclosures, reporting requirements, and record-keeping requirements, the provider must obtain a consumer's consent at the time of satisfying the requirements. The bill repeals provisions outlining the fees a debt management services provider may charge and requires the administrator to adopt rules specifying the nature and amount of permitted fees. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 5-16-108, add 1M. 3 and 1N as follows. 4-5-16-108. Unfair practices. 1. A debt collector or collection. -2, HB 24-1380. One agency shall not use unfair or unconscionable means to collect or attempt to collect any debt, including, but not limited to, the following conduct. 3M. Taking any legal action on a debt against a consumer. 4. If the debt collector or collection agency is the named plaintiff. 5. Unless the debt collector or collection agency has purchased 6. Complete ownership of the debt, without any ownership interest. 7. Retained by the seller, original creditor, or other third party. 8N. Seeking or supporting a warrant or otherwise. 9. Promoting the arrest or detainment of a consumer, including on 10 motions related to discovery or contempt of court, in any legal 11 action against a consumer in connection with an action. 12. Collect or attempt to collect a debt, except that nothing in this 13 subsection 1N limits or affects the power of a court to issue. 14. An order or a warrant. 15. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 5-19-110, add 3, 16, 4, 5, 6, and 7, as follows. 17. 5-19-110. Powers of Administrator of the Uniform Consumer. 18. Credit Code and District Attorney, subpoenas, hearings, notification. 19. Cease and desist orders, definitions. 3A. Credit Services 20 organizations shall file a notification with, and pay the fee 21 prescribed in subsection 4 of this section 2, the administrator 22 within 30 days after commencing business in this state and 23 thereafter, on or before July 1st of each year. The notification 24 must state, 25, I, the name of the credit services organization, 26, 2, the name in which business is transacted, if the name 27 is different from the name provided pursuant to subsection -3, HB 24-1380. 1, 3, I, of this section, 2, 3, the address of the credit services organization's 3 principal office, which may be outside of this state, and 4, other information the administrator may require. 5B. If information in a notification becomes inaccurate. 6. After filing, no further notification is required until the 7 following years notification filing is due. 8.4. A person required to file the notification described in 9 subsection 3 of this section shall pay to the administrator a 10 non-refundable annual notification fee. The administrator may 11th examine the transactions, business, and records of a person that 12 files a notification without issuance of a subpoena. 13.5. The state treasurer shall credit all fees collected 14 under this Part 1 to the Consumer Credit Unit Cash Fund. 15.6. A. After notice and hearing, the administrator may 16th order a person to cease and desist from engaging in violations. 17 of this code or any rule or order lawfully made pursuant to. 18 this Part 1. The order issued by the administrator may require 19 the person to pay to a buyer a refund of unlawful charges under 20 this Part 1 charge to the buyer and to pay an administrative 21 penalty of up to $1,500 per 22 violation. 23. B. The state treasurer shall credit all receipts from the 24 imposition of administrative penalties under this section to the 25 Consumer Credit Unit Cash Fund. 26. C. A respondent aggrieved by an order of the 27 administrator may seek judicial review of the order in the -4, HB 24-1380. 1 Colorado Court of Appeals. The administrator may obtain a 2-court order for enforcement of the administrator's order in 3 district court under section 24-4-106. All proceedings under this 4 section are governed by sections 24-4-105 and 24-4-106. 5. 7. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise 6 requires. 7. A. Administrator means the administrator of the 8 Uniform Consumer Credit Code. 9. B. Consumer Credit Unit Cash Fund means the Consumer 10 Credit Unit Cash Fund created in section 5-2-302, 11. 11 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 5-19-217, amend 12, B, 3, A, and C, 3, as follows, 13-5-19-217. Prerequisites for providing debt management 14 services. B. A provider may not furnish or contract to furnish 15 debt management services unless the provider, through the services of a 16 counselor or debt specialist. 17. 3. If the individual is to make regular, periodic payments. 18. A. Has prepared a plan, A as defined in section 5-19-202, 13. 19 for the individual. 20. C. Before an individual assents to an agreement to engage in a 21 plan, a provider shall. 22. 3. With respect to all creditors identified by the individual or 23 otherwise known by the provider to be creditors of the individual, provide 24 the individual with a list of. 25. A. Creditors that the provider expects to participate in the plan. 26 and grant concessions. 27. B. Creditors that the provider expects to participate in the plan. -5. HB 24-1380. 1 but not grant concessions, and 2, C, creditors that the provider expects not to participate in the 3 plan. And 4, D, all other creditors. 5 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 5-19-218, amend, B, 6 as follows, 7-5-19-218. Communication by electronic or other means, 8 definitions. B. A provider may satisfy the requirements of Section 9-5-19-217, 5-19-219, or 5-19-227 by means of the Internet or other 10 electronic means if the provider obtains a consumer's consent at the 11th time of satisfying the requirements of Section 5-19-217, 5-19-219, 12 or 5-19-227 in the manner provided by Section 101, C, 1, of the Federal 13 Act. 14 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 5-19-223, amend 15, D, 2, A, 3, repeal, D, 4, and E, and add, D, 2, C, as follows, 16-5-19-223. Fees and other charges, rules. D, the following 17 rules apply. 18, 2, if an individual assents to a plan that contemplates that 19 creditors or debt collectors will settle debts for less than the principal. 20 amount of the debt. 21. A. A provider may not request or receive payment of any fee or 22 consideration until and unless. 23. 3. The fee or consideration either bears the same proportional 24 relationship to the total fee for settling the terms of the entire debt balance. 25 as the individual debt amount bears to the entire debt amount, in which 26 case the individual debt amount and the entire debt amount are those 27 owed at the time the debt was enrolled in the service, or is a percentage. -6, HB 24-1380. 1 of the amount saved as a result of the settlement. The percentage charged to cannot change from one individual debt to another. The amount saved is 3 the difference between the amount owed at the time the debt was enrolled for in the plan and the amount actually paid to satisfy the debt. The fee or 5 other charge complies with rules that the administrator adopts. 6 pursuant to subsection D, 2, C, of this section. 7. C. The administrator shall adopt rules regarding the fee 8 or charge authorized pursuant to subsection D, 2, A, 3, of this 9 section by March 1, 2025. 10. 4. Except as otherwise provided in Section 5-19-228d, if an 11 individual does not assent to an agreement, a provider may receive for 12 educational and counseling services it provides to the individual a fee not 13 exceeding $100 or, with the approval of the administrator, 14 a larger fee. The administrator may approve a fee larger than $100. $15 if the nature and extent of the educational and counseling services. 16 warrant the larger fee. 17E, if, before the expiration of 90 days after the completion or 18 termination of educational or counseling services, an individual assents 19 to an agreement, the provider shall refund to the individual any fee paid 20 pursuant to subsection D, 4, of this section. 21 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 6-1-105, add 22, 1, EEEE, as follows, 23 6-1-105. Unfair or deceptive trade practices, definitions. 24, 1, a person engages in a deceptive trade practice when, in the course of 25 the person's business, vocation, or occupation, the person, 26, I, if the person is a creditor that is owed a 27 consumer debt, seeks or supports a warrant or otherwise. Dash 7, HB 24-1380. 1 promotes the arrest or detainment of a consumer, including on 2 motions related to discovery or contempt of court, in any legal 3 action against the consumer in connection with an action 2 for collect or attempt to collect the debt, except that nothing in 5 this subsection, 1, limits or affects the power of a court to 6 issue an order or a warrant. 7, 2, as used in this subsection, 1, creditor means a 8-person TO which a consumer debt is owed at the time of charge 9 OFF or, if the debt was not charged OFF, at the time of default. 10 Section 7. Act subject to petition, effective date. 1. Except 11 as specified in subsection 2 of this section, this act takes effect at 12:01:12 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 90-day period after 13 final adjournment of the General Assembly, except that, if a referendum 14 petition is filed pursuant to section 1, 3, of Article V of the state. 15 Constitution against this act or an item, section, or part of this act within 16 such period, then the act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless 17 approved by the people at the general election to be held in November 18, 2024 and, in such case, will take effect on the date of the official 19 declaration of the vote thereon by the governor. 22, Section 5-19-223, D, 2, A, 3, D, 4, and E, Colorado 21 Revised Statutes, as amended in Section 5 of this act, takes effect March 22, 2025. Dash 8, HB 24-1380.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, folks. So as we heard, this bill actually came about because we were discussing an earlier sunset, and in discussions around that sunset, we decided some of the policies didn't fit under the sunset, so now we have 1380, which is a separate standalone piece of legislation to give us a little bit cleaner debate around some of these policy issues rather than having them tied into a sunset. And so what we're looking at here is the Colorado Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. That's on the bill summary. And that's a great place to start with this, because under the Colorado Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, that act, which governs all of the debt collection, different from debt resolution, which is the sunset that we were talking about. Debt collection ties into this bill is interesting because most of the exciting stuff happens in the first couple of pages. So that debt collection ties into page 3, line 3 of the bill, where it talks about the actions that a debt collector cannot use. And so as originally drafted, and like I said, there's been a lot of work in like the first couple of paragraphs here. As originally drafted, this bill was talking about they could not take legal action on a debt against a consumer unless the debt collector had purchased complete ownership of the debt without any ownership interest retained by the original seller, creditor, or third party. And so there was a lot of discussion about that in committee, because under the Colorado Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, you have first party folks that own the debt first party, and then folks that are collecting third party on behalf of someone else. So as we heard earlier, we heard conversations about a hospital or a small business or something like that. That hospital, that small business can either go and try to recover the debt themselves, and that is a first party recovery, or they can go and contract with a debt collection entity that is regulated by that statute, the title of which I've named. They can go contract with a debt collection entity to go and collect that debt third party. And the reason that's important is because when you get into, as it talks about on the first page here, the Colorado Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, there's actually a lot more robust protections for debt collection when that debt is being collected via a third-party entity. And those robust protections are in place because if somebody has a, they have a bill, they have that outstanding debt to the hospital, to the local small business, whoever they conducted that business with. If there's a third party that's collecting the debt, there is a lot of space for confusion as far as, hey, who is this random entity that is trying to, that says that I owe money? And so to try to alleviate a lot of that confusion, you have that Colorado Fair Debt Collection Practices Act that provides more robust protections when debt is collected via a third-party collector. So originally, as drafted, this bill required that debt could only be collected effectively via a first party. So in other words, that means that the collection agency would actually have to go out and purchase the debt of the hospital, of the small business, of whoever it was that had made that initial loan. However, if that debt collection entity went out and purchased that debt, now we have a situation in which we have potentially and inadvertently created less protections for the person who owes the debt, for the entity that owes the debt, because now this is no longer covered under the third-party protections and requirements of the Colorado Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. This is now a first-party debt that is owed. And there are less robust protections for that first-party debt than for a third-party debt. Now, fortunately, that was addressed in committee. So on the original bill as drafted, lines 4 through 7 of page 3, those were amended to simply point to Title 5, Article 16, Section 111. And so now the bill reads that a debt collector can go out and collect those debts third party. They don't have to buy it. They can collect it third party as long as they comply with 5-16-111, which is the legal actions by collection agencies. So then if you flip over in the law book to that section, it gives a bunch of criteria for how a debt collector can legally go out and collect those debts as a third-party entity. And so then that brings in the second part of a lot of the things that we discussed in committee, which is that if you have now this entity that is collecting debt as a third party, as we previously referenced, sometimes that can be confusing for the consumer. If I owe an entity money and I know, hey, I own, we'll call it Huckleberry's Widgets. If I own Huckleberry's Widgets money, but then somebody who's associated with some other entity that I've never heard of before shows up and says, hey, you owe me money, I may not be able to associate those two things and say, oh, this third-party entity that is trying to collect the money is actually doing so on behalf of Huckleberry's Widgets. And so that was the second part of the conversation that we had in committee to outline and lay out, since this third party, we've decided this third-party collection is important because there are more robust collections for third-party collectors than first-party collectors. How do we help the person that owes the debt be able to connect the dots between, hey, they know they owe money to Huckleberry's Widgets, but then you have the third-party collector that shows up and says, you owe me money? How do they collect the dots and say, oh, this is in fact actually legitimate? This is actually a third-party collection agency that is working on behalf of Huckleberry's Widgets. And so that was the second part that we talked about in committee, which brought about some more changes to the language, which have now been adopted as part of the committee report, in which it's required that the debt collection, if they are not that first-party creditor, they have to list their name in the event that, as the sponsors stated, this was taken to a lawsuit. So then you would have, in the event that this goes to the lawsuit, then you would have Huckleberry's Widgets. They're the person that is ultimately owed the money, but they are working through that third-person intermediary in order to collect the debt. And that provides a level of transparency to the person, to the debtor, so that they understand, okay, that third-party entity that I've never heard of before is in fact legitimate. They're not scamming me. They're not associated, with the random, to use the colloquialism, the random Nigerian prince. This is actually some legitimate third-party entity, duly regulated, duly licensed, that is operating on behalf of that original creditor. And so we required, in the discussion in the committee, it was required that both of those entities, the original creditor along with the third-party collector, be listed on any sort of suit or court filings that ultimately resulted from the creditor not being able to pay, and this obviously going to collections. The issue that arose in that discussion, however, was the case caption. So the case caption is effectively how these cases are titled. And currently in Colorado right now, the case caption can only have up to 30 characters. So when the courts are tracking all of this paperwork, these suits are being filed and the paperwork and such is opening these legal actions, in order to have the original creditor listed and also to have the third-party collector listed to provide that transparency for the consumer, in committee we had conversations about how this is now bumping up against an actual logistical and administrative constraint that currently exists in Colorado, because to title these cases, the case caption is limited to 30 characters. And in 30 characters, you might not have enough space to be able to lay out who the original creditor was, and then who also the third-party collector was. And that, that concern is actually exacerbated by the recent passage of L007 that provides a way for a lot of these, or the potential for some of these cases to be amalgamated. And so a lot of these stakeholder discussions around this went down the path of, okay, of course we want to provide the transparency to the consumer under the Colorado Fair Debt Collection Practices Act, as it references 5-16-111, so that the debtor understands that the third-party collection entity is in fact legitimate and working on behalf of the original creditor. Of course we want to do that, but how do we do that without running afoul of the current constraints and limitations of how we process court cases in Colorado, and specifically that 30-character limit in the caption? And so a lot of the conversation around that, and where I'm hoping we can encourage this policy to go, is to be able to create sufficient time for that logistical system to be updated so that we can have more than 30 characters in the case caption, so that we actually have the physical ability to appropriately title these cases as required by this bill. So that was a big piece of the discussion in committee. A lot of the stakeholders testified that with some of the amendments that we've talked about in the committee report, a lot of positive progress was made, and there was just a little bit more conversation to be done about how do we practically and logistically implement this, because as you've heard me mention before, when we write bills like the one before us, it's important that we take into consideration how the folks that are actually out and performing this work are going to be able to implement the policies that we're drafting. The policy can be great, and I think most of us, probably all of us in this room, agree that we want to have that additional transparency for consumers so that they clearly understand when a third-party entity is collecting on that debt, they clearly understand the train and the linkage that links that third-party entity to the original creditor, so that they know that this is legitimate. But being able to practically implement that within the confines and the constraints of the modern logistics and hardware and software that is used to track all of these cases, we have to be sensitive to that and we have to be receptive to that. And so, unfortunately, that was a piece that I was hoping we would be able to resolve on seconds today. And I'm afraid that with the recent adoption of L007, we didn't quite get there. And so that's an outstanding concern that I have about this piece of legislation. So As we talked about, most of the heavy-duty part of this legislation occurs on page 3, and then after that is more some cleanup language. So, moving on down, you heard my good colleague from the West Slope from Delta talk about being able to seek or support a warrant, promoting the arrest or detainment of the consumer. So I won't rehash all of that. You continue on down page 3, it talks about the powers of the administrator of the Uniform Consumer Credit Code to basically implement a lot of these things. And we just heard the bill read at length, so again, I'm not going to go through all of those things. But what I do want to highlight is after you flip a couple of pages and we get to page 6. Page 6 is now talking about fees and other charges. And so it's talking about, and this is existing law, if an individual assents to a plan that contemplates that creditors or debtors will settle debts for less than the principal amount of the debt. So this was something that I had to do quite frequently when I was a personal security manager for the military. I oversaw the security clearances for about 200 soldiers. And one of the most important things when we're doing these personal security assessments is actually whether or not that soldier happens to have any outstanding debt. Because in order to protect classified information, the classified information that soldiers with a security clearance would have access to, the first thing that we, I say we, that being the entities that are tasked with protecting that classified information, the first thing that we need to do is examine any debt that service member may have to make sure that they're not susceptible to potentially being influenced by foreign powers attempting to access classified information by effectively paying off that service member's debt. And so I had a lot of experience with helping a lot of my service members resolve their debt so that they could continue their career in the military and service to the country, be able to get those necessary security clearances for additional promotion or additional job assignments. And so page 6 of this bill here, starting at about line 16, was something that I did quite frequently, which is, you know, soldier made some dumb decisions earlier on in life, and they're still working to pay off that debt. How can I link that soldier up with the appropriate resources, like debt resolution experts, like the collection entities? How do I link my service member up to hopefully be able to negotiate a deal, like it says here on page 19, where they settle the debts for less than the principal amount of the debt? Because we've got good folks in this country. We have a lot of individuals that would say, you know what, I understand that 18-year-old service member, you know what, they weren't that financially literate when they were 18 years old. And so they still owe me $5,000 on that new bright red Mustang that they bought. But you know what? I want to support that service member. I want to help them settle their debt for less than the principal amount of the debt. So even though they still owe $5,000, I'm willing to let them settle for something less than that. We'll say $4,000, 20% write-off. So what the second part of this bill contemplates is ensuring that we have a situation by which, if I am able to link that service member up with either the debt resolution expert, the debt collector, we have a situation where any fees that debt resolution expert or that creditor imposes does not add up to a larger sum than the original debt that was owed. So $5,000 fee, the creditor agrees to waive 20%, so now it's $4,000. We want to make sure that this is a net positive gain to that service member or to that debtor, and that there wouldn't be a fee charged in excess of $1,000, ultimately resulting in that creditor, that service member, having to pay $5,200 in order to get a $5,000 debt resolved. And so that's what it talks about on page 7, where it's talking about making sure that the fee or other charge complies with rules that the administrator adopts pursuant to, and it gives the subsections here. And so I think that was a very important discussion, but that's an important discussion for 2 reasons. Because number one, we want to make sure that the person that owes the debt ultimately is able to settle that debt for less than the principal. We don't want to have them incur a larger burden by combining whatever the remainder of the debt is with the fees charged by the debt resolution or the debt creditor, the collection entity. We don't want them to have a larger price tag than if they had just paid off the original debt. But we also need to make sure that that fee is thoughtfully set and appropriately set, and that as the legislature, we are putting guardrails around that rulemaking and not just giving carte blanche authority to unelected individuals to be able, through rule, to be able to establish that fee that the debt resolution or the credit collection entity is charging. Because if we don't strike the right balance there, then ultimately, as one of my colleagues mentioned, we potentially run into a situation in which it's just harder across the board to access capital. Because if a lender makes a loan and the debt collection entities, the credit resolution entities, are not able to be able to charge a reasonable amount for their services that remains less than the total amount of the debt that is owed, then we create a situation in which those lenders would potentially be more leery of making that loan, of providing that original capital, because they have less assurance that they would actually be able to ultimately get their money back. And then when that happens, that has major economic impacts, particularly for our small businesses, for those individuals who are trying to be a contributing member of our society to create more jobs, to bolster our economy. But if they can't access that capital because the lenders are concerned about their ability to ultimately be able to recover that capital as a result of very heavy regulations and restrictions being placed on the credit resolution entities and the debt collection entities, that has a ripple effect across our economy. And we saw in 2008 what happens when lenders cannot recover the money, when those subprime loans are made and can't be recovered. And so that's just some quick highlights about what we talked about. I liked a lot of the amendments in committee. Like I said, I think they moved us a lot closer toward being able to get to a good place in this bill where we provide that transparency to the folks that are taking out the loans and then potentially being contacted by a third-party credit collection entity. But I want to make sure that there's two big things that are still addressed that I don't feel are addressed. And number one, as we talked about, is ensuring that we provide sufficient time for the case caption character limit to be expanded from 30 so that individuals can comply with this as they are listing both the primary lender and then the third-party collector. We need to make sure there's time to implement that. We also need to make sure that in the fee setting, there are appropriate guardrails put in place so that folks can get their debt resolved, hopefully for a lesser amount than the principal, but that fee setting is not just a carte blanche delegation of authority that would ultimately impact the ability of the debt resolution and the debt collection folks to be able to stay in business, because we know that that has a negative impact on the availability of capital for everyone. And so because this bill doesn't quite get there yet, I unfortunately cannot support it right now, but those are the two areas that I would like to see additional work done on this so that we strike the right balance of transparency, but also being able to preserve the capital and the lenders who are providing that capital that keeps a lot of the smaller startups in our economy working. So for those reasons, I rise in opposition to this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1380? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
The privilege is mine, sir.
This is a very difficult bill to read, and I'll be the first to say that I'm not an attorney, rather a business executive, so reading this is not easy. But the bill to me looks like it has been rushed to get it here on the floor. And let me give you an example. Through the course of 8 pages, here are words that are used: buyer, respondent, plaintiff, person, and provider. Not one place in this bill are any of those individuals defined. I would maintain in some cases they're one and the same, but when they're used interchangeably throughout a bill, they leave it up to us when a bill is rushed to figure out who's who. I think, quite honestly, the bill sponsors need to go back and look at all of those words and define what they are, first and foremost, and if they are one and the same in some instances, for goodness sakes, let's just use one term as compared to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different terms. The second part of this bill that I have a real problem with from a business standpoint is Section 5, fee and other charges. And some of these apply, I'm fairly certain, to the debt management service providers. There are two sentences, and I'll read just the beginnings of them. The fee or other charge complies with rules, ... The administrator shall adopt rules regarding the fee or charge. Since when does one administrator that is not in the industry, that does not know how extensive the debt may be and how difficult a plan may be to create for that individual, how does one administrator have the right, without discussing, without getting market information, without at least putting a clause in this that those fees should be market-driven? Instead, the administrator subjectively can set whatever fee structure he or she so deems. What's the problem with that? If you have good debt management companies, which I think we do have some, if those fees don't at least cover their costs in the marketplace, we won't have any of those providers in Colorado to help individuals that get into trouble from a debt standpoint. I would ask you, this bill is not ready. The definitions are not ready. The fee structure is dictated as compared to market-driven. The bill is problematic, and I have to vote no.
Is there any further discussion on 1380? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1380. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. 1380 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1262.
House Bill 1262 by Representatives Garcia and Judah, also Senators Buckner and Michelson Janae, concerning maternal health.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1262 and the Appropriations and Health and Human Services Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appropriations was generous and correct in their appropriations to the bill, and they ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Health and Human Services Committee report, Representative Joda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Health and Human Services, we had an excellent conversation, amazing witnesses, and a great coalition talking about What the bill does, which we will get into very soon. We did have a couple amendments during committee, and with that, I would still like to move L008 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L8 is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Jota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So L8 is just a quick fix. It removes the reference to reduction or reduced throughout the bill. The feedback that we got from stakeholders on the bill as they had concerns with the feasibility of operationalizing this from regulatory standpoint, they asked that we remove the reference as it varies across the state. So we have removed it and are asking for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the on L8? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
That's like compartmental. Aye.
All opposed, say no. L8 passes. To the Health and Human Services Committee report.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. You should. I'm sorry. Go for it.
Okay, so thank you so much. Oh.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in committee, we eliminated an advisory board, which significantly reduced the fiscal notes, and we asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The Health and Human Services Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Jota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Friends, the simple background of the bill is that there is preventable maternal mortality and morbidity crisis that has grown and has worsened over the last several years in Colorado and across the country, especially for Black, Indigenous, and rural birthing people. A complex solution that gets to the root of the issue is important and includes ensuring that all people are able to give birth how and where they want. The ability for birthing people to have a joyful and affirming birth is significantly hindered by multiple factors, including the presence of maternal health deserts, barriers to accessing community birth, and limited pathways for accountability when harm does occur during the health deserts. During the prenatal period. This bill is needed so that we can learn more about the causes of maternal health deserts, including facility closures, to increase accountability around prenatal discrimination, and to better support an integrated midwives who specialize in the community birth, also known as certified professional midwives.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just want to explain briefly what this bill does. This bill will study the cause of perinatal health gaps across the state, including maternal health closures, assets and deficits related to perinatal health, and identifies best practice guidelines during closures and transfers of care. This study covers not only hospitals, but also community births. It addresses and will look at the reasons behind these closures. The reason why we need this is because we want a better understanding of what is causing hospital closures, how we can invest not only in our hospitals but also our birth centers, and determine best practices for protecting pregnant people when closures happen. As a result of this study, we would get an updated maternal desert and asset map that includes the ecosystem of community birth options and resources. This bill would also require health facilities that provide maternal health services to notify the public before eliminating or reducing their services. This bill improves pathways to report and address perinatal discrimination. 60% of the preventable maternal deaths in Colorado involve discrimination during the perinatal period. Building on work done in 2021, this policy will provide more direction to the Colorado Civil Rights Division on how to record and share reports of mistreatment during the perinatal period, and includes pregnancy as a specific form of discrimination that the agency can investigate and address. And this bill better integrates the midwifery workforce that specializes in community birth and achieves better outcomes, especially for families of color. It does this by making changes to the direct entry midwife statute. It changes the term direct entry midwife to certified professional midwives. This change aligns Colorado with the rest of the country and is consistent with the nationally recognized credential for midwives specializing in community birth. It also clarifies that certified professional midwives are licensed rather than registered. CPMs are licensed in other states, including Wyoming, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona. And by changing the statute, we are not creating a new license or changing the scope of practice for these midwives. We are creating title protections for certified professional midwives, and we urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1262? Sorry. Representative Garcia.
Madam Chair, I would like to move L010 to 1262 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L10 is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does is it clarifies a component in the bill, as you can see, that will address the review, and while the department reviews and does the study, that it'll also analyze the economic impact of requiring certified professional midwives to carry liability insurance and make a recommendation accordingly. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there discussion on L10? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we have a cleanup on aisle 3. Never mind. Disregard, Madam Chair.
To the bill.
There's no
To the
cleanup on aisle
amendment,
3.
it's L10.
So I appreciate this amendment. Now, in my style, we need to talk about this amendment. You see, the biggest issue we had in committee for members of my caucus was the insurance issue, because we want to protect consumers and services, including birthing and midwifery. That's not how they say it in Minnesota, but I think I'm close. Midwifery. Now, if you look at this, this is actually saying that during the review, the department shall analyze the economic impact of the required certified professional midwives to carry liability insurance and make a recommendation accordingly. Well, I will tell you my recommendation today is they should have liability insurance. But at least this amendment is claiming, yeah, we need to look at it. Because what if something goes wrong? And there is malpractice, malfeasance, something. And there is a liability issue. So I appreciate the amendment. I just don't think it goes far enough. And my colleagues here and my colleague has offered an amendment that I think is very important. But I want to get behind this amendment, but it doesn't go far enough to the bill sponsors. We need to go farther. If you go farther, we can get home sooner. If we don't go farther, we might get home later.
To the amendment.
So to this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, I really think we need to look at this amendment very closely. But I think we need to go farther with another amendment that will be coming henceforth a little later.
Representative Garcia.
Madam Chair, I withdraw this amendment.
Okay. L10 is withdrawn. To the bill. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I was hoping we were going to get to a middle of the line with this because I'll have to tell you, and I hope that you guys will listen to me as the only healthcare provider in here. I am not here to argue against direct entry midwives. I am not here to argue about home births. I am not here to argue that. I would disagree that direct entry are the same as a certified nursing midwife because they have a nursing degree, whereas a direct entry goes through training. I'm not here to argue any of those points. In committee, a direct entry midwife has to be transparent to their patients about an increased risk of a home birth. I'm not here to argue about that either. We know that home births are associated with a twofold increased risk in perinatal death. That does not matter to me because if you want to choose to have your baby at home and that helps with these maternal deserts, that is okay with me. The bill sponsors argued that this bill was needed to help our underserved populations, that in rural Colorado, we need more options and more access to deliver a baby. I get that. I understand that. This is not a persecution of midwives. I appreciate midwives. I heard them talk about equity, and that was the push for direct entry midwives. But one of the biggest problems I have that you guys need to know is that direct entry midwives charge $6,000 cash pay. I don't know how equitable that is. I couldn't afford to give birth and pay $6,000 out of my pocket. I doubt that the underserved populations in our community can too. Majority of midwives or direct entry do not accept insurance, so this is a cash pay system. And hospital births are mostly covered by insurance companies. Again, if you decide to do that, that's fine, but you can't base that on the name of equity because $6,000 is not very equitable to most of us. Other medical professions, and this is where I want you guys to really please listen. Other medical professions in the state of Colorado have liability insurance. We have to have it. It doesn't matter if it's affordable or not, and I don't even know who determines what that is. I could determine my PT liability should be $5 a month, but that's not what they're going to give me. Nurses, dentists, physical therapists, MDs, optometrists, chiropractors, EMTs, physician's assistants, psychiatrists, acupuncturists, podiatrists, counselors, pharmacists, radiologists, social workers, dietitians, certified nurse midwife, all have to have liability. The only carve-out we're giving are the people in this bill, direct entry midwives. Every other person in the medical profession in the state of Colorado has to have liability. And it doesn't matter if it's quote-unquote affordable or not, we have to carry it. Because in the dire situation that something happens, you should be able to sue me. In the dire situation that a baby dies, you should be able to sue for negligence. Why are we carving out only one group of people? If a certified nurse midwife has to have liability, why would a direct entry not? One witness said that present liability fails in 99% of cases to compensate. If that was true, then let's end liability for every medical professional in the state of Colorado. None of us have to carry it. If that's true, none of us should have to carry it. Another witness said that liability insurance was not offered or was unaffordable, and after a quick call and a search, I found 2 different places offering midwife liability, malpractice insurance, contemporary insurance services, and MedPlea. Both offer it. So we can't say that no one is offering this type of insurance because it does. It offers it for certified nurse midwives and guess what? Certified professional midwives. So saying that companies aren't offering it is not true either. Another witness and the sponsor said that direct entry midwives, there's only 100 in our state, don't make enough money. They said that Colorado has an average salary of 30 to 40 grand. Well, if they're charging $6 grand a pop for each birth, I can tell you they're not just making $40,000. And when I decided to do a Google search, it says the average midwife salary in Colorado is $105,000 per year, with entry-level positions starting at $92,000 and upwards of $140,000. So you tell me that these types of people can't afford liability? Because I don't make that as a physical therapist, and I certainly have liability. Dietitians have to carry liability. They make $59,000 a year. Social workers have to carry liability. They make $47,000 a year. And DORA has been tasked with this for over 30 years. They continue to say it's not affordable. Their last review was in 2016. I'm telling you now, in my 2 minutes of research, I found 2 different companies and I found it to be affordable. And if you call it fear-mongering, I can tell you that babies die, and I know that personally. I will tell you, I'm sure I signed a contract of delivery for consent. I'm sure I realize that my doctors carry liability. I know that direct entry midwives provide a form to let their patients know about their lack of liability, but I don't know if it's understood. We're talking about underserved communities. Do they understand what that means if their baby dies, or if they die, or if their baby has a horrific disability, that they are not going to be able to sue for that? Because I'll tell you, I never thought babies died at birth or in utero, and guess what? I found out the hard way. The next chapter in my book, after my daughter died, was about stillbirth. Bad things happen with childbirth. Babies die, moms die, horrible disabilities and neurological problems occur. And if it happens because of negligence, these underserved people deserve to be able to sue for that. They don't deserve a carve-out that allows people to not carry liability. I was able to take a year off to endure my loss. Are underserved people not entitled to that? Are they not entitled to have counseling? Are they not entitled to grieve their babies? You talk about equity a lot in this building. You talk about helping the underserved. How is this fair to people who have saved $6,000 and then something devastating happens? For their provider not to carry malpractice. So I've gone over that it is affordable, that it is attainable, and that they are the only profession that does not have to have it in the medical field. And we're talking about the underserved. Now I'm going to quote to you the Journal of Midwifery and Women's Health. This is their field. Why midwives need medical malpractice insurance. Midwives offer a comprehensive and unparalleled level of care to their patients. Midwifery requires the mastery of a broad range of medical knowledge, including parenting education, primary care, newborn care, and obstetric and gynecological care. Because of the special relationship that midwives form with their patients, it might be difficult to imagine competent care resulting in a lawsuit, even though they've consented. But the reality is that the nurse midwives always need to protect themselves from the unfortunate circumstance of a malpractice claim. Let's not even talk about the patient, let's talk about the people offering it. They should protect themselves just as much. That's why I offer malpractice. When researchers analyzed the historical malpractice claims against midwives, they found 7 major categories of liability risk in order of most to least prevalent. Midwives tend to be sued for fetal newborn complications or risk, alleged provider negligence related to pregnancy care, shoulder dislocation.
Representative Bradley, I'm sorry. Members,
It's loud. I mean, it's like
Members.
I'm talking to myself up here.
if you could take your conversations to the side, please.
I mean, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Please continue.
Let me just say it again since it was so loud. When research analyzed the historical malpractice claims against midwives, they found 7 major categories of liability risk. In order of most to least prevalent, midwives tend to be sued for fetal newborn complications or risk, alleged provider negligence related to pregnancy care, shoulder dystocia, alleged negligence related to gynecological care, failure to assess the need for a cesarean, genetics, and a vaginal birth after cesarean. Since the field of labor and delivery is high risk, midwives need to protect themselves much like an obstetrician. Even if a malpractice claim seems frivolous and will not likely result in monetary award to the claimant, it is important to have malpractice insurance in place to cover defense costs and protect your assets. This is coming from the Journal of Midwifery. This is coming from the people that this supports. The right professional liability insurance will protect you from multiple factors in the event of a lawsuit. So I'm sure they're going to come up here and tell you that this is not true. I will show you all of the research. I will show you the companies that will offer malpractice. And again, if we're going to open this up, one of the most dangerous things that can happen, and we know it happens way more in minority populations, then the least we can do is protect them from negligent providers. There are plenty of negligent providers in the medical field, and there shouldn't be a carve-out for people that are delivering a baby. And with that, I move L001 to House Bill 1262 and ask for it to be displayed.
I'm sorry. I just want to be sure I heard the number right. Is it L011? Okay. This is what she said, or is there 001? Yeah, can you just, sorry.
Just for my Southern. I move L011 to House Bill 1262.
Okay, it is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you. This does not strip anything out of the bill. Again, this is not a fight about midwives. I like midwives. I have friends that delivered home births. I am not against the Midwife Association. I am not against direct entry, not having nursing degrees before they go into this. I am not fighting this bill. I like this bill. I think we need access. The amendment is just saying that after 30 years of DORA saying that it's unaffordable or they can't find it, and within 2 minutes I found 2 different companies that would offer it, it is saying instead of liability insurance is available at an affordable price, which again is subjective because I can tell you what I'd like the affordable price for PTs to carry, that they have to carry liability insurance in an amount not less than $1 million per claim, with an aggregate liability limit for all claims during the year of $3 million. And I'll tell you why we decided on this, because certified nurse midwives have to carry this. So if certified nurse midwives have to carry liability, you guys, why would direct entry not carry it? It's a small percentage of people. They can afford it. They make 6 figures. They take cash, for goodness sakes. Protect your constituents. Because when the worst thing happens, and I have experienced the worst thing happening in childbirth, protect them. Protect them. This is the only thing I don't like about the bill. Open access for our rural communities and people that want midwives. But by goodness, please let them have liability in case the worst day of their life happens, which happened to me. I urge, I beg for your constituents, and I vote on this amendment.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. I think, must be getting pretty chilly outside because it's not very often that you see a Republican get up and advocate for regulation of a business. But that is indeed what we are doing here today. Nor do we advocate for lawsuits or anything like that. But this is about protecting our constituents, protecting some of our very vulnerable in our state. Childbirth is unpredictable. I had my best friend almost died after she gave birth to her daughter. And nobody would have predicted that. She was completely healthy. It was a great pregnancy. You don't know. Bad things happen to good people, right? But we need, part of our job here is to protect our citizens. I think it is. So I stand in support of this amendment. We do need to require insurance for these classes of midwives, and I ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
We are on Amendment L11. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll admit that this is an area that I'm not really familiar with. So I asked my colleague on the difference between direct entry midwives, because it's on the since it's in the title here. Do you have something? Or okay. or certified professional midwives? Because I didn't, why would we have this difference? And so as it was explained to me that a direct entry midwife would have some level of training, but not necessarily the certified nursing background of a certified professional midwife. And so that's a question I would, and I didn't find it in here on the difference in training. So not so much the difference in training, because I could see where it would be the same training, but what is the difference in background? And then on the liability insurance, why I'm just trying to figure out why we would have all of the other professions, including acupuncture, including physical therapy, that require liability, but not something like delivering a human from the unborn state to the afterborn, to the perinatal state. So, and then we have the price, which I can understand, which is I think she said about $6,000, and a contractor rate for a hospital birth would be around $10,000. So obviously it's not an insignificant difference, but I think we probably, there's, when I've looked at like TRICARE rates and Medicare rates, it's usually that, the difference there is, the insurance or not insurance. So effectively, the single payer drives up the cost by usually about 5 times, and then it's reduced to something else. So I think if we took a look at that, we would probably figure out an actual way to save people money on their medical. So those are my questions. What is the background required for somebody to become a direct entry midwife versus what is the background required for somebody to become a certified professional midwife? And why was it determined that liability insurance would not be needed for this one? So if you could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Sorry, I did see Representative Bradfield. Okay. I'm not required to compel people to speak. Who would like to speak next? Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to answer the question on education, and then after more of our colleagues on the right come up and talk to this amendment, then I'll address the amendment entirely. But the answer to the education piece is, first, a direct entry midwife and a certified professional midwife are the same thing. What this bill is doing is just changing the name from direct entry midwife to what is more commonly known across the country as a certified professional midwife. The education is 3 to 5 years post-high school at an accredited school, which includes attending 55 births, all in community, and passing the national exam, which has existed for about 30 years, and this is across the country. The CPM credential is, as I said before, a nationally recognized and accredited credential, and it requires both demonstrating educational attainment and passing a standardized test. When a consumer seeks access to CPM care, they're aware of the level of education that CPMs have. By law, they're required to disclose this. And consumers know what they're getting when they ask to seek CPM care, and CPMs are more qualified to care for people in community birth setting than other provider types. If you have, one thing that I think we've failed to mention is that there are different types of midwives. There's nurse midwives, certified professional midwives. Nurse midwives operate in a hospital setting. So every 3 years, a CPM must get recertified and provide proof of continuing education. So they are also required to engage in continuing education. So the other element is, let's see, 51 hours of continuing education is required every 3 years. And ICM standards, oh, excuse me one second. And there we go. There you go. That's the answer to your question, I believe, sir.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. I'm here. I understand what you're doing here. I just feel like the liability insurance is so important. You know, it just takes a little bit of time for a family to be totally devastated and that midwife to have lost a career. And for the cost of insurance, I think it would save a lot. And I'd appreciate if you would give serious consideration to this amendment. Thank you.
Is there is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
To the bill sponsors, I do appreciate the standardization of the naming and the nomenclature, so it does align with the rest of the country. But then after that, we start to have significant issues, and we did have issues in committee. Now, with respect to language that says, well, if insurance is affordable, or could you, maybe we might think about having you do insurance based on certain socio-economic criteria. You know, you can apply that to anything. How about automobile insurance? We have mandatory liability insurance for all operators of motor vehicles. Irregardless of what your socioeconomic status is, you're required to have that insurance. Well, having babies, I think, in delivering babies should have an equal standard. I would think. That's what this amendment is trying to do to the bill sponsors and fellow colleagues. It's saying that you should have insurance just in case something goes wrong. It's not unreasonable. And to the bill sponsors, if the insurance or the affordability of insurance is an issue, let's create a program that helps provide assistance for these people, the class of people, underprivileged folks, immigrant class, Latino, Latina, whatever class. It's okay. We've done it for so many other things. But to actually say, no, we're not going to require insurance? Ladies and gentlemen, this doesn't make sense. You know, nobody is closer to this subject than me right now this session, because we've had an amazing loss in our family. And there's question about liability, even with Children's Hospital. I've told my family to reject those notions. But arguably, if my daughter would have had a C-section, I'd have a grandson right now. And I don't. And don't tell me people don't know about it. Y'all know the story. If you don't, I could tell it, and I'll take about an hour and a half to do it, because it's a terrible story. It's a heartbreaking story. But even in that situation, because medical practitioners are not infallible, and things do go wrong. Maybe the amount's wrong to the bill sponsors. Maybe it should be a different amount. Maybe it should stair-step. But to not have any consideration for it. Let's go back to the discussion about vehicle insurance. I have people that I know, and I won't mention their ethnicity, pero si quiere te hablo en español, porque es obvio. They don't have a lot of economic means. If you ask them to have insurance and use the same criteria, arguably most of them would say, oh no, I'll pass on that. I'm not going to get insurance because it's expensive and I don't want to have to pay for it. But does that make it right for the liability of a third party? We all in this chamber would say no. We have said no. But in the issue of delivering babies and the unpredictability, because everybody goes in saying we're going to have a beautiful baby, and then you don't. Then something goes wrong. And then people say, what happened? Then they try to rationalize or analyze the outcome. And if there is liability, then you start pointing fingers and playing the blame game. And then lawyers get involved. And then it gets complicated and expensive. But to say that we're not going to have it at all, no matter what the economic, socioeconomic status of these folks are, or whatever they're practicing in midwifery, with whatever cultural or colloquial norms they have and traditions they have, for our Latina and Hispanic community, for our African American community, for our Native immigrant community from anywhere. South America, Central America, and there's a lot more of them. Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern Africa, Western Africa. Doesn't matter where. And yes, it's different. Having lived in 7 foreign countries myself, I know it's different. But to say in this state we're not going to do it and not take this amendment seriously and understand the merits and importance of this amendment, I think maybe legislatively irresponsible. If we care about protecting the consumer and also protecting the medical practitioners if something goes wrong. So I'm very much in support of this amendment. In fact, this is the tall pole in the tent. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the tall pole in the tent for this particular piece of legislation. There's other things that we get behind. And yes, even with Children's Hospital, things were done wrong. My grandson's stuck for 30 minutes trying to get out so he could live. And they couldn't get him out? I don't think you understand. I stand behind this amendment to protect those that are in the midwifery trade, and if you have to have a supplemental insurance, if you have to do something to help these folks, God, let's do it. But to leave them out there and leave the families out there swinging, and I don't care if you're a citizen or not. I'll say it for the record. You're a human, and you want to have a baby. You want to have a baby in Colorado. That's great. I love babies. I want babies to be born. I want them to have a life. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, please, please reconsider. Maybe the amount's too high. Maybe we need to stair-step it. Maybe we need to have a program that says, all right, in this case, by this time, we will have legislation that provides subsidies for this. Any nationality, thank you. You can please sit down. Thank you. Thank you for the grace. Citizen, non-citizen, I don't care. Immigrant, non-immigrant, I don't care. In this case, this is about humanity, and this is about people and little babies being born. But this is the tall pole in the tent. If the amendment's not right, let's fix it. Bill sponsors, what can we do? But don't just reject it, please. It's too important. It really is that important. And I don't think my colleague from Douglas County, although she doesn't understand this and come from the same place I come from with regard to this. But it isn't even about that. It's about taking care of people and making sure both sides of this transaction are protected and we do the right thing. And if there is a problem, then there is some resolution in the malpractice space. So I've spoken this to death. It's a heartfelt plea to let's figure something out without ignoring this issue, because it's that important. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, and thank you for the definition. That helped a lot. I got some good notes on it. So I do appreciate you explaining that and actually going beyond and with the continuing education, just to make the definition more robust, since that's a word that we like to use all of a sudden. We like to use that a lot. So it's a great definition. Seriously appreciate your taking the time to not only do that, but expound a little bit. So, but I'm still a little bit curious, and one thing that I'm curious about is we have this idea of certified, and that we're moving it into certified, and then you have to ask, by whom are you certified? And I do have a little bit of a hesitation, because if we're going to move somebody into the category of certification, being certified.
Representative DeGraff, apologies for interrupting. We are on L11, which is referring to the insurance. If you'd
Correct.
like to talk about the definitions, I would suggest waiting to the bill.
Thank you, ma'am, but what I'm trying to get by is the requirement, because my colleague referenced that a certified professional midwife now requires liability insurance, but a direct entry midwife does not, although how exactly the training works, I hope there's a little bit more discussion on that, if they're exactly the same thing. But when you move into the word certified, then of course you're asking certified by who? And if it's certified by the state, then I think then the state is stepping into a area of presuming that liability. When we look at businesses, when we look at leveling the playing field for businesses, when we talk about non-life-threatening medical or even non-medical requiring liability insurance, then I'm not sure exactly why in this case we would all of a sudden step back and say no liability insurance. And liability insurance is also a good means of having an external, it's kind of a professional association in a sense, because like your liability will go down, your insurance, if you're a good driver, and I'm definitely a good driver. If your insurance will go down, if you're a good driver, then it costs less. If you get into a lot of wrecks, then your insurance is going to be higher, and that just the requirement to be able to carry insurance helps ensure that we have drivers that are focused on driving that might not otherwise be. I mean, most of us drive in on I-25 at some point, and you definitely see some people who are not motivated by proper driving skills. So the idea of liability insurance also gives that external evaluation that somebody can rely on. Like if you can be insured, then you can do that. And then especially in this case, because we're moving somebody from direct entry and then we're calling them certified, which I think brings up a little bit level of liability to the certifier. You know, just like you would be liable for an employee, somebody that works for you. You're saying that if we're going to take on the role of saying this person can do this job, then we're taking on a level of liability. So it's a way to manage risk analysis. It's a way to manage to make sure that people are upholding professional standards. It's another group outside. So now the other part of this is it's kind of like, well, we don't want to have liability insurance because that might restrict somebody's ability to exercise being a certified professional midwife. Requiring that liability would become an infringement on being a certified midwife. But we just passed a bill that said, and this is straying a little bit, but it's the same idea, that firearm liability would not be an infringement. So we're
I will
going
direct you
down.
back. Thank
Well,
you.
we're talking about liability insurance.
For midwives.
Correct, but if the reason is, if we are saying that requiring a liability insurance would be something that could preclude somebody from exercising the ability or the right, I don't think it would necessarily be a right, although it'd be life, liberty, pursuit of happiness after their own greater good, etc. But if you're saying that liability insurance would preclude them from doing that, then you're also saying that liability would be a restriction or an infringement on your Second Amendment rights. So these are different, I grant that, but we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about whether or not that liability insurance in itself, we're talking about liability, is an infringement on something. And in this case, in one case, it's the ability to be a midwife. In the other case, it's the Second Amendment. So you can't say one versus the other. You can't separate them and just say, well, I don't like that, so I don't want it. So I am confused about that, why it's an infringement to one thing but not another. Why having that risk analysis, and I would like to hear both sides' thoughts on the, I would like to hear both sides' thoughts on the assumption of liability. When we take on this role, or we take on this title, when we bestow the title through this legislation. So if the state bestows the title via this legislation as certified, I am curious as to what legal ramifications that might have. Thank you.
AML Winter.
Thank you, AML. In rural Colorado, many mothers choose using a midwife. And what scares me is we're a long way from a hospital. And what if something goes wrong? I think I've heard that we're worried about the cost of insurance and if it'll drive people out of the profession, but nothing would drive people out of the profession than a good lawsuit. I think that's something also worth weighing in this. I mean, we've heard bill after bill about consumer protection. Isn't the infant, the mother, and the father consumers in this case? I mean, they're paying up to $6,000 to have that service. So what about the mothers? What about the babies? What about the fathers? You know, that nuclear family unit. What if something happens? I mean, my daughter was in a severe accident this last year, and the medical bills just getting transferred from where she was in an accident to Colorado Springs, just the ambulance bills are astronomical. And when somebody provides a service, like I said, we've heard consumer protection in this chamber. I've only been here 2 years, but definitely last year and this year. So where's the consumer protection here? I just don't understand. I mean, picking winners and losers. I urge an aye vote for this, and then it gives them a year to figure this out. So I just want to reiterate, nothing will run somebody out of business like a good lawsuit. And just the question of consumer protection. I mean, if we could get some consistency, that would be great. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. Members, it is quite common to require $1 million of liability insurance in professional occupations, particularly in the medical side. I mean, it was only just a few hours ago today that we did the exact same thing when it came to the funeral business entity to require $1 million of liability insurance. This amendment does it for midwives. The other thing is when we're requiring someone to be certified or licensed within the state. That is the state saying to the general public, we're going to promulgate certain rules or requirements that these individuals meet these rules or requirements, such as education, demonstrating competency, knowing that they know what to do in certain emergency situations of delivering a baby in a home setting. But if something were to go wrong, it's really important that there is that liability piece so that the victim or the families are able to seek redress. And that's what we asked for in the funeral industry. That's what we're asking for when it comes to midwives here as well. And I believe it's really important. It's such that, bear with me for just 1 second, that when you think about someone who has committed a harm, they have damages that they owe for that harm. If they just leave town, roll up and get out of Dodge as fast as they can, knowing that there's likely to be a number of claims against them, having the insurance means that the individual who was the victim or the survivor, they at least have some pool of money that's out there that they would be allowed to go after. Otherwise, they're just left to whatever the state is willing to pay or come up with, and that's really nothing. And if a person does leave town, it can be very, very difficult to be able to get any sort of a claim against the individual or their business just because there's probably no assets there. So that's why this is critically important to have the insurance piece, and I'd encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really thrilled to hear that at least what I believe to be true is that we all are here because we firmly believe that access to midwifery in all settings should be preserved and protected. I also want to state and make it very clear for everyone in this room that we are not opposed to certified professional midwives having access to malpractice insurance. Unfortunately, in the current state that we are, with 109 certified professional midwives, it is not a market that's big enough for a malpractice insurance company to offer a competitive rate. Are there any that exist? Yes. But let me tell you, contemporary insurance limits $200,000, $600K, $6,740 a year. Contemporary insurance, $500K, $8,500 a year. Southern Cross MedPro, $1 million to $3 million, $21,000 a year, $13,000 a year, $18,000 a year, $10,000 a year, when the average income that a certified professional midwife makes is between $25,000 a year to $65,000 a year. We just heard that we do not want to overregulate that will drive someone out of business, but this will. I also want to just point everybody to page 26 in the bill. Page 26 in the bill, lines 25 through 27 state, if the director finds that liability insurance is available at an affordable price, licensee shall be required to carry liability insurance, and we firmly still stand by this. During committee, I made a commitment to the representative from Douglas County to bring an amendment that would ask Dora, can you please reevaluate this? Dora said, no, we do not want to do that because it's going to result in the same response. We said, okay, can we bring an amendment for you to do this in the next sunset for certified professional midwives? Dora said, we will fight that amendment because it will result in the same result. If we were to have done that, members, It would have been a wasteful use of our dollars. I upheld as best I could my commitment to the representative from Douglas County. And when Dora, who would be responsible for this, says it is pointless because the pool of midwives is not large enough for anything to have changed, it is still not deemed accessible, it's still not deemed affordable. Why would we put ourselves in a position to be wasteful of our time and our limited resources in this state? I also want to explain and reemphasize, which I don't think I emphasized once, so let's just say emphasize, is that certified professional midwives only see low-risk pregnancies. They will not see a high-risk pregnancy. In the evaluation, if they determine that a pregnancy is high risk, they refer immediately to a hospital-based setting, whether it's 3 months, 6 months, 8 months into perinatal period. There is no ban on a certified professional midwife in accessing and paying this $10,000, $18,000 cost. They can do so if they want to. There is zero ban on malpractice insurance for this industry. No one here is saying no to malpractice insurance. Absolutely not. We are saying simply with an ask to vote no to this amendment is that we maintain the provisions for Dora to do what's necessary, and when things change, to then trigger the requirement. This is current law. The other thing to remember is that whether they have malpractice insurance or not, people can still sue. There is still recourse. A family, a pregnant person, somebody who's given birth can still sue if there's any malpractice occurred. I also want to emphasize that we haven't heard from a single certified professional midwife as soon as this bill passes, direct entry midwife right now. We have not heard from a single one that has said, we will not do this when we're told. And malpractice insurance is after the fact. It does not serve to protect the consumer or the provider in this case. A midwife having certified professional midwife, or a midwife having malpractice insurance is not an indicator of a rogue player, a bad midwife, or any of the other things we want to assume could happen. I want to thank the representative from Akron in being vulnerable and sharing again the horrific experience that he had with his son. That is absolutely heartbreaking. And nobody should go through that. Whether they're in a hospital setting in this case or if they're in a home birth, nobody should have to experience that. I hope that if the true intent here is to make sure that we are increasing access and protecting access to birthing options, that we will not inadvertently run them out of business by supporting this amendment. Individuals, when they choose a certified professional midwife, they do so informed. It is required by law that they have to be informed, that they sign paperwork explicitly stating, I know that my certified professional midwife does not carry malpractice insurance. I know we're not supposed to have props, but this was just in my folder. This is the documents. These are the documents that every individual has to fill out, and I would be happy to share these with you. With that, I kindly respectfully request a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
AML Winter.
Thank you, AML. Once again, I rise in support of this amendment. And one thing I've learned about this job is we always make the comment that for all the millions of people out there watching. Actually, I do get a lot of emails when we're on the floor from people that are watching. And when I say this, I mean no disrespect to the bill sponsors at all. But as I look to my constituents in House District 47 and around the state, I just want you to know that I don't work for their bureaucracy. I was elected by the people. And that's why I'm rising in support in this amendment. And that's why I'm fighting for this amendment. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, and I appreciate the engagement. I think that we're trying to get access. I just wanted to come back up here. This amendment is not arguing about home births. This amendment is not arguing about certified professional midwives. I'm all about women delivering where they feel like they are the safest. If it's because of racial profiling in hospitals, I'm all for, go where you feel safe. What I find offensive or frustrating, I should say, not offensive, is that we're saying that they can't get it because there's not enough of them and they can't get a competitive rate. And $6,700, when one birth they cost $6,000. Most of these midwives charge almost $6,000 in cash to deliver. You make that up on one birth. And I will tell you, the cost of losing a baby is way more than $6,000, and I will live with that for the rest of my life. My baby died in a hospital. My baby died under the direction of an OBGYN. I am not arguing that an OBGYN does anything worse than a midwife. That is not the argument, that it's safer in a hospital versus a midwife. That is not what I'm arguing. But when people come up here and say low-risk pregnancy, because I was low risk, and my baby still died, so I find that so incredibly offensive, because no pregnancy is low risk. No diabetes, no hypertension. My baby died. And I am supposed to come up here to this legislation to protect other mothers from going through stuff like this. Please sit down, please. I think my daughter's so over me talking about her. If the argument is that malpractice or liability is too expensive, then we shouldn't have auto insurance. We shouldn't have anything. This is going to set that bar. The underserved populations that I pray don't have to experience holding a dead baby in their arms and then having to go back to work because of negligence, when we as a body could have made sure, not this year, this is another year from now, that they can get it together and figure it out. Dora can say, we demand that you lower this for the 100 people because we need access to childcare. The only thing I'm asking in this really good bill is to protect women like me, that if there's negligence, that they can protect themselves, that they can take time off from work, that they can heal. Because underserved populations deserve exactly what I got. They deserve to be protected. And no department should tell us how to legislate that. I urge an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the idea of the malpractice insurance, of course it's after the fact. It's an evaluation of performance that is done essentially by a third party. That is, that they look at the individual's history, and then they determine how much, from a baseline, but then they're going to determine how much liability that person has, what level of risk that they have. So I don't see how we can say that it's not applicable. And if they're a high-risk individual, then at some point, then they are, if it's a high-risk provider, they're going to be priced out by liability insurance. If there is no need for liability insurance, if this is a field where liability insurance is not actually required, then the liability cost should be low. And if it's low, then it should be attainable. But if the liability insurance cost is high, that also is an indication of the level of risk. And if the level of risk is high, then the need is there. So I'm just kind of lacking. I get the point. We have, but if we need to lower the cost of our medical, we need to lower the cost of our medical. We have in Medicare and we have insurance, and those Medicare itself drives up prices by usually about 5 times, and then you get into this cycle that you require it. But instead of dealing with the problem, we're trying to ameliorate this one issue, which is a passion issue. I get it, and certainly so. Babies living through that transition is hugely important. Nobody's arguing that it's not. But we also have to have some consistency. If we're not going to require consistency in this medical field, well, all of those same communities have medical providers. Well, what about a medical provider that doesn't want to have liability or malpractice insurance? Do we just say, well, that's fine? What about the acupuncturist that lives in, however we're going to start defining the communities? Do we just say, well, no, that person doesn't have that? So I think we're kind of, I think we're being inconsistent. And one thing that we should be, at least we should strive to be, is consistent. And so, yes, on this amendment, for all of the reasons. We have the certification aspect. We have where the state is taking on that role. If you don't want the state to be in that role of saying, yes, this person is certified, then leave them as direct entry midwives, where they at least have a title that makes somebody go ask the question as to what's the difference. So say yes on this amendment, and let's protect the women and children of Colorado.
The question before us is the passage of Amendment L11. A division has been called. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L11, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken, or raise your hand. You may be seated. L11 is lost. To the bill. Representative Bradley.
Oh, I'm so bummed. I'd love to have the bill read at length. Thank you.
House Bill 1262 will be read at length.
Second regular session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado introduced. LLS No. 24 to 285.01 Yolana Love X 2295 House Bill 24 to 1262. House Committees Senate Committees Health and Human Services. A Bill for an Act. 101 concerning maternal health. Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Current law requires direct entry midwives to register with the Division of Professions and Occupations in the Department of Regulatory Agencies before practicing. Sections 2 through 12 of the bill make changes within the Direct Entry Midwives Practice Act to update the title of these professionals to Certified Professional Midwives and change the regulation from registration to licensure. Sections 21 through 31 make the same updates to current law in other statutes outside of the Practice Act. House sponsorship Garcia and Joday. Senate sponsorship Buckner and Michelson Jennett. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Current law allows the State Board for Community Colleges and Occupational Education to use unexpended resources from the In-Demand Short-Term Healthcare Credentials Program to expand the eligible programs that may receive support through the program. Section 13 allows the Board to expand the eligible programs to include certified professional midwives. Section 14 requires the Civil Rights Commission to establish certain parameters when receiving reports for maternity care. Section 15 adds pregnancy as a protected class for purposes of discrimination in places of public accommodation. The bill adds a midwife to the Environmental Justice Advisory Board, Section 16, and the Governor's Expert Emergency Epidemic Response Committee, Section 20. Section 17 requires a health facility that provides maternal health services to notify certain individuals before eliminating or reducing the services. Section 18 adds midwifery as a preferred area of expertise for members of the Health Equity Commission. Section 19 requires the Maternal Mortality Review Committee to study closures related to perinatal healthcare practices and facilities and perinatal healthcare deserts and assets related to perinatal health and healthcare services across the state, not limited to obstetric providers. Identify major outcome categories that the Department of Public Health and Environment should track over time and identify risks and opportunities. Explore the effects of practice and facility closures on maternal and infant health outcomes and experiences. Identify recommendations during closures and resultant transfers of care. Identify best practice guidelines during closures and resultant transfers of care, and create a maternal health desert and asset map. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly. 3. Finds and declares that 4a. With the increased demand for reproductive health care 5 services in the state, it is important to support the full infrastructure of -2, HB 24-1262. 1. Reproductive health care providers. This includes 2. Integrating the services and expertise of certified professional 3 midwives. 2. Assessing and maintaining the level of reproductive 5 healthcare services needed in a community in a way that is accessible to 6. The community. 3. Understanding the assets and the gaps in services at the 8 county level. And 4. Understanding and implementing best practices for when 10 services are reduced or discontinued in a community, including providing 11 notice and a transition plan to the state in order to recognize and monitor 12 the ongoing impact to the community. 13b. Demand for community birth options jumped 30% from 2019-14 to 2020, with the majority of demand coming from Black and Latinx 15 birthing people. 16c. People are choosing community birth care because they find 17 it supportive of not just their health needs but their social, spiritual, and 18 community values and needs. However, community birth facilities and 19 providers face barriers to providing care. 20d. The term direct entry midwife has inconsistent meaning 21 across states and causes confusion, whereas certified professional 22 midwife (CPM) more clearly communicates what these providers do in 23 Colorado, and certified professional midwife is consistent with the 24 nationally recognized credential for midwives specializing in community 25 birth. Colorado statutes should be updated to be consistent with other 26 states and the national language. 27e. While not reflected in statute, CPM is the credential that -3, HB 24-1262. 1. Direct entry midwives have been required to have to practice in Colorado. 2. As the director of the Division of Professions and Occupations started. 3. Accepting only this credential as proof of satisfying the educational 4 requirements listed in statute. 5. F. Over 95% of the direct entry midwives actively practicing in 6. The state hold the CPM credential, and those who don't have decades of 7 experience. 8. G. CPMs are considered licensed in other states, including in the 9 surrounding states of Wyoming, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona. 10. Colorado statutes should be updated to reflect our alignment with national 11 trends and neighboring states. 12. H. Patients should have the ability to choose the provider that is 13 right for them, regardless of the setting. Especially for underserved Black, 14 Indigenous, Asian, rural, refugee, or immigrant communities, or someone 15 dealing with a substance use or mental health condition, the ability to 16 choose a provider that can meet their needs isn't just important, it could 17 be life-saving. 18 I. Facility and practice closures leave communities scrambling. 19 When they close suddenly and without guidance to patients. When 20 closures occur, the state must ensure that vulnerable communities are 21 protected. 22 J. The preventable maternal mortality crisis is only growing. 23 Worse in our state, disproportionately harming Black and Indigenous 24 people. And 25 K. The Maternal Mortality Review Committee has made several 26 recommendations to combat this crisis, including 27 I. Increased access to a variety of healthcare professionals, such 4 HB 24-1262. 1 as CPMs, 2 addressing critical maternal health workforce shortages, such 3 as ensuring that CPMs can provide care at their full scope and preventing 4 perinatal facility and practice closures as much as possible, 3 examining unintended consequences of policies, and 6 procedures, such as exploring the impact of facility and practice closures, 7 on Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, rural, and immigrant and refugee 8 communities, and 4 the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment 10 recommends that healthcare providers be trained and prepared to provide 11 a type of care that CPMs already specialize in. The midwifery model of 12 care exemplifies certain recommendations such as dyad care, 13 trauma-informed care, shared decision-making, and expertise in safe 14 transitions, care navigation, and wraparound services. 15 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-225-101, amend 16, 1A, 1B, and 2, introductory portion as follows. 1712-225-101. Scope of article, exemptions, legislative. 18 Declaration. 1A. This Article 225 applies only to direct entry 19 certified professional midwives and does not apply to those persons 20 who are otherwise licensed by the state of Colorado under this Title 12 if 21 the practice of midwifery is within the scope of that licensure. 22B. I. A person who is a certified nurse midwife authorized 23 pursuant to Section 12-255-111, a certified midwife authorized pursuant 24 to Section 12-255-111.5, or a physician as provided in Article 240 of this 25 Title 12 shall not simultaneously be so licensed and also be registered 26 licensed under this Article 225. A physician, certified nurse midwife, or 27 certified midwife who holds a license in good standing may relinquish the 5 HB 24-1262. 1 license and subsequently be registered licensed under this Article 225. 2. A direct entry certified professional midwife shall not 3 represent oneself as a nurse midwife, certified nurse midwife, or certified 4 midwife. 5. The fact that a direct entry certified professional midwife may 6 hold a practical or professional nursing license does not expand the 7 scope of practice of the direct entry certified professional midwife. 8. The fact that a practical or professional nurse may be 9 registered licensed as a direct entry certified professional midwife 10 does not expand the scope of practice of the nurse. 11. Nothing in this Article 225 shall be construed to prohibit, or to 12 require registration licensure under this Article 225, with regard to 13 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 12-225-103-14 as follows, 1512-225-103. Definitions. As used in this Article 225, unless the 16 context otherwise requires. 17. 1. Birth center means a freestanding facility licensed by the 18 Department of Public Health and Environment that 19. A. Is not a hospital, attached to a hospital, or located in a hospital. 20. B. Provides prenatal, labor, delivery, and postpartum care to 21 low-risk pregnant persons and newborns. And 22. C. Provides care during delivery and immediately after delivery. 23. That is generally less than 24 hours in duration. 24. 2. Certified professional midwife means a person who 25 practices certified professional midwifery. 26. 3. Certified professional midwife credential means a 27 certified professional midwife credential issued by the North. 6. HB 24-1262. 1 American Registry of Midwives, or its successor organization. 2. 4. Certified professional midwifery or practice of 3 certified professional midwifery means advising, attending, or for assisting an individual during pregnancy, labor and natural 5 childbirth at home or at a birth center, and the postpartum 6 period in accordance with this Article 225. 7. 1.5. Client means a pregnant woman for whom a 8 direct entry midwife certified professional midwife performs 9 services. For purposes of perinatal or postpartum care, client includes 10 the woman's newborn. 11.2. Direct entry midwife means a person who practices 12 direct entry midwifery. 13.3. Direct entry midwifery or practice of direct entry. 14. Midwifery means the advising, attending, or assisting of a woman during 15 pregnancy, labor and natural childbirth at home or at a birth center, and 16. The postpartum period in accordance with this Article 225. 17.4.6. Natural childbirth means the birth of a child without the 18. Use of instruments, surgical procedures, or prescription drugs other than 19. Those for which the direct entry certified professional midwife has 20 specific authority under this Article 225 to obtain and administer. 21.5.7. Perinatal means the period from the 28th week 22 of pregnancy through 7 days after birth. 23.6.8. Postpartum period means the period of 6 weeks after 24 birth. 25. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-225-104, amend 26, 1, 3, 4, introductory portion, 4, F, 5, and 6, and add 1.5, 1.7, 27 and 5.5, as follows. -7, HB 24-1262. 112-225-104. Requirement for licensure by the Division, Annual 2 fee, renewal, grounds for revocation, repeal. 1a. Prior to September 3, 1st, 2024, every direct entry midwife shall register with the 4 Division by applying to the Director in the form and manner the Director 5 requires. The application shall include the information specified in 6 Section 12-225-105. 7b. This subsection, 1, is repealed, effective September 1st, 8, 2025. 9. 1.5. On or after September 1st, 2024, except as otherwise 10 provided in this Article 225. An individual in this state who 11 practices certified professional midwifery or who represents 12 oneself as being able to practice certified professional 13 midwifery must possess a valid license issued by the Director 14 pursuant to this Article 225 and rules promulgated pursuant to 15 this Article 225. 16. 1.7. A. On September 1st, 2024, each active direct entry 17 midwife registration becomes an active certified professional. 18. Midwife license by operation of law. The conversion from 19 registration to licensure and direct entry midwife to certified 20 professional midwife does not affect any prior discipline, 21 limitation, or condition imposed by the Director on a 22 direct entry midwife's registration, limit the Director's 23 authority over any registrant, or affect any pending 24 investigation or administrative proceeding. The Director shall 25 treat any application for a direct entry midwife registration 26 pending as of August 31st, 2024, including any application for 27 renewal or reinstatement of a direct entry midwife. -8, HB 24-1262. 1. Registration, as an application for a certified professional 2 midwife license, which application is subject to the requirements 3 established by the Director. 4b. This subsection, 1.7, is repealed, effective September 1st, 5, 2026. 6.3. Every applicant for registration licensure shall pay a 7 registration licensure fee to be established by the Director in the manner 8 authorized by Section 12-20-105. Registrations licenses issued pursuant 9 to this Article 225 are subject to the renewal, expiration, reinstatement, 10 and delinquency fee provisions specified in Section 12-20-202, 1, and 2. 11. Any person whose registration license has expired shall be subject to 12 the penalties provided in this Article 225 or Section 12-20-202, 1. 13. 4. To qualify to register for licensure, a direct entry certified 14 professional midwife must have successfully completed an examination 15 evaluated and approved by the Director as an appropriate test to measure. 16. Competency in the practice of direct entry certified professional. 17. Midwifery, which examination must have been developed by a person and 18 individual or entity other than the Director or the Division and the 19 acquisition of which shall require no expenditure of state funds. The 20 National Registry examination administered by the Midwives Alliance of 21 North American Registry of Midwives, or its 22 successor, must be among those evaluated by the Director. The Director is 23 authorized to approve any existing test meeting all the criteria set forth in 24 this subsection, 4. In addition to successfully completing the 25 examination, a direct entry certified professional midwife is qualified 26 to register for licensure if the person individual has, 27, F, filed documentation with the Director that the direct entry. -9, HB 24-1262. 1 certified professional midwife is currently certified by the American 2 Heart Association or the American Red Cross to perform adult and infant 3 cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR. 4.5, effective July 1, 2003, in order to be deemed qualified to 5 register, a direct entry in order to obtain a license, a certified 6 professional midwife must have graduated from an accredited 7 midwifery educational program, obtained a certified professional 8 midwife credential from the North American Registry of 9 Midwives, or ITS successor organization, or obtained a substantially 10 equivalent education approved by the Director. The Educational 11 requirement does not apply to an individual initially registered AS-12A direct entry midwives who have registered with the Division Midwife 13 before July 1, 2003. 14. 5.5. The Director shall not renew a certified professional 15 midwife's license without proof that the individual has an active 16 certified professional midwife credential from the North 17 American Registry of Midwives, or its successor organization. 18.6. For purposes of registration licensure under this Article 225, 19 no credential, licensure, or certification issued by any other state meets 20 the requirements of this Article 225, and therefore there is no reciprocity 21 with other states. 22 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-225-105, amend 23, 1, introductory portion, 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 1E, 1G, and 24, 1H, as follows, 2512-225-105. Mandatory disclosure of information to clients. 26, 1, every direct entry certified professional midwife shall provide 27 the following information in writing to each client during the initial client. 10, HB 24-1262. 1. Contact. 2. A. The name, business address, and business phone number of the 3 direct entry certified professional midwife. 4. B. A listing of the direct entry certified professional 5 midwife's education, experience, degrees, membership in any professional 6 organization whose membership includes not less than 1/3 of all 7 registrants licensees, certificates or credentials related to direct entry 8 certified professional midwifery awarded by any such organization. 9. And the length of time and number of contact hours required to obtain the 10 degrees, certificates, or credentials. 11. C. A statement indicating whether or not the direct entry 12 certified professional midwife is covered under a policy of liability. 13. Insurance for the practice of direct entry certified professional. 14. Midwifery. 15. D. A listing of any license, certificate, or registration in the 16 healthcare field previously or currently held by the direct entry 17 certified professional midwife and suspended or revoked by any local 18 state or national healthcare agency. 19 E. A statement that the practice of direct entry certified 20 professional midwifery is regulated by the department. The statement 21 must provide the address and telephone number of the Office of 22 Midwifery Registration Licensure in the division and shall state that 23 violation of this Article 225 may result in revocation of registration 24 licensure and of the authority to practice direct entry certified 25 professional midwifery in Colorado. 26 G. A statement indicating whether or not the direct entry 27 certified professional midwife will administer vitamin K to the 11 HB 24-1262. 1 client's newborn infant and, if not, a list of qualified healthcare 2 practitioners who can provide that service, and 3 H. A statement indicating whether or not the direct entry for certified professional midwife will administer Rho D. Immune 5 globulin to the client if the client is determined to be Rh-6 and, if not, a list of qualified healthcare practitioners who can provide 7 that service. 8 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 12-225-106, amend 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, introductory portion, 5, A, I, 5, A, 2, 5, A, 3, 10 introductory portion, 5, A, 3, A, 5, A, 3, C, 5, A, 3, E, 11, 5, A, 3, F, 5, A, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 14, as 12 follows. 1312-225-106. Prohibited acts, practice standards, informed 14 consent, emergency plan, risk assessment, referral, rules. 1. A 15 direct entry certified professional midwife shall not dispense or 16 administer any medication or drugs except in accordance with section 1712-225-107. 18. 2. A direct entry certified professional midwife shall not 19 perform any operative or surgical procedure, except that a direct entry 20 certified professional midwife may perform sutures of perineal tears. 21 in accordance with section 12-225-107. 22. 3. A direct entry certified professional midwife shall not 23 provide care to a pregnant woman who, according to generally accepted 24 medical standards, exhibits signs or symptoms of increased risk of 25 medical or obstetric or neonatal complications or problems during the 26 completion of her pregnancy, labor, delivery, or the postpartum period. 27 Those conditions include but are not limited to signs or symptoms of 12 HB 24-1262. 1. Diabetes, multiple gestation, hypertensive disorder, or abnormal 2 presentation of the fetus. 3. 4. A direct entry certified professional midwife shall not 4 provide care to a pregnant woman who, according to generally accepted 5 medical standards, exhibits signs or symptoms of increased risk that her 6th child may develop complications or problems during the first 6 weeks 7 of life. 8. 5. A direct entry certified professional midwife shall keep 9 appropriate records of midwifery-related activity, including but not 10 limited to the following. 11. The direct entry certified professional midwife shall 12 complete and file a birth certificate for every delivery in accordance with 13 Section 25-2-112. 14. 2. The direct entry certified professional midwife shall 15 complete and maintain appropriate client records for every client. 16. 3. Before accepting a client for care, the direct entry certified 17 professional midwife shall obtain the client's informed consent, which 18 shall be evidenced by a written statement in a form prescribed by the 19 director and signed by both the direct entry certified professional 20 midwife and the client. The form must certify that full disclosure 21 has been made and acknowledged by the client as to each of the following 22 items, with the client's acknowledgement evidenced by a separate signature 23 or initials adjacent to each item in addition to the client's signature at the 24 end of the form. 25. A. The Direct Entry Certified Professional Midwife's 26 Educational Background and Training. 27. C. A description of the available alternatives to direct entry. 13. HB 24-1262. 1. Certified Professional Midwifery Care, including a statement that the 2 client understands the client is not retaining a certified nurse midwife, a 3 nurse midwife, or a certified midwife. 4. E. A statement indicating whether or not the Direct Entry 5 Certified Professional Midwife is covered under a policy of liability. 6. Insurance for the practice of Direct Entry Certified Professional 7 Midwifery. And 8. F. A statement informing the client that, if subsequent care is 9 required, resulting from the acts or omissions of the Direct Entry Certified 10 Professional Midwife, any physician, nurse, certified midwife, 11 pre-hospital emergency personnel, and healthcare institution rendering 12 subsequent care will be held only to a standard of gross negligence or 13 willful and wanton conduct misconduct. 14. 4a. Until the liability insurance required pursuant to Section 1512-225-112, 2, is available, each Direct Entry Certified Professional 16 midwife shall, before accepting a client for care, provide the client with 17. A disclosure statement indicating that the Direct Entry Certified 18 Professional Midwife does not have liability insurance. To comply with 19 this section, the Direct Entry Certified Professional Midwife shall 20 ensure that the disclosure statement is printed in at least 12.21 bold-faced type and shall read the statement to the client in a language the 22 client understands. Each client shall sign the disclosure statement 23 acknowledging that the client understands the effect of its provisions. The 24 Direct Entry Certified Professional Midwife shall also sign the 25 disclosure statement and provide a copy of the signed disclosure 26 statement to the client. 27. B. In addition to the information required in subsection 14, HB 24-1262. 1, 5a, 4a of this section, the Direct Entry Certified Professional 2 Midwife shall include the following statement in the disclosure statement.
We're back.
Shall display the statement
Representative
prominently
Bradley.
and deliver the statement
Thank you.
orally
Could
to
you
the
please
client
stop
before
the
the client
reading?
signs.
The bill will cease to be read. Thank you. Representative Bradley. Representative Bradley.
I move Amendment L013 to House Bill 1262 and ask for it to be displayed.
Just getting it displayed. Okay, Amendment L013 is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank
Representative
you.
Bradley.
Thank you, I'm sorry. And thank you to the bill sponsors for hearing me out. I think we all want accessibility when it comes to pregnancy and birth. This amendment says during the review, the department shall analyze the economic impact of requiring certified professional midwives to carry liability insurance and make a recommendation accordingly.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what really resonated with us was when the representative from Douglas County mentioned that it really has been 30 years since this has effectively been evaluated. And while we had attempted to bring this amendment before and had received pushback from the Department of Regulatory Agencies, we decided we still need to make sure that DORA is doing what we need them to do and evaluating this current pot, making sure that if it is available, that they trigger the mandate, and if it's not, that they can push entities to expand access to certified professional midwives. And we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L13? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. L13 passes. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1262. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. 1262 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1286.
House Bill 1286 by Representatives Joseph and Lindsay, also Senator Roberts, concerning measures to increase access to the courts for indigent persons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Lindsay, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, thank you, a new chair. Okay, give me just a moment. I don't see it happen, I just recognize a difference in the voice. Yeah, so I will go ahead and move House Bill 1286 and the Finance Report and the Judiciary Report.
To the committee report.
Thank you. In Finance, we added an amendment that Oh, there's your name. We added an amendment that made it so that people that are 250% and below the poverty line would be included in our funding mechanism, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any?
Let me also say, we changed the fee structure from $20 to $10 and $30. Ask
Is
for
there
an aye
any
vote.
further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the finance report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The finance report is passed. To the judiciary report.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you. In judiciary, we added an amendment that made it so, made it clear that our bill was a special purpose authority, so that it has a very particular funding mechanism. And with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The judiciary report passes. To the bill. Representative Joseph, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill creates a new docket fee to assist indigent defendants with court fees. And I wanted to tell you a little bit more about the bill. The bill proposed is the Equal Justice Fund, which would support civil legal aid organization helping Coloradans with legal problems that threaten basic necessities, including those involving food, shelter, utilities, and necessary medical care, and help those facing domestic violence. Legal aid organizations serve rural, urban, suburban, low-income, and vulnerable community members, and the fund would generate from a small increase to civil court filings. We also propose raising the income level at which the fees are waived, so the slight increase would not hurt low-income families, as you've heard. This fee would create an average annual funding stream of at least $2 to $5 million. And why do we need an equal justice fund? Oh, well, you know what? I'll wait. I'll let my co-prime speak to why we need an equal justice fund. Thank you.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Colorado, we face a complex and expensive civil legal system. Unlike in criminal cases, you have no right to an attorney for life-altering civil legal matters, like if you may lose your children or your housing. So low-income Coloradans must rely on legal organizations to help or represent themselves, which lowers their chance for justice and slows down court processes. For particularly vulnerable people, such as older adults, people with disabilities, people with mental health challenges, and those with limited English proficiency, these barriers can destabilize their lives and make justice inaccessible. Other Western states, like Wyoming, New Mexico, and Nevada, invest in legal aid at a much higher level than Colorado per capita. A newly released report from the Colorado Access to Justice Commission reveals Colorado ranks 10th among 14 Western states in funding for legal aid. Colorado is failing its residents in this regard with just 0.66 legal aid attorneys for every 10,000 eligible low-income residents, second to last among Western states. The Denver Post estimates that 23 Colorado counties are legal deserts, and 261,000 people live in those areas, about half the population of Wyoming, which happens to receive over 6 times the amount of state funding per capita that Colorado does. Colorado ranks 31st in the country on per capita state legal aid funding.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, great bill. Please vote yes. As you know, in the absence of access to justice, people are unable to have their voices heard, exercise their rights, challenge discrimination, or hold decision makers accountable. On account of these values, please vote yes. Thank you.
Representative Schneider.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to commend the bill sponsors for working hard to get this right. We had this in Finance Committee, and you know, it's a challenge. We all recognize the need for access to justice and legal representation, but how do we fund it? I personally feel that we're dropping the ball by not committing general funds to doing this, because when people have representation, the outcomes are so much better. So anyway, the funding originally, as proposed, I thought was too heavily targeted to one particular segment of our economy. It was equal fee for both county court and district court, and with good stakeholding, we were able to get it to a place where the funding, I think, is a more equitable funding formula. It's still a drop in the bucket in what we need in this area, and I hope that future legislators will find the commitment to pay for it out of general fund. But I just wanted to come down here and thank the bill sponsors.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard this bill in Judiciary where a strike below amendment was brought. So a whole new bill starting in Judiciary, and then there was a lot of pretty significant amending in Finance. So I've been going through it, trying to synchronize the Finance report into the strike below that ended up being the bill in Judiciary Committee. And so if I didn't quite get all that right and I'm talking to something that was one of the previous iterations of it, then obviously sponsors feel free to correct me on some of those nuances, just because, I mean, like I said, we're trying to synchronize a 5-page amendment or a 5-page report from Finance that amends a 10-page Judiciary Committee report, which is now the bill because of the strike below. So with that said, as we heard the conversation, this bill is about creating this, what is it? It's the equal, again, I got three different documents here. This is the Equal Justice Fund Authority Board. So we're creating this board, and then that board also has an associated cash fund within it, and that cash fund is funded by, originally it was a $20 fee, and then we heard the change up. It's now a $10 fee and a $30 fee for these documents that are filed in court. And so those $10 and those $30 fees then go into the fund where they are then appropriated to the funding mechanism was after the fund had met all of its obligations, then there was a 33 and a 67% distribution of those funds that I'll get to in a second. But it's basically going to organizations, as we heard, that are designed to provide folks, low-income folks that might not be able to afford it, with representation in civil cases. And that's something that's incredibly important to me because it seems like I spend a lot of time in front of the Health and Human Services Committee, trying to do work in the area of civil cases, particularly involving child custody and dependency and neglect. So I like the general direction that the bill is going because I think it is critical that we make sure that folks that have civil cases, if they're indigent, have some sort of way to access some sort of legal representation, given that, unlike the criminal side, they're not guaranteed that. However, as I go through this here, I have a couple of concerns about how we're funding this and whether or not a fee structure is the appropriate way to do this. So, and I'll have the bill sponsors correct me on this because as I was reading through the Finance Committee reports, one of the things that we talked about in Judiciary was folks that are at 250% of the federal poverty level or below are eligible to access the services that are provided as a result of this fund that's being created. However, in the Judiciary Committee, and I'll ask the sponsors to clarify if I got this wrong, in the Judiciary Committee, the waiver for paying these $10 and these $30 fees was only limited to people that are at 150% of the poverty level. And so what that created was a situation where somebody who is just over that 150% of the federal poverty level, so for a family of 4, that's $47,000. somebody who was making a family of four that was making $47,000 would be required to pay these fees. They would not be able to get the fees waived, and they're potentially paying, a family of four making $47,000 would be paying these fees, and a family that was making as much as $78,000 could then access those fees. So you have somebody that makes $47,000 paying for a family of four that makes $78,000. Now, I think based on the amendment that was done in finance, that was changed. So page 4 of the finance report, lines 13 through 16, and then again 28 through 30. It looks like that that waiver has been increased to 250% of the federal poverty line. Those folks are exempt from paying the fees required in this section. So that fixes part of the concern that I had about this bill, which was, why are we having low-income folks pay a fee in order to then help other low-income folks? That seems like feeing one group of low-income folks to pay another. I think that part has been corrected a little bit. I'll invite the sponsors to comment on if I synchronize those two reports together correctly. But I still do wonder, what is the true benefit that we're having if we've now moved up the fee waiver to $78,000. So somebody that makes, family of four, somebody that makes $79,000 is now required to pay these fees if they go to court. And those fees, that's a family of four with an adjusted gross income of $79,000, so that's slightly more than 250% of the federal poverty level. That individual is now paying fees to support somebody who makes $1,000, $1,500 less than them. We know that it's getting expensive in Colorado. We know that $78,000 really isn't that much money for a family of four. And so I still question, even though it looks like it's been fixed somewhat, I still question whether or not that structure is the appropriate way to get this necessary civil legal aid to low-income individuals, or whether or not we can find a more equitable way to do this that doesn't require a family of four making $79,000 to pay these fees in order to support a family that makes $77,000. So that was the first question to the sponsors. And then, as we read on through the bill, it now talks about, we're getting into the definitions now, qualified civil legal aid provider. So obviously we're creating this fund to provide the legal aid to individuals, but somebody actually has to be able to go out and actually do the legal work. And so it talks about what is a qualified civil legal aid provider. And the bill says that means a 501c3 nonprofit organization other than the Colorado recipient of a federal Legal Services Corporation field grant that provides legal representation and advice to people in Colorado. And so I asked the question, I was like, what is a federal Legal Services Corporation? What does that mean? And so I was given information that there is a very specific 501c3 entity out there that is currently the recipient of the federal Legal Services grant, Colorado Legal Services, that provides these services. And so that raised some questions to me, because as you flip through the bill, when it gets to the part about distribution of funds, it talks about the authority. So again, we're doing two things. We're creating an authority, we're creating this fund, and the authority oversees the fund. And then from that fund, we're dispersing these funds to these legal aid providers. And it talks about the authority, so we're creating this board, this authority shall annually distribute the revenue deposited into the Equal Justice Fund, minus their direct and indirect expenses in administering, so they get to take out their administrative costs. But they shall give this, the money, shall distribute 67% of the remaining revenue to the Colorado recipient of a federal Legal Services Corporation and 33% to qualified civil legal aid providers. So this bill creates the authority, It creates the fund that is overseen by the authority. It takes in these $10 and $30 fees, and then having taken in these $10 and $30 fees, then minus the operating expenses for that authority, the governing
Excuse me,
board.
Representative Evans, hold on one moment. Everybody, can we keep it down just a little bit, please? Thank you. Proceed, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it takes in the money, and then after it deals with the operating expenses for the fund and for the overseeing board, then it distributes those funds to two different entities. 67% goes to that entity that is the recipient of a Federal Legal Services Corporation field grant. Again, that's the Colorado Legal Services entity. And 33% to a qualified civil legal aid provider. So basically saying we've got to split this money up. It all can't go to the same entity. And so a lot of the conversations that we had in committee was, how do we make sure that that is an equitable division of these monies? How do we make sure that this is not inadvertently picking and promoting winning and losing organizations when we already know who one of these grant recipients is, and then, so there's not a bid process. This grant recipient is already identified. It's an existing thing. And now we're saying they're going to get 67% of the money that is raised through this fund, minus, of course, the administrative costs. And so there were just some questions and concerns about the transparency of that process if this isn't going to a competitive bid right now. If we already know who's getting 67% of these funds, is that the appropriate way to distribute these monies? And then obviously there will be a new entity that gets the remaining 33% that has yet to be identified because they're not the existing Federal Legal Services Corporation field grant recipient. So that was one of the other things that we talked about in committee. And then obviously, as we discussed, there is the board that's created. One of the amendments that was brought in the Judiciary Committee was messing with or adjusting the composition of the board. So the board is, you got folks appointed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, you got folks appointed by the Attorney General, folks by the Bar Association, Lawyer Trust Account Foundation. What was adjusted in committee was originally 3, and then it was moved up to 4 members of the executive, appointed by the Executive Director of the Colorado Access to Justice Commission, 2 of whom are employed by a qualified civil legal aid provider, and at least 1 of whom is employed by a qualified civil legal aid provider that employs 10 or fewer full-time attorneys. So again, trying to make sure that we have that diverse representation there. Obviously, by adding an additional person to that that group of folks that are appointed by the Executive Director of the Colorado Access to Justice Commission, that effectively gave that group a 50% control in this board here. So we had a lot of discussion around, should that group have a 50% control in the board, given that there's only 8 members total and 4 of them are appointed by 1 individual. That was a question that we had that I never got effectively resolved, and so I just raised that to put that on the record as a question for, is the composition of this board equitable to ensure that no one entity has effectively a controlling stake or close to a controlling stake in the composition of this board. And that was, again, really the summation of my thoughts about the strike below in the Judiciary Committee, as then heavily amended in the Finance Committee. And so the ultimate concern that I had throughout all of this, again, I think it's been made better by the equalizing of what was formerly the 150% waiver at the federal poverty level up to the 250%. I think that's improved the situation a little bit so that you don't have poor folks paying for people who are actually more well off than they are. But I still do raise the concern about, is this in fact the appropriate way to fund this? having worked in the community as a first responder for over a decade, I do know that a lot of times lower income folks, they do end up involved in the justice system and in the court system, particularly the court system, oftentimes to a disproportionate amount. And so I'm still stuck on, is this the appropriate way to fund this equal access to justice by having the fee for the lower income folks to pay for other low income folks? So I don't know that I will be able to get to a yes today, but I do invite the sponsors to correct anything that I might have missed or misinterpreted based on trying to mesh the Finance Committee report into the Judiciary Committee report. So thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to my good colleague from Manitou Springs. I appreciate being able to come say a few words. Members, I had the privilege, I guess it's a privilege, to hear this bill in both Judiciary and Finance. You might be asking, why would we need an equal justice authority? Well, members, I will say that, excuse me, the support of civil legal aid organizations is important to our state. It's important that Coloradans have access to justice, and that's something that I have fought my entire life for. That if Coloradans have a problem that needs resolved in the courts, whether the criminal courts or the civil courts, when Coloradans need attorneys, our system of government guarantees that we can find you an attorney, certainly if your liberty is at stake. But if your property is at stake in the civil courts, you also, I believe, should have the access to legal counsel. And these include, food, shelter, utilities, medical care, domestic violence issues. Legal aid organizations help Coloradans with their grievances and disputes in all of these areas. With the rising cost of living in Colorado and the fact that everything has gotten more expensive, you name it, from groceries to gasoline to just going out to eat, everything has gone up in Colorado disproportionately. And it means that more and more Coloradans, when they have a civil dispute, are pro se, meaning they represent themselves. That's not the best form of representation, and it's also not the best way to be able to find dispute resolution, because oftentimes you can go to a legal aid clinic and be able to resolve the matter long before you have to appear in court. It's a lot cheaper on the taxpayers to run the courts, and it's a lot better result for the Coloradan as well. However, I'm going to tell you why I have serious problems with how this bill is structured. I appreciate that we exempt the first 250% of the federal poverty rate, so poorer Coloradans are going to be exempt from having to pay this additional fee. However, what about everyone else who's accessing the court system? Whether you're needing to get a divorce, which by the way is about a $230 filing fee, or if you're needing to get someone out of your property because you're being evicted, you need to get back into your own property, filing an eviction, whether you have a small claims, you have someone who has wronged you and they owe you money and you need to be able to seek redress in the courts. You're looking at a couple $100 there in filing fees. Well, depending on if it's the county or the district court, if it's county court under the amendment, it's $10 more per filing fee. If it's district court, it's $30 more per filing fee. So to dissolve a marriage in Colorado would be a $230 filing fee, which means that now would be $260 to get a divorce under this bill when you pay the fee, unless, of course, you're under the 250% of poverty threshold. You might say that that's just the cost of doing business and the cost of accessing the courts, well, that's more than 10%. I don't have my calculator here to figure out what $30 divided by $230, perhaps some of my mathematical geniuses who sits just to the right of me could be able to answer. But it's well in excess of 10%. And I can tell you that for most Coloradans, their income has not gone up by 10% in the last few years. The cost of living certainly has outpaced that, and that everyone is feeling the pain. I believe wholeheartedly in legal aid programs and access to justice, which is why this is troubling. And I agree with my good colleague from Manitou Springs that we should fund this from the general fund. This is a societal value. And if we really do value access to the courts, we should put our money where our mouth is, and we should fund it from the general fund. And the entire state should take care of each other. But instead, we're placing a fee on those individuals who need to access the civil courts. People don't want to access the civil courts. You may have to file an answer because you've been sued in small claims court. You don't want to have to pay for that answer, but yet our legal system says you have to pay a fee to reply back because someone is wanting to use the force of law to take property from you, money. And we could go on to numerous other examples. The one thing that I'd like to talk about is what do other states do? Because I do think that's important. One state that has a really interesting funding mechanism is our state that borders my legislative district. And for those of you who like trivia, what state would that be? Utah, bingo. There's a small prize afterwards. So Utah does have a $325 dissolution of marriage filing fee in order to fund their Access to Justice Commission and work there. They also are less than other states as far as how much they fund per capita, but they're also more than Colorado. And I do think that it's important to look at certain mechanisms for where a fee could go that would be more appropriate. It may be unfair to attach it to a dissolution of marriage. I don't know what the divorce rate is in Colorado right now. I know at one point in time, when I'd written a paper on the topic in college, it was around 50%. As a matter of fact, the paper was entitled Why Divorce is Good for America, an economic analysis of divorce. But today, if you think about it, most people are likely only to go through a divorce once in their lifetime. Maybe twice if you're pretty unlucky. That means that you're only paying that particular fee once. That's a whole lot more equitable than saying to everyone who needs to access, whether it's the small claims court docket, they have a tort grievance, they have a contract matter that they need to resolve. They're being, it's an eviction proceeding. They have a medical claim, a debt resolution. All these matters come with, you have a summons and complaint that starts the process. That has a fee to it. So now we're attaching $30 to that. So that'd be well over 10%. Then you have an answer. It's going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10+%. And as you're filing this, then you go back and forth. And each one of these documents that goes through the court's hands comes with another fee. I would like to talk about a little bit about what some of our neighboring states do as well. One state that's not particularly close to the West Slope, but they do something kind of interesting, is Nebraska, which would have a better model, in my opinion. So they're almost 3 times per capita in legal aid and access to justice funding than Colorado. And they also do so from a $162 dilution of marriage fee. And then they also add a $15 legal fee on domestic filings. $15 splits the difference between $10 and $30. I'm not real sure how I quite feel about that, but it is a good model. New Mexico to our south, they are almost 3 times what Colorado spends in legal aid per capita, although they are a bit of a smaller state. But they also have a $285 dissolution of marriage fee, and then a $25 legal aid fee that's attached to civil actions. The $25 fund, it's kind of interesting. It's only on the commencement and answer of a civil action. They're not tying it to anything else. So I guess you could say what's in here is somewhat similar. Wyoming, believe it or not, they do a lot better job than Colorado. They're at $2.57 per capita in legal aid funding, but they have a $140 dissolution of marriage fee that's attached, plus a $10 legal aid fee on civil filings, transcripts, and the appellate docket. There's actually nothing that's being considered here that's attaching any fees to appellate court filings, which is, in my opinion, kind of interesting. Those are your bigger, pricier cases, and perhaps a $10 or $20 fee before the Court of Appeals or before the Supreme Court on top of those filings might be perhaps more appropriate, because most people are going to resolve their cases at the county court level or the district court level. They're probably not going to be making it to a higher court level, and if they are, they just know that there's a lot more that's at stake there. Nevada definitely outpaces Colorado. They're at $4.62 per capita for legal aid and access to justice. They have a $285 dissolution of marriage filing fee, and then $25 fee on civil court filings. I really mention this just because we want to be fair, and we want to be just, and we want to be equitable in how we do things. We also want to do Coloradans right, and making sure that when they need an attorney, if they can't afford one, by gum, we're going to find a way as a state to ensure that they have legal representation. And it's not just in a criminal sense, it's in a civil sense as well. Which I will go back to my original thesis of my speech here this evening, which is let's fund it from the general fund. I did present that amendment during the long bill debate, for those of you who remember, although the source of the funds was probably a little bit controversial. We were taking it from the public defenders. But it is important that we take from the general fund, because this is an important government function. Otherwise, we are really impacting Coloradans who are trying to utilize the courts, and we're forcing them to pay a 10, 12% more per filing. And yet, when I look at the fact sheet that I received, we're still like 95 million behind where Colorado needs to be to adequately fund access to justice. So if what we're charging in fees here will bring in, what, approximately, is it 5 million? 5 million once the fees are fully up and running. But we have a $95 million shortfall that means that, I don't have the best of math, but that's at least 20 times more that we would have to increase, which means instead of a $10 fee this year for county court, we'd be looking at a $200 fee in order to make up this $95 million shortfall. If we really believe that this is where our money ought to be going, instead of nickel and diming Coloradans who really don't want to be in the position of having to utilize the courts, let's take it from the general fund. Let's properly fund equal justice. Let's properly fund access to justice. Let's properly fund legal aid. And let's show the rest of the western states, let's show the people of Colorado that this is a value that is worth fighting for. But if we truly want to fight for this, it means that all of us need to come together and ensure that whether it's you or I or your neighbor needs an attorney, that they will be able to have one in their time of need. And because of how this funding is laid out, I cannot support this bill. I do respect the amendment that was made in finance. And I appreciate the work of the bill sponsors as well, because this is a tough bill you've been given. It's a strong social issue, a strong legal issue, a strong moral issue. But not just having the access part, it's about where the funds come from. And that's what's most troubling to me. Because someone who's 250% of the federal poverty rate, they're not rich. That's not a lot of money. I can't tell you exactly what that number is right off the top of my head. It's a little bit late. I've had a lot of numbers float through my head. And so I went to law school, was to avoid mathematics. I can read words, but numbers tend to break my bones a little bit. So because of that, I would ask for a no vote. I would like to continue to work on this issue, to find another way to fund the Equal Justice Authority and the good work that is being contemplated here. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleague, I hope you all vote yes for this bill. This bill had a lot of stakeholding, and I wanted to pull out some of the supporting organizations to share with you, but I know it had a lot of stakeholding, and I wanted to just respond to some of the questions or the comments. And I understand that we all would like things or issues to be funded through the general fund, but at this time, we know that's not possible because there are a lot of priorities, and we are trying creatively to solve some of our most pressing issues, and we know access to justice is really fundamental, a pillar to democracy and to the rule of law itself. But I want to go back to the practical issues in the bill. So at first, the bill itself had a $20 fees for both county, district, appeals court, and probate. And as the bill was going through committee, it went through its first committee, which was judiciary. That was part of the challenge. The bill barely passed out of committee, out of judiciary. And when the bill got to finance, the issue was, again, some stakeholders did not believe that the fee should apply to all the different courts equally. They believe it should be tiered. We didn't, as a prime sponsor of the bill, and I can speak for my co-prime as well, is that we wanted the fee to apply equally to everyone. But based on conversations with our stakeholders, we had to tier the fee, $10 at the county court, $20, $30 at the district and probate court. And again, most, if not all of our stakeholders who were at the table who were asking for that change are currently at neutral on the bill. And that's a good place to be because the bill was having a hard time in finance because of the fee structure, and that was part of the conversation, and we were able to make those changes in good faith in order to get here today on second. And I wanted to also respond to the other question about the federal poverty line. As many of you know who are lawyers, if you make 125 below the federal poverty line, you can file a form called the JDF 205, and that form, once you file it and the court recognizes it, and you fall below the 125 below the federal poverty line, you don't have to pay the court fees. So in this bill, we went even further because that was part of the discussion in judiciary. And the judiciary, some of the members believe that the bill could negatively impact certain families in Colorado who are struggling. And we went back, we exempted anyone who's making 250 below the poverty line. And I wanted to speak to it a little bit more, give you some stats or some of the numbers of some of the people who are exempted. In county court, that's going to be 22% of the filers. In district court, that's 28%. In the Court of Appeals, that's 28%. And in probate court, that's 16%. And I wanted to go back and talk a little bit more about the county courts, because I think that's what some of my colleagues have mentioned, is that it's going to negatively impact those who are community members who are filing cases at the county court. This bill will exempt about 13,491 people. So that's a big number. Again, we would like to fund this bill, and we also want to make sure that we're not negatively impacting our most vulnerable community members. And all these changes were made in good faith because these were some of the asks that were made by members of both the Judiciary and the Finance Committee. And we believe that the bill is in a good place. Again, at the end of the day, we're trying to fund access to justice, and we know that people who are pro se do not fare better in our judicial system. And I ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate some of that clarification from the sponsors, but something really stood out to me again as I was listening to this conversation, and that was the fact that we all acknowledge how important it is that Coloradans have access to this legal protection, this legal representation. And so as I was reading again through the Finance Committee reports, on page 3, something jumped out at me that I just wanted to highlight, and it talks about the purpose of imposing this fee, money received from the grant. So again, the grant is funded by these fees, must be used to provide access to legal representation to indigent folks, and then also to increase the efficiency of Colorado courts for all court users by reducing slowdowns caused by self-representation. And so that stood out to me because, as was previously mentioned, in many of the fact sheets that were handed out about this, it was noted that Colorado needs about $95 million to make up the shortfall and get us about on par with many of the surrounding states that we've talked about. Well, as we've heard, this bill is only going to be raising, a couple of $1 million. And so that leads to a situation, I'm afraid, in which, since we just heard the numbers from the sponsors, how 22% of folks in county courts would be exempt from this fee, 28% of folks in district court would be exempt from this fee. Well, now what we're actually doing is we're actually raising the costs, we're making it more expensive to access justice, to access our courts, to access legal representation for, in the case of the county courts, about 78% of folks, and in the district courts for about 72% of folks. And so, again, going back to that conversation of, is this fee structure the appropriate way to fund this? I'm worried that we're not going to accomplish the goal here on page 3 of the Finance Committee report, which talks about increasing the efficiency of Colorado courts for all users by reducing slowdowns caused by self-representation. Because if we need $95 million to actually address those situations of self-representation, and we're raising a tiny fraction of that through these fees, I don't know that we're going to reduce those slowdowns to any measurable degree. What's actually going to happen is for those 72 or 78% of folks in district and county court respectively that are not exempt from these fees, we are increasing the cost, we are increasing the financial burden to access justice. And I don't know that increasing the cost for, I'll just do some quick rounding because it's late, roughly 3/4 of the population. I don't know that increasing the cost for roughly 3/4 of the population is an appropriate way to try to solve this problem, given that the money that will be raised is literally just a small fraction of the $95 million shortfall that we've heard conversations about. And then another thing that came to mind just as I was rehashing a lot of the arguments in committee was when we talked about that federal poverty limit, so 250% of the federal poverty line. Again, I did run the numbers. I can give you an exact amount. 250% of the federal poverty level for a family of 4 is an adjusted gross income of $78,000. In Colorado, that is not rich. That is not wealthy. That's barely enough for most families of 4 that I know of to scrape by. And so I think it's important that we emphasize that fact, because requiring folks, family of 4 that makes just over $78,000 to pay this fee is concerning to me. But what's equally concerning to me is the testimony that we heard in the courts, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so if I get this wrong, I invite any of the actual lawyers to come up and correct me. But when we talked about the waiver form that was talked about in order to be able to qualify for this waiver of the fees for folks below 250% of the federal poverty level, it was said in committee that this form, there's really no way to follow up and check on it. This is a self-attestation. This is just somebody saying, yep, I'm below the 250% of the federal poverty level. They file the form, and that's it. Now, in committee, the discussion around that revolved around the fact that that might actually be a cost-saving measure, because for the court to go do the administrative research necessary to establish whether or not that individual's income was actually below the 250% federal poverty level, and to require that individual to bring documentation of their income is a large administrative burden. However, if we're adding a $10 to $30 fee, and that fee can be waived if somebody self-attests that they are below 250% of the federal poverty level, I wonder if we're not creating a situation in which there is a perverse incentive for individuals who might otherwise have to qualify for that fee as a result of the amount of money that they make, to then go and fill out one of these forms and self-attest that they are in fact not at that 250% of the federal poverty level, that they are below that limit and therefore would be exempt from paying this fee. And if that's the case, if through self-attestation we have folks that are above 250% of the federal poverty level who are filing this form, is this not creating not only that incentive, is this not creating that incentive for folks to try to game the system, as it were, to take advantage of the waiver being at that 250% of the federal poverty level? But as anyone knows that's ever practiced in criminal law, falsely uttering a document to an official person, the courts, a government entity, police officer, things like that, falsely uttering, falsely filing, falsely presenting that document, that actually gets you in trouble criminally. And so if this fee can be waived for folks at or below 250% of the federal poverty level, and if it can be waived via self-attestation, I'm worried that that creates a situation in which somebody might fudge the numbers a little bit, but in so doing, in fudging those numbers a little bit in order to save them $10 to $30, then what actually happens is now they've falsely uttered a document, and that is in fact a criminal felony. And so I just want to make sure that these are all on the record to make sure that, as we always talk about, the devil's in the details, and that the details of this particular policy and of this particular piece of legislation aren't actually creating a situation in which folks, in order to try to do some cost-saving measures, might get themselves in more trouble with the law because they want to avoid additional costs to access justice. And in avoiding those additional costs, and again, this is for folks, family of four, $78,000. That's not rich in Colorado. For those folks that are above that level, they then potentially inadvertently get themselves in way more legal trouble because of this form, this self-attestation form. And so I just want those concerns to be on the record as part of the reasons, again, that I am not able to get to a yes vote on this policy. So thank you.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After taking a look at this bill, the issue I have with it is it increases government overreach in the legal system. The judicial branch is intentionally separate from the legislative branch to ensure that there are checks and balances happening. And that's the beautiful thing about our republic is we have the 3 checks and balance system. This bill establishes a new government authority and imposes a $20 filing fee. This represents unnecessary government intervention in the legal system and unjustifiable burden on individual and businesses. There should be a search for private sector solutions as support for legal representation for low-income individuals should be provided by private charities or organizations rather than through a government-administered fund. This bill will hurt economic growth, as again, the additional fee could place a financial strain on businesses and individuals involved in legal proceedings. Overall, in my opinion, the agenda of this bill is, it'll blur the lines in between the 2 branches. It'll increase government revenue under the guise of providing support to low-income individuals. And I just hate to see the lines be blurred between this. That's why we have the checks and balances. Keep a check and balance upon each other. So I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my colleague brings up some good points about where we draw the line here and where we're coming from. And, it is really important that I think we rely on our nonprofits and our organizations that do this kind of work to support these individuals instead of another fee or fine. This bill creates the Equal Justice Fund Authority, which, what is that? Well, it is the authority is governed by an Equal Justice Authority Board, which is made up of 7 members who are residents of the state and have demonstrated commitment to providing civil legal aid through current or prior employment with a qualified civil legal aid provider or through substantial volunteer service with a similar organization. So as my colleague was mentioning a minute ago, maybe these should be provided by nonprofit organizations or a group that does this, some sort of entity that does this on their own versus having the state do it. The state doesn't need to get involved in everything. So this group is going to be made up of one member appointed by the Attorney General, 1 member appointed by the Colorado Bar Association, 1 member appointed by the Colorado Lawyer Trust Account Foundation. I don't know what that is or who they are. 3 members appointed by the Executive Director of the Colorado Access to Justice Commission. Sounds like kind of an activist group.
at least 2 of whom are employed by a qualified civil legal aid provider. Is that for-profit, nonprofit? Be a good question to ask. The appointing authorities shall make the reasonable efforts to appoint board members that reflect the geographical and demographical diversity of the state, including members from both rural and urban parts of the state and members of diverse political, racial, ability, cultural group, and socioeconomic status. That's a lot to get in with 1, 2, 3, 6 members is all we have here. So that is a concern in this bill. There are a lot of concerns on how this is going to work out. There are multiple amendments, and Madam Chair, I ask that the bill be read at length.
Second regular session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado introduced. LLS No. 24 to 554.01 Chelsea Princeell X 4335 House Bill 24 to 1286. House Committees Senate Committees Judiciary. A bill for an act. 101 concerning measures to increase access to the courts for 102 indigent persons. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill creates the Equal Justice Fund Authority as a special purpose authority to administer the Equal Justice Fund for the purpose of providing monetary support to local organizations that provide legal representation and legal advice to low-income individuals. The bill requires certain court filings to incur an additional $20 filing fee that must be annually deposited into the Equal Justice Fund. House sponsorship Joseph and Lindsay, Bacon, Brown, Clifford, Garcia, Mabry, Rudnall, Velasco. Senate sponsorship Roberts. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. The bill prohibits a judge from requiring indigent parties to pay the docket fee for a civil action. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 3 finds that, 4a, access to justice is a basic principle of the rule of law, and it 5 ensures that all persons, institutions and entities, public and private, 6 including the state, are held accountable to laws that are publicly 7 promulgated, equally enforced, and independently adjudicated. 8b. In the absence of access to justice, people are unable to have 9 their voices heard, exercise their rights, challenge discrimination, or hold 10 decision makers accountable. 11c. Providing civil legal aid to people in poverty is vital to 12 Colorado in supporting justice for victims of intimate partner violence. 13. Ensuring veterans receive their well-earned benefits, protecting against 14. Elder abuse, fighting human trafficking, protecting access to necessities 15 such as food and shelter, and other areas. 16d. Without access to civil legal representation, many laws and 17 protections remain unenforceable for low-income Coloradans. 18. State-funded legal aid in certain civil matters reinforces the 19 importance of the right to counsel to ensure a fair trial. 20. F. Equal access to justice would have little effective meaning if 21. An individual could not afford that right on the basis of income. 22. G. In order to meet the needs of our most vulnerable community 23 members, it is necessary, appropriate, equitable, and in the best interest 24 of all Coloradans to create a special purpose authority to allow 25 low-income Coloradans access to the court system by imposing a fee on -2, HB 24-1286. 1. A party's first court filing. 2. H. The fee imposed is for the specific purpose of serving users of 3 Colorado courts who will pay the fee on all initial pleadings and answers. 4. Because the fee, 5. Will serve all qualified court users by increasing the efficiency. 6. Of courts for all court users by reducing slowdowns caused by 7 self-represented parties. 8. 2. Will increase the provision of justice in our courts for all court 9 users, regardless of income, which is an interest shared among all court 10 users. And 11. 3. Is collected at a rate reasonably calculated based on the 12 services provided by the authority. 13. Furthering access to Colorado civil courts is a pillar of our 14 democratic legal systems. And 15. J. The state of Colorado must endeavor to systematically support 16. The delivery of equal access to legal aid services to all qualified 17 Coloradans. 18. 2. Therefore, the General Assembly declares that the lack of 19. Access to civil legal justice is a problem that has serious social, legal, 20. Economic and political consequences, and the General Assembly enacts 21. This legislation to fund equal access to justice and reaffirm the 22 commitment to equitable access to the civil legal process. 23. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Part 2 to Article 24 5.7 of Title 13 as follows. 25 Part 226 Equal Justice Fund Authority 2713-5.7-201. Definitions. As used in this Part 2, unless the 3, HB 24-1286. 1. Context otherwise requires. 2. 1. Authority means the Equal Justice Fund Authority 3 created in Section 13-5.7-202. 4. 2. Board means the Equal Justice Fund Authority Board 5 created in Section 13-5.7-204. 6. 3. Equal Justice Fund fee means the fee collected 7 pursuant to this Part 2. 8. 4. Filing fee means a docket fee for a civil action as set 9/4 in Sections 13-4-112, 13-32-101, and 13-32-102. 10. 5. Qualified Civil Legal Aid Provider means a nonprofit 11 organization other than the Colorado recipient of a Federal 12 Legal Services Corporation field grant that provides legal 13 representation and advice to people in Colorado living in 14 poverty and supports access to basic needs such as housing, 15 income, health services, education, and assistance with family 16 matters and immigration status issues. 1713-5.7-202. Creation and Purpose. There is created as a 18 Special Purpose Authority, as defined in Section 24-77-102, the 19 Equal Justice Fund Authority, which is a body corporate and a 20 political subdivision of the state, which shall not be an agency 21 of state government, and shall not be subject to administrative 22 direction by any department, commission, board, bureau, or 23 agency of the state. The authority is responsible for 24 administering the Equal Justice Fund created in Section 2513-5.7-205. 2613-5.7-203. General Powers. 1. In addition to any other 27 powers granted to the authority in this Part 2, the authority has. 4. HB 24-1286. 1. The following powers. 2. A. TO have the duties, privileges, immunities, rights, 3 liabilities, and disabilities of a body corporate and political for subdivision of the state. 5. B. TO have perpetual existence and succession. 6. C. TO adopt, have, and use a seal and TO alter the same at 7 ITS pleasure. 8. D. TO sue and be sued. 9. E. TO enter into any contract or agreement not 10 inconsistent with this Part 2 or the laws of the state. 11. F. TO purchase, lease with an option to purchase, 12 trade, exchange, or otherwise acquire, maintain, hold, improve, 13 mortgage, encumber, and dispose of real property in personal 14 property, whether tangible or intangible, and any interest, 15 including easements and rights of way, without restriction or 16 limitation, 17, G, to acquire office space, equipment, services, supplies, 18 an insurance necessary TO carry out the purposes of this Part 19-2, 20, H, TO deposit any money of the authority in any banking. 21 institution or in any depository authorized pursuant to Section 2224-75-603, and TO appoint, for the purpose of making such 23 deposits, 1 or more persons TO act as custodians of the money 24 of the authority, who shall give surety bonds in such amounts 25 and form and for such purposes as the board requires. 26. I. TO contract for and TO accept any gifts, grants, and 27 loans of funds, property, or any other aid in any form from the 5. HB 24-1286. 1. Federal government, the state, any state agency, or any other 2 source, or any combination thereof, and TO comply, subject to 3 the provisions of this Part 2, with the terms and conditions of 4 such contracts or the acceptance of such items. 5. J. TO have and exercise all rights and powers necessary 6 or incidental to or implied from the specific powers granted in 7 this Part 2, which specific powers shall not be considered as a 8 limitation upon any power necessary or appropriate to carry out 9 the purposes and intent of this Part 2. 10. K. TO fix the time and place or places at which ITS regular 11 and special meetings are to be held. 12. L. TO adopt and from time to time amend or repeal bylaws 13 and rules and regulations consistent with the provisions of this 14 Part 2, including rules regarding the definition and 15 interpretation of terms used in this Part 2. This subsection, 1, L, 16 does not grant the authority the power to redefine terms that 17 are already defined in this Part 2. 18. M. TO elect 1 member as chairperson of the board and 19 another member as vice chairperson of the board and 2 elect 21 or more members as secretary and treasurer of the board 21 and elect or appoint such other officers as the board may 22nd determine and provide for their duties and terms of office. 23. N. 2 appoint agents, employees, and professional and 24 business advisors, including real estate professionals, 25 construction companies, property managers, attorneys, 26 accountants, and financial advisors as may from time to time be 27 necessary in the authority's judgment to accomplish the 6. HB 24-1286. 1. Purposes of this Part 2, and TO fixed the compensation of such 2 agents, employees, and advisors, and TO established the powers and 3 duties of all agents, employees, and advisors, as well as any 4 other person contracting with the authority TO provide 5 services, including termination of employment or the contract 6 for services. 7. O. TO make and execute agreements, contracts, and 8 other instruments necessary or convenient in the exercise of the 9 powers and functions of the authority. Pursuant to this Part 2, 10 including, but not limited to, contracts with any person, firm, 11 corporation, municipality, state agency, county, or other 12 entity. All municipalities, counties, and state agencies may 13th enter into and do all things necessary to perform any such 14 arrangement or contract with the authority. 15. P. Other powers necessary to accomplish the authority's 16 specific goals as required pursuant to this Part 2. 1713-5.7-204. Equal Justice Fund Authority Board, Membership. 18 and Meetings, Rules. 1. The authority is governed by the Equal 19 Justice Fund Authority Board, which is made up of 7 members, 20 who are residents of this state and have a demonstrated 21 commitment to providing civil legal aid through current or 22 prior employment with a qualified civil legal aid provider, or 23 through substantial volunteer service with a similar 24 organization. 25. 2. Members of the board must be appointed as follows. 26. A. 1 member appointed by the Chief Justice of the 27 Colorado Supreme Court. 7. HB 24-1286. 1b. 1 member appointed by the Attorney General. 2c. 1 member appointed by the Colorado Bar 3 Association. 4d. 1 member appointed by the Colorado Lawyer Trust 5 Account Foundation. And 6e. 3 members appointed by the Executive Director of 7 the Colorado Access to Justice Commission, at least 2 of whom 8 are employed by a qualified civil legal aid provider. 9.3. The appointing authorities shall make reasonable 10 efforts to appoint board members that reflect the geographic 11 and demographic diversity of the state, including members from 12 both rural and urban parts of the state, and members of diverse 13 political, racial, ability, cultural group, and socioeconomic 14 status. 15.4. Members serve terms of 3 years, except that 16 initial terms of the members appointed by the Executive Director. 17 of the Colorado Access to Justice Commission are 2-year 18 terms in order to stagger the terms so that no more than 19 members' terms expire in the same year. The appointing 20 authorities shall designate the initial terms and fill any 21 vacancies on the board. 22.5. Terms expire on December 31st of the final year of the 23 term. 24.6. Members may be reappointed to serve 2 additional 25 terms. 26.7. A member may be removed from the board by majority 27 vote of the board for misfeasance, malfeasance, willful neglect. 8. HB 24-1286. 1 of duty or other cause after notice and a public hearing, unless 2 notice and a public hearing are expressly waived in writing by 3 the member being removed. 4.8. The board shall meet at least 4 times per year. 5.9. The board shall elect a chair and a vice chair at its 6th first meeting of each calendar year. 7.10. Members serve without compensation but must be 8 reimbursed for actual and reasonable expenses incurred in the 9 performance of their duties. 10.11. The board shall adopt its own rules of procedure and 11 keep a record of all proceedings. 12.12. The authority may cooperate and enter into 13 contracts with the Commission or another agency or entity for 14 administrative or operational assistance, including for staffing. 15.13. If the Commission expects to incur actual costs as a 16 result of staffing the authority that exceeds the amount 17 provided by the authority pursuant to Section 13-5.7-206, the 18 authority shall pay the Commission for all costs incurred by the 19 Commission in providing staffing to the authority, including, but 20 limited to, compensation for employees staffing the authority. 21 and administrative costs in an amount agreed upon by the 22 authority and Commission. 2313-5.7-205. Equal Justice Fund, Creation. 1. There is 24 created in the State Treasury the Equal Justice Fund. The Equal 25 Justice Fund is administered by the authority. The purpose of the 26 Fund is to 27a. Provide access to legal representation to indigent. 9. HB 24-1286. 1 persons by providing annual grants to the Colorado recipient of 2 a Federal Legal Services Corporation field grant and other 3 qualified civil legal aid providers pursuant to Section 13-5.7-206. 4b. Increase the efficiency of Colorado courts for all 5 court users by reducing slowdowns caused by 6 self-representation. And 7c. Pay the direct and indirect costs of administering the 8 requirements of this Part 2, including payment for costs 9 associated with staffing the authority and reimbursement of the 10 actual and necessary expenses of board members as required by 11 Section 13-5.7-204. 12.2. The court shall collect the Equal Justice Fund fee at 13 the time of filing and quarterly, beginning March 1, 2025, and 14 shall remit the collected Equal Justice Fund fees to the State 15 Treasurer to be deposited into the Equal Justice Fund. 16.3. The Equal Justice Fund consists of money collected 17 from the filing fee required by Section 13-32-101, 1.5. 1813-5.7-206. Distribution of funds. 1. On July 1, 2025, and 19 each July 1 thereafter, the authority shall annually distribute 20 all revenue deposited into the Equal Justice Fund, less the 21 authorities' direct and indirect expenses in administering the 22 requirements of this Part 2 and any other related work 23 completed to advance the mission of the authority. The 24 authority shall distribute 63% of the revenue to 25 the Colorado recipient of a Federal Legal Services Corporation 26 field grant, 29% to qualified civil legal aid 27 providers, and 8% to the Commission for costs. 10. HB 24-1286. 1 associated with staffing the authority and other related work 2 completed to advance the mission of the authority. Funds 3 distributed to the Commission that go unused by June 30th of each 4 year shall be distributed to the Colorado recipient of a Federal 5 Legal Services Corporation field grant and the qualified Civil 6 legal aid providers in proportion to the initial percentages that 7 the Colorado recipient of a Federal Legal Services Corporation 8 field grant and the qualified Civil legal aid providers. Annually 9 receive through the fund. 10. 2. The Board, by resolution, shall establish a funding 11 formula TO use TO determine the distribution amount for each 12 qualified civil legal aid provider. In developing the formula, the 13 Board shall consider the following factors. 14. A. The number of attorney hours spent serving people in 15 Colorado in poverty in the previous year. 16. B. The number of full-time attorneys employed by the 17 qualified civil legal aid provider. 18. C. The number of individuals living in poverty who receive a 19 legal representation or legal advice from the qualified civil 20 legal aid provider. 21. D. Geographic reach of services. And 22. E. Ability and experience serving populations with 23 barriers to legal assistance, including people with disabilities 24 and people with limited English proficiency. 2513-5.7-207. Report. 1. On or before January 1, 2026, and 26 each January 1 thereafter, the authority shall prepare and 27 submit a report to the House of Representatives Judiciary. 11. HB 24-1286. 1 committee in the Senate Judiciary Committee, or their 2 successor committees, that details the use of the fund. At a 3 minimum, the report must include 4. A. How much money was collected in the fund in the 5 preceding year. 6. B. How much money the Colorado recipient of a Federal 7 Legal Services Corporation field grant and other qualified Civil 8 legal aid providers received from the fund in the preceding year. 9. C. The amount of funds left unused by the Colorado 10 recipient of a Federal Legal Services Corporation field grant 11 and the qualified Civil legal aid providers at the conclusion of 12 the preceding year. 13. D. The types of legal services provided to individuals who 14 received legal services as a result of the fund, and 15. E. The number of individuals who received legal services 16 as a result of the fund. 17. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 13-4-112 as 18 follows. 1913-4-112. Fees of the Clerk of Court of Appeals. 1. A. Within 20 the time allowed or fixed for transmission of the record, the appellant. 21 shall pay to the Clerk of the Court of Appeals a docket fee of $222.2343. 23. B. The docket fee for the appellee shall be $124.4868 to be paid upon the entry of appearance 25 of the appellee. 26. 2. A. Each fee collected pursuant to paragraph A of subsection 27, 1, subsection 1, A of this section shall be transmitted to the state. 12. HB 24-1286. 1 treasurer and divided as follows. 2. I. $150 shall be deposited in the Supreme 3 Court Library Fund created pursuant to Section 13-2-120. 4. 2. $5 shall be deposited in the Judicial Stabilization Cash 5 Fund created in Section 13-32-101. 6. And 6. 3. $68 shall be deposited in the Justice Center 7 Cash Fund created in Section 13-32-101. 7. A. And 8. 4. $20 must be deposited in the Equal Justice 9 Fund created in Section 13-5.7-205. 10. B. Each fee collected pursuant to paragraph B of subsection 1, 11 subsection 1, B of this section shall be transmitted to the state 12 treasurer and divided as follows. 13. $75 shall be deposited in the Supreme Court 14 Library Fund created pursuant to Section 13-2-120. 15. 2. $5 shall be deposited in the Judicial Stabilization Cash 16 Fund created in Section 13-32-101. 6. And 17. 3. $68 shall be deposited in the Justice Center 18 Cash Fund created in Section 13-32-101, 7, A, and 19, 4, $20 must be deposited in the Equal Justice 20 Fund created in Section 13-5.7-205. 21 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 13-32-101, add 1.5, 22 and 3D, as follows. 2313-32-101. Docket fees in civil actions, Judicial Stabilization 24 Cash Fund, Justice Center Cash Fund, Justice Center Maintenance Fund 25, created, report, legislative declaration. 1.5, A, beginning January 26, 1st, 2025, an Equal Justice Fund fee of $20.27 must be paid on all court filings on first appearance by a party. 13, HB 24-1286. 1 as described in subsection 1 of this section, except for filings in 2 small claims court. 3b. Fees collected pursuant to this subsection, 1.5, must 4 be annually deposited into the Equal Justice Fund created in 5 Section 13-5.7-205. 6. 3d. A filing fee must not be charged to a recipient of a 7 Federal Legal Services Corporation field grant or other 8 qualified civil legal aid provider, as defined in Section 13-5.7-201. 9. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 13-32-102, amend 10, 1, A, 1, B, 1, F, 6, A, 2, 6, B, 2, and 6, F, 2, as follows, 1113-32-102. Fees in probate proceedings. 1. On and after July 12, 2019, for services rendered by judges and clerks of district or probate 13 courts in all counties of the state of Colorado in proceedings had pursuant 14 to Articles 10 to 17 of Title 15, the court shall charge the following fees. 15. A. Docket fee at the time of filing first papers in any decedents. 16. Estate eligible for summary administrative procedures under pursuant. 17 TO Section December 15, 1203, or in any small estate of a person under disability 18 qualifying under Section 15-14-118, which estates involve no real 19 property 20, $83 103.0021, b. Docket fee at time of filing first papers in any estate not 22 coming within the provisions of subsection 1a of this Section 23. 199.00 219.0024, f. Docket fee at time of filing first papers in each action relating 25 to a trust 26. 199.00 219.0027, 6, a. Each fee collected pursuant to subsection 1a of this. 14, HB 24-1286. One section shall be transmitted to the State Treasurer and divided as follows. 2. On and after July 1, 2019, $48 shall be 3 deposited in the Judicial Stabilization Cash Fund created in Section 413-32-101. 6. $5 shall be deposited in the Court Security Cash 5 Fund established pursuant to Section 13-1-204. $15 shall be 6 deposited in the Office of Public Guardianship Cash Fund established 7 pursuant to Section 13-94-108, 1, and $15 shall be deposited 8 in the Justice Center Cash Fund created in Section 13-32-101, 7a, and $920 shall be deposited in the Equal Justice Fund 10 created in Section 13-5.7-205. 11b. Each fee collected pursuant to subsection 1b of this Section 12 shall be transmitted to the State Treasurer and divided as follows. 13. On and after July 1, 2019, $143.14 shall be deposited in the Judicial Stabilization Cash Fund created in Section 1513-32-101, 6, $5 shall be deposited in the Court Security Cash 16 Fund established pursuant to Section 13-1-204, $15 shall be 17 deposited in the Justice Center Cash Fund created in Section 13-32-10118, 7a, $35 shall be deposited in the Office of Public 19 Guardianship Cash Fund established pursuant to Section 13-94-108, 1, and $21 shall be deposited in the General Fund pursuant to Section 21-2-5-119, and $20 shall be deposited in the Equal 22 Justice Fund created in Section 13-5.7-205. 23. F. Each fee collected pursuant to subsection 1 f of this Section 24 shall be transmitted to the State Treasurer and divided as follows. 25. On and after July 1, 2019, $143.26 shall be deposited in the Judicial Stabilization Cash Fund created in Section 2713-32-101, 6. $5 shall be deposited in the Court Security Cash 15, HB 24-1286. One fund established pursuant to Section 13-1-204, $15 shall be 2 deposited in the Justice Center Cash Fund created in Section 13-32-1013, 7a. $35 shall be deposited in the Office of Public for Guardianship Cash Fund established pursuant to Section 13-94-108, 1, and $1 shall be deposited in the General Fund pursuant to Section 62-5-119, and $20 shall be deposited in the Equal 7 Justice Fund created in Section 13-5.7-205. 8. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 13-16-103, Amend 9, 1, as follows, 1013-16-103. Costs of indigent individual. 1a. If the judge or 11 justice of any a court, including the Supreme Court, is at any time satisfied 12 that any person and individual is unable to prosecute or defend any A13 civil action or special proceeding because he the individual is a poor 14-person indigent and unable to pay the costs and expenses thereof, the 15 judge or justice, in his the judge's or justice's discretion, may permit 16 such person the individual to commence and prosecute or defend in 17 action or proceeding without the payment of costs, but, in the event such 18 person the individual prosecutes or defends an action or proceeding 19 successfully, there shall must be a judgment entered in his the 20 individual's favor for the amount of court costs which he that the 21 individual would have incurred except for the provision of this section, 22, and this judgment shall must be first satisfied out of any money paid into 23 court, and such the costs shall must be paid to the court before any such 24A judgment is satisfied of record. 25b. The judge shall not require an individual to pay the 26 docket fee for a civil action as set forth in sections 13-4-112, 2713-32-101, and 13-32-102 if 16, HB 24-1286. 1. The individual's income is below 252% of the federal poverty line, or 3.2. In the preceding year, the individual received benefits from at least one of the following programs. 5. aid to the blind, as set forth in Section 26-2-111, 5, 6, b, aid to the needy and disabled, as set forth in Section 726-2-111, 4, 8, c, old age pension, as set forth in Section 26-2-111, 2, 9, d, supplemental Social Security disability benefit, 10 pursuant to 42 U.S.C. SEC 1396 E-Seek 11 E Colorado Medical Assistance Program, pursuant to 12 Articles 4, 5, and 6 of Title 25.5, 13 F Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, 14 established in Part 3 of Article 2 of Title 26, 15 G Section 8 Tenant-Based Assistance, 16 H Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, as set forth 17 in Part 7 of Article 2 of Title 26, 18 I Emergency Rental Assistance Program, established in 19 Section 24-32-721, or 20 J Other State Public Assistance Program. 21. C. A judge shall, at the judge's discretion, not require. 22. That an individual with an annual income higher than 2,350% of the federal poverty line pay a docket 24 fee in a civil action as set forth in sections 13-4-112, 1, 13-32-101, 25, and 13-32-102, 1. If the individual demonstrates that the cost of 26 the docket fee would constitute a financial hardship. 27. D. TO qualify for a waiver of filing fees pursuant to 17, HB 24-1286. 1 subsection 1b or 1c of this section, an individual shall 2 provide a sworn affidavit that affirms that the individual's 3 income is less than 250% of the federal for poverty line or that payment of the required civil docket fee 5 would constitute a financial hardship. A court may require 6 additional documentation of an individual's income, assets, or 7 receipt of public benefits if there is a documented and credible 8 basis for questioning the veracity of a sworn affidavit provided 9 pursuant to this section. 10 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 24-77-102, amend 11, 15, b, 19, and 15, b, xx, and add 15, b, xxi, as follows, 1224-77-102. Definitions. As used in this Article 77, unless the 13 context otherwise requires, 14, 15, b, special purpose authority, includes, but is not limited to, 15, 19, the Colorado Electric Transmission Authority created in 16 Section 40-42-103, 1, and 17, XX, the Middle Income Housing Authority created in Section 18 April 29, 1104, 1, and 19, 21, the Equal Justice Fund Authority created in Section 2013-5.7-202. 21 Section 8. Safety Clause. The General Assembly finds, 22 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 23 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 24 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 25 institutions. 18, HB 24-1286.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1286? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you very much for everybody having the opportunity to have this bill read. Madam Chair, it's always a pleasure to be in the chamber with you and all the fine colleagues we have this time of night. I think we're going to get used to this as we do the people's work. Now, I understand we had the introduced bill, and then we had a judiciary report and then a finance report, which made this bill change and have a metamorphosis. If you think about earth science and how a butterfly changes, it metamorphosizes. But I want to talk to, and I talked to the bill sponsors about this. I said, you know, I understand the intent of this. You're trying to help those that are low income, that find themselves judicially affected, as my colleagues say. Many of my colleagues judicially affected, excuse me. So the bill has a fiscal note. And the problem is the source of the funds. Now, when I put my glasses on, that means I'm reading very clearly, but I'm going to lift them up now a second because I got to say something. For all my members in the chamber, How many of you have recently paid a court fee? Raise your hand. No, hi. Raise them high. Thank you, sir. Anybody? Anybody? Now, I know there's another one over here. I see. Okay, she's not here. Oh, wait, she is here. I'm not going to rat her out. But here's what I want to say. So when you go to court because you did something maybe you weren't supposed to do, or somebody didn't like you doing, and there's a statutory rule that says you can't do it, and now you have to go to court. And you got to see the judge. And the judge, after you present your case, is going to make a decision. Now, most folks in this chamber haven't been to court. I can tell by the number of hands that raised. So, as many of my colleagues say, you don't have any lived experience. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you happen to have somebody that has some lived experience in that situation. So let's talk about that a little bit. Let's talk about when you do go to court, charges are referred against you normally by the district attorney's office. In TV, they call him the DA. And then the judge has to make a ruling. Now, how many people have been judges before? Raise your hand. That's what I thought. No lived experience there. How many people have been district attorneys or deputy district attorneys? No lived experience. I can't say that I have. I have negotiated with a deputy district attorney before. How many have done that? Negotiated. In negotiations with the DA's office. I'm the only one with my hands up? Come on, no, there's one more. Thank you. Thank you. At least there's two of us that'll admit it. Now, normally what happens is you talk about the charges, you talk about reduced charges, and I'm going to get to the bill. It's very important, ma'am, because it's really going to dial in on equal justice funds and the use of these funds when you have to pay your court fees, when you leave the court after you've had your sentencing. After the judge has said, you know what, you did wrong, here's your punishment, and here's what you have to pay. Because we all didn't come in here because we wanted to be in court. We came in here because the docket is 20, 30, 40, 50 deep, and we have to answer to all these charges from all these people that have broken the law. Or maybe they didn't break the law, but they have been charged or being charged for breaking the law or violating. Oh, only civil court. Dang. Throws me off. Dang it. You know, these bill sponsors, I really like these bill sponsors. So now, but I'm still going to make my point, but it's going to take a little, I'm not going to be able to use as much time because now my lived experience is thrown out. And I was going to tell a really good story about how I was in court about a month ago, and I'm not going to tell you what judicial district, but it's in my district. And I had to answer the judge. And I had to pay a fine. And when I walked out of there, my checkbook was a whole lot lighter. And I was like, dang, maybe I needed to have equal justice funds. But no, I wouldn't have qualified. But to make my point, I'm going to talk about the fiscal note because it says over $1 million. And then in the out years, $2.154 million. Now, I'm very sensitive to Tabor, and we continue this session, and this is a subject we don't like talking about money. There's so many more things we'd like to talk about than money. It's kind of like when you're at home, and you got to pay the bills, and you got to talk about money. But we do have an infringement on Tabor. And it's millions of dollars. And this isn't the first bill that we've done this with. Heck, you know what? You know what, colleagues? If we do enough of these, there won't be any Tabor refunds. Then we won't have to worry about it. No? No. Okay, dang it. Boxed out again. But the real issue for me is when other people have to pay other people's expenses. It's kind of the Robin Hood mentality. It's the Robin Hood mentality. Somebody else is going to have to pay, and that somebody else is putting the money up for this legislation, the Equal Justice Fund, and then the authority for this. You know, there's all kinds of instances where we in the state of Colorado and any government entity looks to say, these folks over here have some money, these folks over here don't have money. And I'm going to take a little money from these folks, and I'm going to help these folks out over here. And this bill does that. So I did talk to the good bill sponsors, and I said, I have a problem with the funding, the source of funding, and where that's coming from. Now, I admit I'm not in judiciary. I'm not in finance. But I never asked for those committees. I did want to be in business. And I got denied by leadership. Oh, newsflash just in from El Paso County. Robin Hood. I can't say this. I'm not doing that. El Paso County colleague. But he does, I will paraphrase, he does say that Robin Hood did take from, not steal, he took from. And this isn't even factual, but if you're an overtaxing government, and I'm not saying Colorado is, but he did take that money and then he gave it to the poor via a vehicle, which is actually illegal. And then did he give it to somebody else? It's redistribution of resources, financial resources. Redistribution of financial resources. That create the Equal Justice Fund and this authority. Now, what I don't know, and I don't want to misspeak, Madam Chair, the fiscal note references, and it summarizes, and the fee impact on civil court cases with the strike belows in judiciary and finance. I would almost presume that this fiscal note may not be accurate. And I think there's a motion to request a revised fiscal note. So I'd like to see a revised fiscal note on this bill. So I'm not sure the mechanism for that, Robin. Revised fiscal note? Oh, I fell. Well, I'm going to have to fill out a form, so I'm going to need one of my colleagues to come allow me to do that. But I have the feeling that this fiscal note probably isn't inaccurate. But with respect to the EJFA, there'll be a 7-member board 4 times a year. And they're going to administer this. Now, according to the $20 increase, I would have had to pay an extra $20 when I got out of court. So instead of paying that $150 or $160, it would have been like $170, $180. No? Oh, 10 and 30. But it's still an amount of money. It's still an amount of money. So, what I really want to do, and I'll make the request later, and it does specify civil cases. Usually civil cases, unlike criminal cases, and it's a different court as I understand. I'm not a lawyer, but it's a different court system as I understand. They also will make you charge fees. and you have to pay these fees. 10 and 30 now, as I understand it. So how many people in the state, and what are the number of cases that are going to be subject to these fees? Now, there's some extrapolation here, civil, district, and, well, I'm going to do a little cowboy math here and add this up. 30, 44, 52. There's about 53,000 cases that are going to have this impact. 53,000, $10 or 30. So $530,000 will come in on the $10 fee. Well, I got all kinds of notes coming. I'm going to have to line these up. Dang. This is, I got to, hold on. Hold on a second.
This is the most important one.
Okay, yeah. Dang. Madam Chair, I'm getting way too much attention up here. It's very difficult to concentrate. Very difficult to concentrate, but I'm going to attempt to focus on the fiscal note and this 54 or 540,000, and if you take that times 3, that's over 1.5 million in fees that this thing will. Hey, you can't take those away. I'm going to lose my place. Oh gosh, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to do this real fast and come right back. Robin disappeared. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, oh hell, that's easy. It's easy. Oh, I don't want to stop. I got a lot to say, but we can get it. Can we multitask? Okay, so we're going to work on a new fiscal note. So I'm going to go over this one, but then when we get the new one, I'll be able to talk to the new one as well. Because I think we really need to know what the fiscal impact is, ladies and gentlemen, of this. Because realize, and this isn't just chicken feed. We call it chicken scratch where I'm from in the country. This isn't just chicken scratch. This is $500,000 to $1.5 million. And if you look at the fiscal impact on this original fiscal note, it pretty much comes in line between the $1 and the $2 million, $2.1 million in the out years fiscal impact under House Bill 2412-86. So we're right between those two numbers. Now, I have so many notes in front of me, but I don't want to lose focus on the fiscal note. So, but I'm going to get to these notes. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. I will get to these notes. So, as we talk about changing Colorado law and requiring this agency to increase the fees collected, and I've talked about the amount that'll increase in resources and funds, as we take that money from those citizens, then we pay for the low-income folk that are getting civil cases. We give that money to them to help offset, as I understand this, to help offset those expenses. This newly created EJFA will provide funding for legal aid to indigent offenders using the revenue generated from this new docket fee. Now, I will tell you, colleagues, my people don't want more fees. Colorado has been getting handed more fees year after year after year. Ask people that go to register their motor vehicle if they want more fees on that. Now, I don't want to get distracted from this bill, but there's people that are actually registering their vehicles in other states now, and Colorado's actually losing tax revenue because of what's going on in this state. Now, I don't think that's possible when you have to actually go to court in a civil case in that judicial district. But, and then we have a commission that's going to distribute, and report on funding. The Judicial Department will update their information technology systems to create a new financial code for the new Equal Justice Fund. Here's where the fiscal analyst screwed up. Now, fiscal analysts, I want you to pay attention because you made a mistake, and this is another reason I want a new fiscal note. Because this country boy found something in here last night when I was here late, and I read, about the Consumer Protection Act, but then I also read some of these other details. And it says right here they have to create a new financial code, but where is the cost for the IT systems? Now, if anybody's been around IT, it's expensive. A new IT system or even coding is going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. You cannot overlook that, fiscal analysts. Even this country boy knows you cannot overlook. It's another one. I'll stack that one right here. You cannot overlook the IT costs. And I don't see them reflected in this note, although we kind of wave that away as it'll be minimal. Well, when I went to engineering school in college, oh boy, I could have just, hey, Mr. Professor, that'll be minimal, so don't worry about that factor or that coefficient or that particular equation or formula. You don't worry about that. I don't care if the bridge caves in or the building falls over. It's no big deal. You cannot do this kind of work when you're talking about a new program. It needs to be quantified. So that's one of the reasons for my request. Now, here's where I really get fussy, and it's talking about Tabor refunds. The thing I like about this, if we have enough civil court cases, and we can get more, because I drive by those signs all over Denver. It's Ramos now. Ramos is one I see, and then there's, what's the other one? God, there's so many of them. And maybe these are cases that applies to, that there's going to be, and if there's indigent personnel, I don't know how this is going to work. I would ask the bill sponsors to clarify that in those kind of cases. But I know there's a lot of them, and I know there's a lot of money in it because I see billboard signs everywhere for it. And who here has actually priced a billboard sign? That's what I thought. Nobody. I haven't either. It's the one time I can't raise my hand. But they're expensive. And I'm talking thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, thousands to tens of thousands of dollars a month. If you want to have a billboard, big billboard, in the city. But I'm going to read this. Tabor refunds. This bill is expected to increase the amount of state revenue required to be refunded to taxpayers by the amounts shown in the state revenue section above. Well, if we're doing that, we're taking a lot of money from folks because of these increased fees, or these new fees, actually. And like I said, my district and my constituents are tired of fees. We're tired of more fees from Colorado. We're tired of the state government taking more money from us because you can, or you can write legislation that does. You can figure out a way to wicker and work more money out of the system for whatever cost. Now, arguably, this is a good cause when you look at it on its substance and on its face. We want to help the poor folk. I think it's noble. But the manner and the way, and this is the objection I had with the bill sponsors, and I'm sincere about this, it's where the money's coming from and how you're getting it. And then who manages it? Now, I know as we get late in the evening, we get a little punchy, and I understand that. People get sleepy and punchy. And so I appreciate humor, and I'm okay with it. I do want to, no, ma'am, it's okay.
Let's take our conversations over to the side. Simmer down now.
You know, I appreciate her leadership because Madam Chair just said, simmer down. And that's language I can understand where I'm from. Can you help me with these? I bet give me another one. And now there's a lot of people that have signed up to this. A lot of good legislators with good hearts and good intentions have signed on to this bill, without a doubt. But ladies and gentlemen, where does it stop? Where do we stop trying to find another way to get another fee to pry another $1, $5, $10, 10 to 30 right now, $10 or $30 out of other people's pockets so you can give it to somebody else? It truly is this Robin Hood mentality. But I will tell you, it's still wrong to take money from other folks, create legislation that takes that money out of their pocket, and are they going to have how long will it take them to get that new fiscal note? Okay. That's okay. I'll be patient. So takes this funding from one side, brings it over here, and gives it to the people that you're trying to help, this Equal Justice Fund. And here's what it implies. It implies that Lady Justice is not blind. It implies that there isn't fairness in the justice system. It implies that a judge will not have consideration and concern for indigent persons or poor persons with respect to the funds and the fees. Now, I know for a fact, having been in court, and none of you apparently have recently, that the judge will actually analyze the individual, and most generally, they will be kind. They will not force these citizens who have been judicially affected, as my colleagues like to say, or have been charged and prosecuted and now have to pay the piper, as they say. And in most cases, they don't go to prison right away. They actually get, many times they get probation. Oh, wait, been there, probation, many times. Stand up if you've been on probation. Gotcha. Many times. So in this case, the judge is actually, in most cases, has some consideration and will not put high court fees on these individuals. So one might argue that we don't even need this legislation. That we may not even need to consider passing House Bill 2412-86. We may not even need to be concerned about measures to increase access to the courts for indigent persons. And maybe they have civil suits. There is a thing called small claims court. I don't know if this applies there, but that's usually where these things get settled. But in a large civil case, now we're going to apparently put money into pay so they can prosecute or have, I guess, be represented. Maybe it's be represented in these cases. So, and I cannot overemphasize, my fellow colleagues, I cannot overemphasize, and I will say this many times tonight, that we have to stop creating new fees. In this particular bill, it's creating a new docket fee to help these indigent defendants with court fees. Now it can be any fee for anything. But I don't believe we are here to try to make Colorado citizens pay more to live here. The cost of living already in Colorado is significant. We hear the pleas, we hear the cries. I've already been told that it's a lot cheaper to live down in Louisiana and Mississippi than it is in Colorado right now. And the fees are a whole lot less. But in this state, we continue to pass legislation that focuses on creating new fees. New fees, in this particular case, new docket fees. Now, I don't know, but I think it's going to take a while to run this new fiscal note. So I'm going to continue to work on explaining why the members of House District 63 do not want more fees. And we sure don't want more docket fees. Thank you, ma'am. I do appreciate you, ma'am. You can bring another one if you want. I'll take it. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. And I do appreciate the support, bipartisan support, as we navigate these issues. So, all right. Now, Madam Chair, we can get down to business. This bill creates a new docket fee to assist indigent defendants with court fees. The bill increases state workload, statutory public entity revenue, and expenditures beginning in 2024-25. Now, this says very clearly, this revised fiscal note reflects the introduced bill as amended by the House Judiciary and House Finance Committees. The bill creates the Equal Justice Authority, a special purpose authority. The EJA is governed by a 7-member appointed board, must meet at least 4 times per year. Board members serve without compensation but may be reimbursed for expenses as a result of their duties. So it is going to cost these members to participate. Now, I do agree very much with not paying board members. Voluntary. But the governor has to, I believe the governor appoints these. That's a question to the bill sponsor. And the governor has so many of these boards to appointees to fill. And it is quite burdensome, I know, for the governor's office, but he does have a staff to do that, to help him with that. But beginning on January 1st, 2025, the EJA will assess a $30 equal justice fee on docket filings in district court for civil cases, courts of appeals, and probate courts. Well, we didn't think about that. Yeah. Oh, boy. I do want to talk about this. Thank you to my good colleague from down there in Douglas County or El Paso County? El Paso County. Thank you. So the members of the board must be appointed. One is by the Chief Justice of the Colorado Supreme Court. The other is by the Attorney General. So you might get one judge, you might get one lawyer. Appointed by the Colorado Bar Association. That's a wild card there. That could be anybody. I imagine it'll be a lawyer, though. Another member appointed by the Colorado Lawyer Trust Account Foundation. I'm not sure what those folks do. 3 members appointed by the Executive Director of the Colorado Access to Justice Commission, at least 2 of whom are employed by a qualified civil legal aid provider. Now, I do like that. That is responsible legislation to my bill sponsors. That one I like. Now, I can't say that the Colorado Lawyer Trust Account Foundation and the Colorado Bar Association, for some of the things I've seen, I'd reconsider. But it's not my bill. There is an interesting comment here that I do appreciate. The appointing authority shall make reasonable efforts to appoint board members that reflect the geographic and demographic diversity of the state, including members from both rural and urban parts of the state. Because we are very diverse. And also socioeconomic status. Well, here's the flaw in this, my friends. Because if we're going to appoint these people, and they're all lawyers, well, they're in the wrong socioeconomic status. Most every one of them. But the rest of the criteria, I think, fit. But getting back to the revised fiscal note, the civil case filings in county court are assessed an equal justice fee of $10, except for filings in small claims court. Apparently they get a break. Revenues from these fees are not state revenue and must be used to provide access to legal representation of indigent defendants and to cover the ESA direct and indirect administrative costs. But here's what the problem I have with that, my fellow colleagues, is how so many state agencies will have excessive direct and indirect costs. Excessive. And that will take valuable funds from this bill away from those indigent defendants. Indigent defendants, persons whose income is below 250% of the federal poverty limit, are exempt from paying the fee. Now, I'm not going to go over the dissertation that my good colleague from Delta County went over. And it was a very good presentation. In fact, I was quite impressed as I listened to him talk about this. Where is that man? There he is, over there. I see him. As I try to give my colleague a compliment, he, I don't think, is getting my compliment, but that's okay. Persons whose income is 250% of the federal poverty are exempt from paying the fee. If you're indigent and you need the support from this, and all people going to court now, apparently some of these people aren't going to pay the fee. I don't know if that's right. If you want an equal justice fund, how about if everybody equally pay the $10? Because I tell you what, even the folks that you're trying to exempt, if they go to buy a pack of cigarettes in Colorado, it's almost $10 with that sin tax we dumped on them a few years ago. It might even be north of $10. And so that's why some folks go out of state to buy them, because they're like, I ain't doing this, Colorado. So Colorado loses money. And some other state, Wyoming, Nebraska, or New Mexico, makes money. But Colorado hadn't figured that out. The folks in this chamber haven't figured that out, but a lot of people in Colorado have, that we're going to go out of state. As a matter of fact, to my colleagues that know anything about Satan spinach, folks are going out of state to buy that because it's cheaper. Tax isn't as high. Colorado, the tax is too high for Mary Jane. So they go, which is really ironic, because Colorado was supposed to be the state where all that was going on. But I'll get back to this state expenditures now. The Judicial Department, I'm only on the first page, I apologize. I'm working through it, Madam Chair. The Judicial Department will update their information technology systems to create a new financial code for the new equal justice fee, establishing a process for determining if a person is not subject to the fee due to income, and transmit fees revenues to the Equal Justice Authority. This additional workload is to resume minimal and can be accomplished within existing appropriations. Well, I question that. I'm still questioning that. If there's that much extra money in the IT department for the JBC members, you may have over-appropriated. I think we got to tighten up a little bit. The statutory public entity section here, docket fee impact. Colorado law requires legislative services agency review of measures which create or increase any fee collected by a state agency. So apparently this is going to have to be done because we're increasing fees. Now, I've talked ad nauseum about increasing fees and having more fees. I think Colorado and the Coloradoans in my district are tired of these increased fees. And they've asked me to stand up for them. They've asked me to object to more fees in Colorado for more things that other people are going to have to pay for other people that aren't paying. Say maybe they can't pay. But I'll continue. In this case, the fee is collected by the Judicial Department on behalf of the Equal Justice Authority. The fee amounts are outlined in the bill, resulting in this increase. 30 for district courts, Court of Appeals, probate docket fees, as shown in Table 1. You know, I think they copy and pasted a lot of things. Just an observation. Y si lo quiere en español, yo puedo hacerlo, señor. Dígame. Pero la verdad, todo el mundo no va a entenderme. Pero no puedo, señor. Anyway, I won't do that. I'm not going to read it in Spanish. It'd be quite an exercise, and it'd be fun. I don't think it's fair to everybody. And it's not fair to the people that are listening, the 10 people at this time of night that are listening to the Colorado Channel. But I'm trying to work through this one paragraph, and I'm having a hard time, Madam Chair, but I'm really going to get through it. If everyone has patience and kindness.
Representative Holtorf, remember we had the bill read to us, so we all are up to speed on it.
But we didn't read the fiscal note. All right, but I'm working on that. Now, I'm not going to go through the table, but wow, the numbers have gone up slightly. We're now at just under $1 million on the 2024-2025 revenue projection. So thank you, and this is only a half-year impact, thank you to the fiscal analysts and their hard work late this evening in making that appropriate adjustment. Now, when we get to 2025 and 2026, we actually have a slight reduction at 1.85. And as the Equal Justice Authority, the newly created EJA will provide funding for legal aid to indigent offenders using the revenue generated from the new docket fee, estimated near $1 million. You know, the one thing that frustrates me about this is who's going to get that money? Lawyers. It's all about lawyers. Because you're taking money over here, you're supporting this new fund that's going to give it back to lawyers. I would ask all those lawyers to do a little pro bono work to help these indigent folks. Or maybe just give the money back to the state of Colorado. I know it's not in the bill. All right, hold on. I don't understand that, sir. I don't understand. Okay. You guys need to quit taking all my notes. Can you write that in Spanish? Por favor. I can understand it in Spanish better than your scratchy English. So, I'm almost done. This revenue will also cover the EJ's administrative costs, which I think are going to be too high, which will be spent to convene commission members and to distribute and report on funding. Now, this has a safety clause because it will take effect upon signature of the governor or become law without his signature if he chooses not to sign it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm finished with the revised fiscal note, so I'm going to you're smarter than I am. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to demand, and I don't think this is even proper, I'm going to demand that my colleague from Mesa County, who arguably, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the smartest members of our caucus and much smarter than me, who has ran a multinational corporation, who teaches and is a adjunct faculty member at a prestigious university on the West Slope. I really would ask him kindly to please come up and share the information that you just shared with me. In fact, I'm going to continue to ask him ad nauseum because I know he's going to want to come because he doesn't want to hear me anymore, as many of you don't. I'm going to ask this good sir, and I want to tell everybody in the chamber, if there's a man to listen to, it's this man right here. It may not be this man over here, but it definitely is this man right here. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to yield the dais to my good colleague and good friend, Representative Rick Taggart.
That's not a thing. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I'm honored right now. I have a pretty significant concern with the fiscal note that I just raised, and I was hoping my colleague would say it so I wouldn't have to. When you look at the judicial report and you look at the administration for this program, I think we have to be honest with ourselves. In the first 2 years, the administration is basically going to suck up the vast majority of these funds. And we have put no limit on that, which I would ask the sponsors of this bill to take a very serious look at, because there needs to be a limitation on the administration, because I don't think I'm wrong in calculations in those first 2 years. I would be amazed if there are any funds whatsoever that are left over. Secondly, I would ask this body to consider in the judicial report, we are now setting in statute these fees for our judicial department. I can tell you from looking at their numbers in the JBC, limiting their flexibility by us putting this in statute is problematic. If they need to raise a fee because one of their funds is not solvent, we have just, by way of this judicial report and the financial report, we have just taken away any ability for them to adjust their fees without it coming back to this body. I am very, very concerned about tying their hands. So those two areas on the financial side have me very worried about this bill. Thank you.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1286 as amended until Thursday.
You have heard the motion. House Bill 1286 is laid over until Thursday. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to rise and report.
You have heard the motion. We will all rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1262 as amended, 1304 as amended, 1335 as amended, 1345 as amended, 1346 as amended, 1356 as amended, 1380 as amended. Passed on second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading final passage. Senate Bill 14 laid over until April 17, 2024. House Bill 1286 as amended laid over until April 18, 2024.
Representative Froelich. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel? No. Yeah, Madam Majority Leader. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Per House Rule 16, I move the following motion. Shall the main question be now put?
Members, for your information, an affirmative vote on the motion ends any further debate on the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Any amendment pending will be acted on in reverse order and will have an up or down vote. There is no debate on the cow amendments. We will vote on this motion first, and if the vote is a majority yes, then we will immediately vote on the underlying issues before us. The question before the House is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, and 4 excused, the motion is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the first amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Mabry Amendment, L7 to House Bill 1380, to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1380 passed.
Representative Wilson, you do need to move the amendment. There just is no debate on the amendment.
Madam Speaker, I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee adopting the following Mabry Amendment, L007, on House Bill 1380, and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. That has been properly moved and displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 43 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. The first Evans Amendment.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment, L12 to House Bill 1346, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1346 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
That is a proper motion. It is properly displayed. Members, the question before us is the adoption of the first Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Can you come back to me, please?
Yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 43 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment, L11 to House Bill 1346, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1346 as amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
That's a proper motion. It is properly displayed. The question before us is the adoption of the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Weinberg votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. DeGraff, Holtorf, and Ricks. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 43 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Frizzell Amendment, L13 to House Bill 1304, to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1304 as amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the first DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
The Committee of the Whole report, and it is properly displayed. That is a proper motion. The question before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Luck votes yes. Representative Weinberg.
Yes.
How do you vote? Representative Weinberg votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Lynch. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 43 no, and 4 excused, the amendment is lost. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Weinberg,
No.
how do you vote? Representative Weinberg votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Rep. Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, and 4 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1158 on third reading and final passage.
I guess we have to read that title first. Lay it over.
Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of third reading of bills.
I think that is a proper and good thing to do, Madam Majority Leader. We will proceed out of order for the third reading of bills. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1158.
House Bill 1158 by Representatives Ricks and Parenti, also Senator Exum, concerning the protection of unit owners in relation to foreclosures by unit owners associations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1158 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad we've moved on to third reading now so we can get some work done. It's important that we get the work done. So many bills, so little time. Now, for the members of the chamber, in my district, we really don't have HOAs. Not even in Weld County, the areas that I represent. So you would ask yourself, why would Representative Holtorf come on third readings and talk about this bill if the HOAs really aren't with the protecting the unit owners in relation to foreclosures by unit owners associations? Well, this actually translates indirectly to rural Colorado. Now, we'll tell you there's a lot of elements of this that those in the urban corridor can talk to much more eloquently than me. But when we write statutory legislation, in this case, affecting the foreclosure proceedings, you see, typically, in a HOA foreclosure like any other, there are a lot of financial conditions that have not been met, and in this case, the HOA, which, has a lot of authority. These HOAs do have a lot of authority, and I understand this bill is taking away their authority. One might correlate this to local control or taking away from local control of these HOAs. And this bill does address that. Now, you know and have heard me all day talking about local control. This is a kind of a quasi-municipal entity that controls that little residential area that everyone signs up for. And I would never live in an HOA. You couldn't pay me to live in an HOA. Just wouldn't happen. But I'm from the country. I like my freedom. We have freedom in the country that we don't want infringed. But in this particular case, if you are a member of the HOA, you know what the rules are when you join the HOA, and you need to meet all the rules and obligations of this pseudo-municipal entity. Now, the good news for all of you is there's people much smarter in this area coming to speak to this, which I do appreciate. But I want to highlight the point that we, once again, are running legislation that is going to restrict the ability, particularly with these foreclosures, when there's a foreclosure proceeding. Now, I don't know if there was ever a problem before this bill was introduced. Obviously, there's a perceived problem. These foreclosure proceedings actually are very well have been regulated and controlled. But this bill makes some very drastic changes in current procedures. Now, the price control part of this I also have some struggles with. Because now what you're saying is you have these price controls, and I'm just going to read a little bit of this just to make sure I've got my head around it. The bill estimates a minimum initial bid amount for the HOA's sale at auction of a unit after foreclosure of the HOA's priority lien for assessments. Well, the priority lien for assessments can be very, very well below the value of the home. Now, if you're buying the paper to gain title to it. I don't think that's right. So I have question with that establishment of this initial minimum bid. Well, I just have a comment here and I'll do that. I'll meet this. This request comes from me, from my good colleague from Douglas County. I request that the bill be read at length. Thank you.
There is a request to read the bill at length. Please proceed.
Second regular session 74th General Assembly State of Colorado engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted on second reading in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 24 to 101.02 Breda Darling X 2241 House Bill 24 to 1158. House Committees Senate Committees Transportation, Housing and Local Government. A bill for an act. 101 concerning the protection of unit owners in relation to 102 foreclosures by unit owners associations. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill makes changes to the law relating to the foreclosure of a unit owners associations, HOA, lien on a homeowner's, unit owner's, home, unit, for unpaid HOA assessments. Prior to the HOA turning over a delinquent account to collections or to an attorney for legal action, the bill requires the HOA to send notice to the unit owner that free information about collections and foreclosures. House amended second reading April 5, 2024. House sponsorship Ricks and Parenti. Senate sponsorship Exum and Buckner. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. May be obtained through the Department of Regulatory Agencies HOA Information and Resource Center. Further, before foreclosing on an HOA lien, the HOA shall provide notice to the unit owner that credit counseling is available at the unit owner's expense relating to the impact of foreclosure and options to avoid foreclosure. The bill limits a court's award of reasonable attorney fees that an HOA incurs when foreclosing on an HOA lien to $2,500. Further, currently, an executive board member, employee of the HOA's Community Association Management Company, and employees of the law firm representing the HOA, and such individuals' immediate family members, are prohibited from purchasing a foreclosed unit. The bill extends the individuals or entities prohibited from purchasing a foreclosed unit to include a Community Association Management Company representing the HOA and an individual who was a board member, employee of the HOA's Community Association Management Company, or employee of the law firm representing the HOA, or such individuals. Immediate family members, during any of the 5-year period preceding the foreclosure sale, as well as a business entity owned by or affiliated with a Community Association Management Company or such individuals. The bill establishes a minimum initial bid amount for the HOA's sale at auction of a unit after foreclosure of the HOA's priority lien for assessments. The amount of the HOA's initial bid at auction must be at least the amount necessary to satisfy the HOA lien foreclosed, the liens for unpaid real estate taxes or other government taxes, and the first mortgage secured by the unit, as well as an amount equal to 60% of the unit owner's equity in the unit, as determined in accordance with the bill, unless the percentage of equity included in the bid amount is decreased by agreement of the unit owner and the HOA. The bill authorizes a different minimum bid amount if the unit owner does not have equity in the unit at the time of the foreclosure sale. Further, the HOA is required to include the minimum bid amount and the information necessary to calculate the minimum bid in the lease pendants filed with the county clerk and recorder in the county where the unit is located. For purposes of notice of the sale of a unit at auction, the bill amends the mailing list to include the unit owner's address listed in the county assessor's records for the unit, if that address is different from the property address, as well as the address of the unit owner's property manager employed by the unit owner, if that person is known to the HOA. The bill applies to HOA liens foreclosed on or after October 1, 2024. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 38-33.3-123, add 3. 2, 1158. 1 as follows, 238-33.3-123. Enforcement, limitation. 3. Notwithstanding 3 any law doth contrary, as a condition precedent to recovering for money or sums due to the association, collection costs, or 5 reasonable attorney fees or costs pursuant to this section, the 6 association shall strictly comply with this section and any 7 applicable provisions of this Title 38 or other applicable law, the 8 declaration, bylaws, articles, and rules and regulations. 9. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 38-33.3-209.5, 10 amend, 5a, introductory portion, 5a, v, c, and 5a, v, d, and 11 add 5a, v, e, and 5a.5, as follows, 1238-33.3-209.5. Responsible governance policies, due process 13 for imposition of fines, procedure for collection of delinquent 14 accounts, enforcement through small claims court, definitions. 15.5a, notwithstanding any provision of the declaration, bylaws, articles 16 or rules and regulations to the contrary or the absence of a relevant 17 provision in the declaration, bylaws, articles, or rules or regulations, the 18 association or a holder or assignee of the association's debt, whether the 19 holder or assignee of the association's debt is an entity or a natural person. May 20th shall not use a collection agency or take legal action to collect 21 unpaid assessments unless the association or a holder or assignee of the 22 association's debt has adopted and follows a written policy governing the 23 collection of unpaid assessments and unless the association complies with 24 subsection 7 of this section. The policy must, at a minimum, specify 25v that, before the entity turns over a delinquent account of a 26-unit owner to a collection agency or refers it to an attorney for legal 27 action, the entity must send the unit owner a notice of delinquency by -3/1158. 1. Certified mail, return receipt requested, specifying 2. C. The name and contact information for the individual the Unit 3 owner may contact to request a copy of the unit owner's ledger in order for to verify the amount of the debt, and which copy of the ledger must 5 be provided to the unit owner and no later than 7 business days 6 after receipt of the unit owner's request. 7. D. That action is required to cure the delinquency and that failure 8 to do so within 30 days may result in the unit owner's delinquent 9 account being turned over to a collection agency, a lawsuit being filed 10 against the owner, the filing and foreclosure of a lien against the unit 11 owner's property or other remedies available under Colorado law, and 12. E. That free information relating to the collection of 13 assessments by an association, including the association's 14 ability to foreclose an association lien for unpaid assessments. 15. Enforce the sale of the unit owner's home and how to obtain 16. Credit counseling prior to foreclosure, IS available to the Unit 17 owner at https://dre.colorado.gov/HOA Center through the HOA 18 Information and Resource Center created in Section 12-10-801(1)(19) A.5, beginning in January 2025, and each January 20th thereafter. The Division of Real Estate in the Department of 21 regulatory agencies shall present to the House of 22 Representatives Transportation, Housing, and Local Government 23 Committee and the Senate Local Government and Housing 24 Committee, or their successor committees, data relating to the 25 number of persons who have contacted the HOA Information 26 Resource Center created in Section 12-10-801(1) for Information 27 concerning -4/1158. 1. I. Credit counseling, or 2. The collection of assessments. 3. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 38-33.3-316, amend 4, 1a, and 12, and add 7, c, 8.5, and 13, as follows. 538-33.3-316. Lien for assessments, liens for fines, fees, 6 charges, costs, and attorney fees, limitations, definition. 7. 1a, I. The association, if such association is incorporated or 8 organized as a limited liability company, has a statutory lien on a unit for 9 any assessment levied against that unit or fines imposed against its Unit 10 owner. Fees, charges, late charges, attorney fees up to the maximum 11 amount authorized under subsection 7 of this section, fines, and interest 12 charged pursuant to section 38-33.3-302, 1j, 1k, and 1l, section 1338-33.3-313, 6, and section 38-33.3-315, 2, may be subject to a statutory 14 lien but are not subject to a foreclosure action under this article 33.3. 15, 2, as used in this section, unless the context otherwise. 16 requires, assessment means a payment for common expense. 17 obligations of unit owners based on a periodic budget adopted by 18 the association under section 38-33.3-315, 1, or a payment for 19 limited common elements of unit owners, and specifically 20 excludes fines, fees, and any costs associated with collecting 21 delinquent assessments, dispute resolution, or enforcement of 22 covenants. 23, 7, c, I, in determining reasonable attorney fees 24 pursuant to this subsection, 7, relating to an association's 25 foreclosure of a lien against a unit owner for unpaid 26 assessments, the court shall give consideration to all relevant 27 factors, including -5/1158. 1a, the amount of the unpaid assessments, 2b, whether the amount of the attorney fees requested 3 exceeds the amount of the unpaid assessments, 4c, whether the amount of time spent or fees incurred by 5 the attorney are disproportionate to the needs of the case, 6 considering the complexity of the case or the efforts required, 7 to obtain the unpaid assessments, 8d, whether the foreclosure action was contested or 9 required the association to respond to unmeritorious defenses. 10 and 11e, other factors typically considered in determining and 12 award of attorney fees. 13, 2, after consideration of the factors set forth in 14 subsection 7, c, I, of this section, the court may award 15 attorneys' fees pursuant to this subsection 7, in an amount not 16 to exceed $5,000 or 50% of the amount 17 of lien being foreclosed, whichever is less. 18, 8.5, at least 30 days prior to initiating a legal action. 19 to foreclose an association lien, the association shall provide 20 written and electronic notice to the unit owner or the Unit 21 owner's designee that 22a. The unit owner has the right to participate in Credit 23 counseling at the unit owner's expense and that Contact 24 information for individuals or entities that may provide Credit 25 counseling to the unit owner relating to foreclosure by and 26 association may be found at 27 https://dre.colorado.gov/HOA Center through the HOA. -6, 1158. 1 Information and Resource Center created in Section 12-10-801, 1, 2 and 3, b. Credit counseling may include 4, I. Discussion of amounts owed to the association IN 5 unpaid assessments and related costs, 6, 2. The impact of foreclosure on the unit owner's credit, 7, 3. Additional debt that may be incurred by the Unit 8 owner if foreclosure by the association is completed, 9, 4. Options available to the unit owner TO retain title TO 10 the unit or TO remain in the unit, and 11, v. Any other options that may be available to the Unit 12 owner to avoid foreclosure. 13, 12, a. If a unit has been foreclosed pursuant to a lien under 14 this section, the following individuals or business entities shall 15 not purchase the foreclosed unit, 16, I, a member of the executive board, 17, 2, an employee of a community association management 18 company representing the association, 19, 3, an employee of a law firm representing the association, or 24, an immediate family member, as defined in section 2-4-401. 21, 3.7, of any such an executive board member, community association 22 management company employee, or law firm employee, shall not 23 purchase the foreclosed unit or 24, v, a community association management company 25 representing the association. 26, b, the prohibition on the purchase of a foreclosed unit 27 pursuant to subsection 12, a, of this section includes an -7, 1158. 1 individual or a community association management company 2 that was, at any time during the 5-year period immediately 3 preceding the sale of the foreclosed unit, an individual or a 4 community association management company described IN 5 subsection 12, a, of this section. The prohibition in this section 6 also includes a business entity that was, at any time during the 7 5-year period immediately preceding the sale of the 8 foreclosed unit, owned by or affiliated with an individual or 9 community association management company described IN 10 subsection 12, a, of this section. 11, 13, a purchaser that purchases a unit through the 12 foreclosure OFA lien under this section acquires the unit subject 13 to any covenants or limitations on the use or sale of the unit to 14 which the previous unit owner was subject. 15 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 38-33.3-316.416 as follows, 1738-33.3-316.4. Foreclosure of an association lien, sale at 18 Auction, bid requirements, definitions. 1. Notwithstanding any 19 provision of this Title 38 to the contrary, except as provided IN 20 subsection 2 of this section, after foreclosing an Association 21 lien on a unit, the association or the attorney representing the 22 association shall make an initial bid at auction that is not less 23 than the sum of 24, a. The amount of the association's lien described IN 25 section 38-33.3-316, 2, b, 26, b, the amount, if any, of all liens for real estate taxes 27 and other governmental assessments or charges, as described. -8, 1158. 1 IN section 38-33.3-316, 2, a, 3, 2, c, the amount, if any, of the first mortgage secured by 3 the unit, and 4, d, 60% of the unit owner's equity in the unit. 5, 2, a, the amount of the association's or attorney's 6 initial bid at auction pursuant to subsection 1 of this section may 7th be decreased by agreement of the association and the Unit 8 owner prior to placing the initial bid or at any time, as permitted 9 under the laws governing the foreclosure sale. TO reduce the 10% of the unit owner's equity in the unit included in the 11 bid amount pursuant TO subsection 1 d of this section. 12b, the amount of the association's or attorney's minimum 13 bid at auction shall not be less than 60% of the fair 14 market value of the unit if, 15, I, the fair market value of the unit does not exceed the 16 sum of the amount specified in subsections 1a, 2, 1c, of this 17 section, or 18, 2, the association or attorney cannot calculate the 19 minimum bid amount pursuant TO subsection 1 of this section 20 because the amount of the mortgage secured by the unit AS 21 described in subsection 1 c of this section IS not known to or 22 discoverable by the association or attorney. 23, 3, in addition to any other information required 24 pursuant to section 38-35-110, the association or the attorney 25 representing the association shall include in a lease pendens file 26 with the clerk and recorder of the county in which the unit is 27 located. -9, 1158. 1a, the amount of the required minimum initial bid at 2 auction AS calculated pursuant TO subsection 1 or 2 of this 3 section, and 4b, information supporting the calculation of the minimum 5 initial bid at auction, including 6i, the fair market value of the unit and the method used 7 TO determine the fair market value of the unit. AS described IN 8 subsection 6a, I, of this section, 9, 2, the amount of each lien or encumbrance on the unit 10 described in subsections 1. A 2, 1, C, of this section, and 11, 3, the amount of the unit owner's equity in the unit. 12, 4, A, in any action TO foreclose an association lien 13 pursuant TO section 38-33.3-316, the award of costs 2 and 14 association for an appraisal conducted pursuant to this section 15 IS limited to the market rate at the time the appraisal was 16 conducted, not TO exceed $750. 17, B, an independent appraiser conducting an appraisal of 18 the unit pursuant to subsection 6, A, I, of this section must not 19B or have been affiliated or associated with 20, I, a member of the executive board, an employee of the 21 association, an employee of a community association 22 management company representing the association, a person 23 providing services to the common interest community, and 24 attorney or law firm representing the association, or a unit 25 owner, or 26, 2, an immediate family member, as defined in section 27.2-4-401, 3.7, of an individual described in subsection 4B, I, of -10, 1158. 1. This section. 2. C. The association shall provide to the unit owner, at number 3 charge to the unit owner, a copy of the association's independent for appraisal conducted pursuant TO subsection 6, A, I, of this 5 section, along with notice to the unit owner that the unit owner may 6th obtain an appraisal by an independent appraiser at the unit 7 owner's expense and, if an appraisal is obtained by the unit 8 owner, that the appraised value of the unit will be either the 9 average of the 2 appraisals or the fair market value of the 10 unit as stipulated by the association and the unit owner. 11, 5. Nothing in this section limits any protections or 12 defenses available to a unit owner pursuant to section 38-38-10613 if the unit owner is sued for a deficiency or any other 14 protections or defenses in this Article 33.3 or Article 38 of this 15 Title 38 that are afforded to a unit owner or borrower. 16, 6, as used in this section, unless the context otherwise 17 requires. 18, A, fair market value means. 19, I, the fair market value of the unit, as determined by an 20 independent appraiser at the association's expense, except that, 21 if the unit owner does not agree with the association's appraisal, 22 the unit owner may obtain another appraisal of the unit by an 23 independent appraiser at the unit owner's expense, and, if the 24 unit owner obtains an appraisal of the unit, the fair market 25 value of the unit is the average of the association's appraised 26 value and the unit owner's appraised value, or 27, 2, the fair market value of the unit as stipulated by the -11, 1158. 1. Association and the unit owner. 2. B. Unit owner's equity means the fair market value of 3 the unit less the sum of the amounts specified in subsections 4, 1, A, 2, 1, C, of this section. 5. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 38-33.3-117, amend 6, 1, K.5, and add 1, K.6, as follows, 738-33.3-117. Applicability to pre-existing common interest 8 communities. 1. Except as provided in section 38-33.3-119, the 9 following sections apply to all common interest communities created 10 within this state before July 1, 1992, with respect to events and 11 circumstances occurring on or after July 1, 1992, 12, K.5, 38-33.3-316.3, and 13, K.6, 38-33.3-316.4, and 14 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 38-33.3-401, add 15, 3.2, as follows, 1638-33.3-401. Registration, annual fees, data collection, 17 enforcement actions. 3.2, as part of an association's annual 18 registration, the association shall submit the following. 19 information to the Director of the Division of Real Estate, in the 20 form and manner determined by the Director of the Division of 21 Real Estate, 22, A, for the 12-month period immediately preceding 23 the association's annual registration, 24, I, the number of unit owners that were, at any time 25 during the 12-month period, 3 or more recalenderments 26 delinquent in the payment of an annual assessment or special 27 assessment, and -12, 1158. 1, 2, of the unit owners described in subsection 3.2, A, I, of 2 this section, the number of unit owners that were 6 or more 3 calendar months delinquent in the payment of an annual for assessment or special assessment, 5, B, for the 12-month period immediately preceding 6 the association's annual registration month, for unpaid annual 7 assessments or special assessments or related fees or attorney 8 fees, 9, I, the number of unit owners against which the 10 association or ITS designee obtained a judgment, 11, 2, the number of payment plans entered into between the 12 association and a unit owner pursuant TO section 38-33.3-316.3, 13 and 14, 3, the number of foreclosure actions filed against unit 15 owners pursuant TO section 38-33.3-316, and 16, C. Any other information specified by the Director of the 17 Division of Real Estate relating to the collection of assessments 18 and the foreclosure of associations liens. 19 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 38-38-100.3, amend 2014C and 14D, and add 14E as follows: 2138-38-100.3. Definitions. As used in Articles 37 to 39 of this Title 2238, unless the context otherwise requires. 23.14. Mailing list means the mailing list in accordance with 24 Section 38-38-101, 1E. Provided to the officer by the holder of the 25 evidence of debt or the attorney for the holder containing the names and 26 addresses of the following persons. 27. C. The occupant of the property, addressed to occupant at the -13, 1158. 1. Address of the property, and 2. D. With respect to a public trustee sale, a lessee within 3 unrecorded possessory interest in the property at the address of the 4 premises of the lessee and, if different, the address of the property, to the 5 extent that the holder of the evidence of debt desires to terminate the 6 possessory interest with the foreclosure, and 7. E. I. With respect to a sheriff sale of a property in A8 common interest community after foreclosure of a lien by N9. Association. 10A. The owner of the property, at the owner address 11 shown in the county assessor records for the county in which 12 the property is located, if different from the address of the 13 property, and 14. B. A property manager employed by the property owner, 15 if known to the association, at the address of the property 16 manager, if different from the address of the property. 17. 2. As used in this subsection, 14. E. 18A. Association has the meaning set forth in section 1938-33.3-103, 3. 20. B. Common interest community has the meaning set 21/4 in section 38-33.3-103, 8. 22 section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 38-38-106, amend 23:6, as follows: 2438-38-106. Bid required, form of bid. 6A. Except AS 25 provided in subsection 6B of this section, the holder of the 26 evidence of debt or the attorney for the holder shall bid at least the 27 holder's good faith estimate of the fair market value of the property being -14, 1158. 1 sold, less the amount of unpaid real property taxes and all amounts 2 secured by liens against the property being sold that are senior to the deed 3 of trust or other lien being foreclosed and less the estimated reasonable for costs and expenses of holding, marketing, and selling the property, net of 5 income received, except that the holder or the attorney for the holder need 6 not bid more than the total amount due to the holder as specified in the 7 bid pursuant to subsection 2 of this section. The failure of the holder to 8 bid the amount required by this subsection, 6, shall not affect the validity 9 of the sale but may be raised as a defense by any person sued on a 10 deficiency. 11b. A holder of the evidence of debt that is an association, 12a as defined in section 38-33.3-103, 3, or the attorney representing 13 the association, shall make an initial bid that is not less than 14 the amount determined pursuant to section 38-33.3-316.4. 15 section 9. Effective date, applicability. This act takes effect October 16, 1st, 2024, and applies to a foreclosure of a common interest 17 community lien on or after said date. 18 section 10. Safety clause. The General Assembly finds, 19 determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 20 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety or for appropriations for 21 the support and maintenance of the departments of the state and state 22 institutions. 15, 1158.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move House Bill 1158 on third reading and final passage.
That motion has already been made. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Per House Rule 16, I move the following motion. Shall the main question be now put?
For your information, an affirmative vote on this motion ends any further debate on third reading of bills. Any amendment pending? Might be reading the wrong one. Members, we are proceeding with, thank you. Members, we will vote on the motion before us. Yeah, that's okay. The question before us is, shall the main question be now put? Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative Weinberg, how do you vote? Representative Weinberg votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 19 no, and 5 excused, the motion is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to Wednesday, April 17th, 2020.
Wait.
Oh, sorry.
It was exciting.
Exciting, thrilled.
All right. Could you withdraw your motion, Madam Majority
Madam
Leader?
Speaker, I withdraw my motion.
Sorry, we are back to the bill. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1158 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Luck, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Luck votes no. Representative
No, ma'am.
Weinberg. I'm sorry, Representative Weinberg, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Weinberg votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. With 32 aye, 28 no, please close the machine. With 32 aye, 28 no, and 5 excused, the bill is lost. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to Wednesday, April 17th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Wednesday, April 17th, 2024. I think we have some business. Members, we have some business to tend to. Mr. Schiebel.
Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1327, 1330 as amended, and 1379, and Senate Bills 10, 20, 53, and 86 as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bills 1445 as amended, 1450 as amended, and Senate Bills 187 and 189 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Transportation, Housing, and Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1366 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1443 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Conference Committee reports.
First report of First Conference Committee on House Bill 1422. This report amends the re-revised bill. To the President of the Senate and the
Conference
Speaker.
Committee report will be printed in the Journal. Printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports
Printing
the following
report will be
bills.
printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate.
Message from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment.
Message from the Reviser will be
As
printed in the
amended.
Journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1460 by Representatives Harrod and Bacon concerning measures to strengthen responses to law enforcement misconduct.
House Bill 1460 will be assigned to the Committee on Judiciary. Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 18 by Senators Simpson and Hendrickson, also Representatives Morrow and Winter, concerning designation of State Highway 78 in Pueblo County as the PFC Thomas Michael Hanratty Memorial Highway.
It's not on. It's behind here. You guys are too organized. Senate Joint Resolution 18 will be laid over one day under House rules.
Senate Joint Resolution 19 by Senators Zenzinger and Smallwood, also Representatives Byrd and Soper, concerning Colorado Youth Entrepreneurship Awareness Week.
Senate Joint Resolution 19 will be laid over one day under House rules. Introduction of memorial.
Senate Joint Memorial 3 by Senators Lundin and Gardner, also Representatives Wilson and Puglisi, memorializing former Senator Keith King.
Senate Joint Memorial 3 will be laid over until Thursday, April 18th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Wednesday, April 17th, 2024 at 12:05 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House is adjourned until Wednesday, April 17th, 2024 at 12:05 a.m.